From the book jacket, the Jedi move one step closer to saving the embattled galaxy, only to confront a formidable wall of resistance. The harrowing search for Zonama Seacoast is finally over for Luke Skywalker, Jason Solo, and the others aboard the Jade Shadow. But joy turns to alarm when the living planet sends a defiant message. It refuses to follow them back to a galaxy full of war, exploitation, and misery. While Luke works feverishly to persuade the elusive planet to reconsider, the Yuuzhan Vong launch a full-scale attack aimed at the heart of the new alliance. Sent to defend a major communications base, Han and Leia find themselves hopelessly outnumbered. Reinforcements are just too far away to help before everything is destroyed, so the courageous pair must now fight an unrelenting battle against staggering odds. Whether they actually survive is another matter. Prologue. Neither moved, neither spoke. They stared unflinchingly into each other's eyes. Surrounding her, hidden by shadows, Tahiri could sense an alien landscape. She could tell from its pull that it was big, yet at the same time not large enough to contain the two of them. She wanted to look down and see it, to understand this strange and disturbing ambiguity, but she couldn't afford to do so, not even for a second. For a second was all it would take to lose her purchase on this precarious balance of power. One blink of an eye, and she could be dispelled into the darkness altogether, never to return, and she had no intention of ever allowing that to happen. This world was hers, and she would remain like this for as long as it took to ensure that it stayed hers. It was just a matter of time. All she had to do was be patient, be strong. Soon, she told herself, it will all be over soon. Just another moment. But that moment seemed as long as the blackness around her was deep. It was a moment that stretched back to the explosion that had first given birth to the universe, and forward to the time when eternity would turn all the suns cold. It didn't matter, though. She would endure 1,000 such moments to ensure that the world below did not fall to Rena. Yes, that was it. Rena, the other girl's name. She wanted to destroy Tahiri and take the world from her. Tahiri could feel the girl's intentions as though they were her own. I will not succumb, she thought determinedly. I am Tahiri Vela. I am a Jedi Knight. And I am Rena of Domain Quad, the girl said in response. I shall not succumb either. With that, Tahiri's mirror image finally moved. Her hand went to her side and removed the lightsaber from her belt. A lightsaber, Tahiri thought, not an amphistaff. Rena wanted everything she had, and she fought with everything Tahiri had, too. The light from the blade revealed something of their surroundings. To one side there was a dry and rocky ground that stretched out forever, and to the other there was a chasm of terrible blackness, an emptiness that pulled at Tahiri, drew her to the edge of the precipice upon which she stood. She could tell from Rena's fearful gaze that this same emptiness was tugging at her also. One wrong move, and either of them could fall into an embrace of eternal nothingness, leaving the darkened world to the other. The notion renewed her resolve, and with a snap and a hiss that echoed throughout the landscape, she activated her own lightsaber. The two advanced slowly toward one another until the two bubbles of light from their lightsabers touched and they were standing face to face. Then, in unison, the two blades rose into the air and came down sharply at the other's head. They connected in midair with a deadly crackle, sending sparks arcing into the darkness. Part 1. Infiltration. Han Solo fought the urge to wipe a droplet of sweat from his brow, knowing that such a gesture would be seen as a sign of nervousness, and thus give the others a clue as to what he was holding. What's it to be, Solo? Han went for a stall, his second in as many minutes. Let me get this straight. It wasn't enough that you guys got tired of using integers, or that you weren't satisfied with just using real numbers either. You had to start messing with imaginary and trans-real numbers as well. The larval stage Rurian bounty hunter's face was locked in a sneer. Do you have a problem with that? Why should there be a problem? Then get on with it. One corner of Han's mouth curled up into a half-grin. His opponents were starting to lose their patience. That could work to his advantage. So you're saying that we can use any arithmetic operation we like? We can divide, subtract, multiply. I know what you're doing, growled a bad-tempered gibbon, its skeletal jaw clicking impatiently against its upper lip. Given its species' predilection for mathematics, Han imagined that it was the gibbon who was responsible for the changed rules. You can't bluff us, Solo. Perhaps the great Han Solo has lost his edge, the fourth player, Talion, a Yarkura, with numerous gold rings dangling from each enormous nostril, uttered a contemptuous snort. Han glanced down at the chip cards in his hand. Or perhaps it's just that my math is a little rusty. He laid the cards on the table, resigning himself to winning the strangest game of sabacc he'd ever played. The 3 cube root of 23 chips that the last round had dealt him stared up at the ceiling in staves, flasks, and coins. His decision to ditch the idiot card and take a chance on fate had paid off. Read 'em and weep, Han said, leaning back into his chair. Or whatever it is you guys do around here. A cubic sabacc? The Rurian's red eyes glittered dangerously in the bar's dim and smoky light as it glared at Han. That's not possible. It's not impossible, the gibbon snarled. Just extremely unlikely. Solo, if you're taking us for a ride, I swear, the Yarkura began. Hey, Han exclaimed, standing up and stabbing a finger at Talion's enormous nose. You scanned me on the way in. If I'd had a skifter on me, you'd have known about it. The gibbon's bony mouth plates ground together in frustration. Skifter or no skifter, Solo, I still say it's safer to believe in human nature than the kind of luck you're claiming. Come off it, Ren. You're saying I cheated in a game I didn't even know existed until I docked here a couple of days ago? He snorted derisively. You're giving me a lot more credit than I deserve. That's all the credit you'll be getting, the Rurian muttered, reaching forward with one of its many arms to scoop up the chips. Han grabbed the junction between the alien's 2 uppermost body parts and twisted sharply, not enough to do any damage, but certainly enough to make the Rurian think twice. You touch my winnings, and then you'll see just how much of my edge I've lost. Chairs scraped across the stony floor as the other 2 players backed away from the sabacc table. Shouts sounded in a dozen different tongues around the room. The Thorny Toe maintained a strict no-weapons policy, but that didn't mean that fights couldn't be lethal. And as far as the patrons of the Thorny Toe were concerned, the more violent the altercation, the better the entertainment value. Overrated muckhauler, the Rurian grunted, wriggling its lengthy body in an attempt to get free. Han struggled to hang on, while at the same time trying to keep the alien at arm's length. Each of the Rurian's body segments possessed a set of limbs that clutched at him with hostile intent. Who you calling overrated? Han muttered, tightening his grip. Although low in mass, the alien could bend in places Han couldn't, making it difficult to maintain the upper hand. The Rurian hitched its back end under the table and managed to tip him off balance. As he went down, a dozen sharp-tipped digits swarmed up his legs and chest, looking for soft spots. Tiny razor-sharp mandibles snapped at his nose. The audience cheered, goading the antagonists on. Just as he was beginning to think he'd taken on more than he could handle, 2 rough, 3-fingered hands grabbed both him and the Rurian, hauling them off the ground and separating them in midair. Enough! Han recognized the guttural accent of a Whiffid, and instantly ceased trying to kick his way out of the creature's grasp. He knew better than to fight a Whiffid. Their claw and tusks were as mean as their temperament. He's a cheat, the Rurian whined, snapping at Han with its nether mandibles. The Whiffid shook the alien so hard Han swore he heard its exoskeleton rattle. This bar isn't crooked. That's what I've been trying to tell them, Han said, offering a self-satisfied smirk. I beat them fair and square. The Whiffid dropped them both roughly to the floor, then pointed one of its claws accusingly at Han. The boss wants to see you. A flash of uncertainty cooled any joy he might have taken from the victory. Not before I collect my winnings, he said, climbing to his feet. He stepped resolutely to the table. You have 5 standard seconds, the bouncer said. Han needed only 2. Using his shirt as a catch-all, he scooped the credits off the table. The Rurian looked on balefully, emitting a soft growl that only those in its immediate vicinity would have heard. You know, Talion, Folks like you give sabacc players a bad name." Han couldn't resist taking the opportunity to gloat as he packed his winnings safely in his pockets. "Back in my day, spare us the glory speech." Talion made no attempt to stop Han from walking off with the winnings, but glared at him menacingly. "Save it for your kids. Maybe they'll be impressed by the once great Han Solo." "Why, you—" Unreasoning anger rose in him, but before he could react, the bouncer caught him by the back of his jacket and tugged him away. "Enough, I said." The Whiffet lifted Han into the air again as though he were a child. Suspended, helpless, Han could only force his anger down and ignore the jeers of the other patrons as he was unceremoniously escorted from the bar. "You humans are always causing trouble," the Whiffet grumbled once they'd passed through a door to the back of the thorny toe, and Han had been lowered to the ground once more. "If I had a credit for every time I've bounced one of you out of here, I'd have made it back to Tula years ago." "You see many strangers through here, then?" Han asked, straightening his jacket. The Whiffet looked at him suspiciously. "Why? You looking for someone?" "No, just curious." He shut up then, not wanting to draw any more attention to himself than he already had. The alien took him up a flight of stairs and deposited him in an empty room, containing little more than a padded green couch and a water dispenser. Han assumed it was an antechamber adjoining the bar owner's office. He sat himself down on the couch and was startled when a voice issued into the room from unseen speakers. "Han Solo, eh?" The voice's sex, species, and accent were heavily disguised, but the speaker seemed amused underneath the camouflage. "You're a long way from home." "Well, you know me," Han bluffed. "Never been one to sit on my hands." A strange noise issued from the hidden speakers. It might have been a laugh. "But you've always been one for gambling," the voice returned more soberly. "It's good to see that nothing's changed." Han frowned at the familiarity. He desperately tried to think whom he had known in the past who might have ended up owning a bar on Onadax, one of the dingiest worlds the Minos cluster had to offer, and whether he, or she, might hold a grudge against him. "You get your thrills where you can," he said, stalling again. "I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may." Han shrugged, giving in, but feigning nonchalance all the same. "Fire away. Who sent you?" "No one sent me." "Why are you here?" "I'm just passing through. Is that a crime in these parts?" "Where are you headed?" "Nelfrus, in the Elrud sector." "You must be going the long way around, then." "You can't be too careful these days. The Vong are everywhere." The voice interrupted. "Yes, I know, but they're not here." "Which is why I thought I'd come this way." After a slight pause, the voice continued. "Are you here alone?" "What difference does that make?" "Perhaps none. Millennium Falcon has been on Onadax 2 standard days, 1 day longer than a Galactic Alliance frigate that docked here yesterday. Am I to assume that there is no relation between this craft and your own?" "You can assume what you like," Han said, "but that frigate doesn't have anything to do with me. What did you say its name was?" "I didn't. It's Pride of Salonia." He made a show of thinking about the name. "Sounds familiar. You think it might be someone looking for me?" "Or perhaps the other way around." "I'm just here for the scenery," Han lied. He jingled the credits in his pocket. "And whatever else I can pick up on the way." At this the faceless bar owner did laugh. Onadax was a sooty, inhospitable world, not dense enough to harbor metals of any value, poorly placed even with respect to other worlds in the sector, and too small and ancient to possess any noteworthy geography. Its only saving graces were its lack of a policing authority and a relaxed attitude toward documentation of all kinds. Just because the government turned a blind eye to who passed through, though, didn't mean that the locals were stupid. "Okay," Han said, scanning the blank walls and ceiling, wishing there were some reference point on which he could focus his attention. "Let's stop playing games. You're right, I am looking for someone. Maybe you can help me." "Why should I?" "Because I'm asking nicely. Do you get many Rin through here?" "No more than usual," the voice said. "Lift up any dirty rock in the galaxy and you'll find a family living under it. Your taste in friends must have gone downhill, if that's who you're after." "Not just any Rin." Han fumbled, not for the first time, for the right way to describe the Rin he was seeking. "Just one that was supposed to meet me here on Onadax. He hasn't shown, so I'm looking for him." "In a bar?" "It's not as if Onadax has much else to offer."
The voice chuckled again. "You're looking in the wrong place, Solo." "That sounds suspiciously like a brush-off. I swear it's nothing underhanded." "From you, those words take on a whole new meaning." "I'll even pay if that's what you want." "If that's what you think I want, then I fear you're definitely in the wrong place, and at the wrong time." The whiffid guarding the door stirred. "So it would seem," Han said. "Look, I'm racking my brain here trying to work out where we've met before. Can't you give me a name to help me out a little?" There was no reply. "What have you got to lose?" Han said. "You obviously know me—" He stopped when the whiffid's clawed hand came down on his back and began to drag him away. "At least give me a clue." The whiffid hauled him out of the audience chamber and back down to the barroom. Clearly the interview was over, and no protest from Han was about to be considered. "Is he always this friendly?" he asked the bouncer. He amended that to a hopeful, "She?" When the question wasn't answered, the whiffid collected Han in its powerful grasp once again and hoisted his feet from the floor. The bouncer forced its way through the crowd. Laughter and applause followed them, turning to cries of annoyance as Han's head rammed into something's foul-smelling midriff and sent a jug of ale splashing across the floor. Recriminations flew, which the bouncer ignored. "I think you'll find my seat was over that way," Han said, pointing hopefully in the direction of the sabacc table where he'd been playing. The whiffid ignored him as well, propping him upright none too gently at the door. There was no question that Han was being told, not asked, to leave the premises. He smiled, taking a 100-credit chip from his pocket and slipping it to the alien bouncer. "For your trouble," he said. "For yours," was the response as he was forcibly ejected into the street. "What sort of dive is this anyway?" Han protested to the closed door as he picked himself up and dusted himself down once more. His shoulder was tender where he'd hit the ground, and the bouncer's claws had left a few tears in his jacket. Still, it could have been worse. At least he'd made it out with his winnings. His comlink buzzed as he limped down the seedy back alley that housed the Thorny Toe. He pulled the comlink out of his pocket, knowing before he'd answered the call that it was Leia on the other end. "You're out?" Her voice was faint, but her concern was obvious. "And in one piece, the bar staff aren't as tough as their jamming fields suggested they might be." "Did you find anything?" "Nothing useful, although I'm guessing there's more going on here than meets the eye." "There always is." Leia hesitated. "Is that fighting I hear?" Han glanced behind him. The ruckus inside the bar was getting nastier by the second. "My exit was none too subtle," he said, picking up the pace. "Start making your way back, then. It's not safe out there, Han." "On my way now." "I'd advise against stopping somewhere else en route, even if it does allay suspicions." Han smiled to himself. In the old days, he would have been tempted, but the choice between Leia and a seedy dive was getting easier every year. "Will do." The secure channel closed with a soft click. Han's smile ebbed as behind him the fight spilled noisily out into the street. He hurriedly rejoined the stream of bar-hoppers cruising the settlement's main thoroughfare, the grilling he'd received at the Thorny Toe still nagging at him. That the owner of the bar had known him didn't bother him so much. After all, the Solo name had spread across the galaxy and back again, especially in the quasi-legal circles to which he'd once belonged. But the complete stonewalling regarding the Rin did bother him. His other sources hadn't known anything, but at least they had been upfront about it. Dumb ignorance was totally different to silence. Han rubbed his shoulder and hurried back to the Falcon, hoping Jaina had had better luck on the other side of town. Luke Skywalker gripped the sides of his seat as Jade's shadow emerged roughly from hyperspace. The bulkheads groaned under the strain, while containers of stored goods in the passenger bay could be heard crashing to the floor. Deeper into the ship could be heard the beeping and tweetling of an anxious R2-D2. "What was that?" he asked his wife beside him in the pilot's seat, when the disturbance had passed. Mara was already flicking switches and checking monitors, giving her ship a quick once-over. "A hole the size of a Star Destroyer just opened up in front of us." Every hyperspace jump they'd made in the last couple of weeks had been fraught with danger and uncertainty. Not even with the detailed maps of the Chiss expansionary defense fleet to guide them could they account for every hyperspatial anomaly. But if anyone could find a way through the rips and reefs on the other side of known space, it was Mara. He had nothing but confidence in his wife to get them to their destination. Luke examined the boards before him. "Let's just hope Widowmaker is okay." Lights flickered across the displays and a new blip appeared on the scopes, shakily at first, but steadying. "Here she is now," Mara said. Seconds later, the voice of Captain Arian Yage sounded over the comm. "How about a warning or something next time?" Luke smiled to himself at the captain's comment. "Sorry about that, Arian. If we could give you a heads up, you know we would." "No problem. We got out in one piece, and that's the main thing." The frigate was locked on Jade Shadow's navicomputer, and would mirror every move Mara made through the shoals of the unknown regions, but there was no way to communicate through hyperspace, and therefore no way to warn of any sudden exits. "This is getting annoying," Mara muttered after doing checks on her displays. "I can't work out what I'm doing wrong." Luke was just as confused. 3 times they tried and failed to jump the last parsec to where the empty system of Classa Ephemera lay. There, so Jason had deduced on Scylla, and so all evidence supported, they would find the living world of Zonama Seacoast. But it felt to Luke as though something were keeping them out. Mara assured him that it wasn't like that. The hyperspace anomalies were a natural phenomenon. They didn't do anything consciously. Nevertheless, it was uncanny how there seemed to be so many of them around this particular point in space. "Maybe it's because of the anomalies that Zonama Seacoast came here in the first place," Luke suggested. "It's safe in here, after all. Once it got in, it could be reasonably sure no one else would bother trying." "Well, the Chiss probes managed to get in," Mara said, "and if they can do it, then so can I." Luke sent a wave of reassurance to his wife, buoying up the flagging confidence that simmered just beneath her show of determination. She was a much better navigator than an astromech, and, while it was pointless speculating on the capabilities of a world-sized intelligence like Zonama Seacoast, he was sure she could match its flying abilities any day. "It could be dark matter," Soren Hegarty said from behind them, the elderly professor of comparative religions, a specialist on exotic alien life, had come forward from the passenger bay, steadying herself with one frail hand against the transparent canopy covering the cockpit. Luke faced her. "Do you think so, Doctor?" "Perhaps," Hegarty said. She paused a moment, obviously trying to think of a way to condense all her studies on the subject into a few words. "Dark matter interacts only gravitationally with the rest of the universe. It pools into clumps like ordinary matter, forming clusters and galaxies similar to the one we inhabit. Some scientists believe our galaxy to be surrounded by a halo of such galaxies, completely invisible to the eye, but there nonetheless. Danny and I were talking about this just yesterday," she went on. "She wonders if such an invisible clump might explain the hyperspace disturbance in the unknown regions. A dark matter cluster could be in the process of colliding with our galaxy right now, passing invisibly through it, detectable only by its gravity. Clusters aren't uniform in density. They have dust lanes and empty bubbles, and stars, of course. The uneven distribution of dark matter might account for the difficulty we've had charting this region from the real universe. It all comes down to a collision with another galaxy we can't even see, a collision taking place over billions and billions of years." Hegarty looked through the forward screens, eyes glittering as though in wonder at the invisible worlds she imagined. Mara brushed a strand of red hair back from her face. "That's all very interesting, Doctor. Can we chart the dark matter somehow and work out how hyperspace is folded around here?" Hegarty returned from infinity with a shrug. "Theoretically, perhaps. You'd need some sort of large-scale gravity detector and a means of working out exactly how dark matter influences hyperspace." "So it doesn't actually help us right now?" Hegarty shook her head. "I just wanted you to know that you're dealing with a changeable phenomenon. If Zonama Seacoast can detect the gravitational passage of dark matter through our galaxy, it might have located a bubble that was about to close. If it put itself inside this bubble, and the dark matter walls slammed shut around it, it could guarantee its safety. Nothing would be able to get through until the dark matter shifted and the bubble opened again." Luke could tell from Mara's expression that she didn't like this idea at all. "If you're right, this bubble must be big enough to enclose an entire star system," she said. "I don't believe something that big would be totally seamless. There has to be a way in, and a way out, too. If I were a living planet on the run, there's no way I'd lock myself in anywhere. There has to be a way. Luke put a soothing hand on her arm. I suggest you rest first, my love. You're not going to get anywhere when you're frustrated like this. Mara was about to argue the point, but then something softened behind her eyes and she sagged back into her seat. You're right, of course. I guess I'm just in a hurry to get on with it. The sooner we find Zonama Seacoat, the sooner we can go home. Luke sympathized with that feeling all too well. Ben, their son, was a long way away, hidden in the mall with the other Jedi children, safe from the Yuuzhan Vong. The last hollows they'd received had revived an ache that was never far away. The boy was growing up without his parents, just as Luke had grown up without his. It was necessary, but not ideal. With Mara's approval, he ordered a rest stop. Deep in the star-spangled blackness of the unknown regions, the mission came to a temporary halt. Jag Fell sat by Tahiri's bed, staring curiously at the young girl for what must have been the 10th time in 2 hours. Her brow was drenched with sweat and needed to be wiped frequently. Her hands gripped tightly at the sheets on which she lay. Every now and then she made a strange mewling noise, which sounded to Jag almost like a suppressed scream. Jaina had wanted to make sure that someone was at Tahiri's bedside at all times, in case she woke up. It was Jag's shift. He just hoped it wouldn't be on his watch that Tahiri opened her eyes, because if it was Rena who emerged, he knew he would do whatever was necessary for the safety of all concerned. Jag was startled out of his brooding by the buzz of the comlink. Captain Maine of the Salonia had installed a compact communications rig in Tahiri's room so that whoever was on watch could keep in touch with events elsewhere. He answered it before the noise could disturb her. He found himself in the middle of a joint conversation between Jaina and her parents. Something fishy is definitely going on, Jaina was saying. At the Thorny Toe? That was Han speaking from the bridge of the Falcon. He sounded slightly out of breath. I thought so too. The guy I spoke to, whoever it was, is definitely up to something. Not that, Jaina said. The cubic sabak gives it away. It's too unlikely. Someone let you in. What about that famous solo luck? No one's that lucky, Dad. Face it, someone didn't want you snooping around. Rigging the table to make it look like you cheated would have been easier than trying to expel you by force for no good reason. It's the only explanation. Her father reluctantly conceded her point. It's possible, I guess. That still doesn't tell us who's behind it. Leia's unease wasn't so easily assuaged. The bar owner is clearly involved. He's either warning us off or looking for an edge of his own. Either way, we know that we should go back. What about you, Jaina? Jag broke in. Did you find anything? She made an exasperated noise. If I'd been stonewalled, I'd count myself as lucky. I haven't found a whiff of the Rin anywhere, and I'm not likely to now. Not now that they're on to us, Han said gloomily. Worse, there's some sort of disturbance out here, a brawl of some kind, and it's spreading. For the first time, Jag noted the sound of the city behind her voice. He could hear shouting and what sounded like transparasteel shattering. Law enforcement is non-existent here, of course, so it's getting nasty very quickly. How far are you from the Falcon? Leia asked. 12 blocks, but it's getting tougher by the minute. Wait a second. Jaina's end of the conversation went silent for a minute. Jag was prepared to wait it out with the others, but Captain Maine's voice came over the comm. We've got something of a situation here, she said. Dock Security is warning of a riot breaking out across the city. There's a mob on our way, apparently. That accorded with the sounds Jag heard at Jaina's end. Any word on what caused it? Leia asked. None as such. There are rumors of an incident somewhere in the city. They say that a Galactic Alliance agent attempted to infiltrate a secure compound and has made off with a fortune. We have no agents here that I know of, Leia said. Apart from us, Han put in. Sorry, Jaina said, coming back onto the line. Got caught in a traffic snarl. The way to the Falcon is blocked. I'm going to try for the Salonia instead. Jaina's footsteps were hurried over the comlink. Jag could hear the concern in Leia's voice as she said, Hurry, but be careful. Someone might be trying to whip up resentment against us. Why? Let's wonder about that later, Han said. Just get back safely. Jag echoed that sentiment wholeheartedly as Jaina's channel went silent. Sounds to me like someone's covering their tracks. he said to those remaining on the line. You and me both, Jag, Han said, and if Jaina wasn't out there in the middle of it, I'd happily leave them to it.
That's probably our best course of action, Leia said. We've been looking for the Wren and haven't found them. They've had plenty of opportunities to look us up and haven't. I'm starting to think that we've been wasting our time. Han uttered a grunt that could have been one of agreement. I'll prepare for liftoff, said Maine, ever the pragmatist. We'll be away the moment she's on board, if that's what you decide.
Should I ready twin suns? Jag asked.
Not necessary, Jag. We can handle the Onidax defense grid long enough to get away, if it comes to that.
I'll wait here, then.
He nodded simply.
Thanks for keeping me posted.
Stand by, Maine said. With a slight hiss of static, the line closed. Jag resisted the impulse to pace. He hated being confined to medical quarters while Jaina put herself at risk out in the city, but there was nothing he could do about it. Orders were orders, and his CHIS training left him no option but to obey. All he could do was wait for Maine, or somebody else, to update him. Tahiri stirred on the bed beside him, issuing another of her strange, strained sounds.
Hurry up, Jaina, he thought as he mopped the girl's brow. Hurry back to me.
Jason frowned and tried again.
Mon Calamari Communications Control, this is Farm Boy 1. Come in, MCCC. I repeat, this is Farm Boy 1. Please respond.
Silence. He sighed as he leaned tiredly back into his chair. While Luke and Mara rested, Jason was in charge of Jade Shadow. Sensing a familiar wistfulness in his uncle and aunt, he had decided to report to the new capital, looking for an update on his cousin Ben. His failure to raise Mon Calamari troubled him, even though he knew there was probably a perfectly logical explanation. Communications with the unknown regions weren't ideal. All transmissions were routed through a bottleneck on the edge of the outer rim. That bottleneck was never closed before, but that didn't mean it wasn't possible. Before jumping to conclusions, though, Jason had wanted to test every alternative hypothesis. Jade Shadow's comm systems were working perfectly well at short range. Several conversations with the Widowmaker proved that, and when he'd changed his target and tried to hail the CEDF network, the crisp, precise tones of a CHIS comm officer answered immediately, so it was clear that the subspace transmitters were still working, too.
MCCC, this is Farm Boy 1, he continued. This is an emergency. We require an immediate response.
When there was still no reply after a couple of minutes, he decided the fault had to lie in one of the relay bases between the unknown regions and the rest of the galaxy. There was no other possibility that he could think of. What's the emergency? Jason turned to see Danny silhouetted in the doorway.
We're out of blue milk,
he lied. He didn't want to alarm anyone until he'd had a chance to speak to his uncle.
You know how cranky Mara gets when she doesn't get a proper breakfast.
She moved around to take position in the co-pilot seat beside him. There is no denying that you are an amazing Jedi, Jason Solo, but you are a terrible liar. Jason smiled. For all the new understanding of the Force he had received under Vergier's tutelage, all the skill as a Jedi he'd amassed over the years spent fighting the Yuuzhan Vong, Danny could see right through him.
I can't raise Mon Cal,
he said, his expression becoming more serious.
There seems to be some sort of break in transmission between here and there.
What sort of break?
It's hard to tell from this end. I do know, though, that if we can't contact Mon Cal, we won't be able to tell them what we find here.
If we find anything, there are no guarantees, Jason.
You saw the data.
I did, and I agree with you. I'm just trying to encourage debate in your own thoughts. Danny's curly blonde hair framed her head like a halo, glowing in the instrument lights, and her green eyes seemed to bore into his. I feel your tension, Jason. You're humming like an overloaded shield. What if we don't find anything, or it's not what you're hoping for? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Underneath everything else, that's what really bothers you. He nodded. That fear was running at the back of his mind, a steady rhythm constantly unsettling him, encouraging him to overreact.
Perhaps you're right, he said. I guess we're not completely cut off. We can still reach Scylla. Maybe I should check with them to see if they can get through to Mon Cal. If not, they can keep trying while we go ahead with our mission.
Her smile broadened. Sometimes all we need to do is get the thoughts that trouble us out of our head and into the open, where we can see them more clearly.
She reached out to pat him reassuringly on the shoulder, but her hand never fell. Something powerful and strange rolled through him. Jason pulled away from her, thinking at first that what he was feeling must somehow have had something to do with her, but the sensation persisted and her expression echoed his alarm. "You can feel that?" Whatever it was getting stronger, and it was coming through the force. Danny nodded, covering both ears with the flats of her palms. "What is it?" "I don't know." His head was starting to vibrate like a bell. He turned to the displays ahead of him, searching for information. "But I intend to find out." Saba started awake from a deep sleep, feeling as though someone were trying to crack open her skull. She called out in alarm, flailing wildly at the empty air before realizing where she was, resting up against the wall in one of Jade Shadow's crew quarters. She'd closed her eyes to meditate when Mara had announced the mission had stalled, and she must have fallen asleep. No alarms were ringing. She couldn't smell panic pheromones in the air. Everything seemed completely normal, except for the fact that the crack in her skull seemed to be widening. She sat up with a growl, sharp teeth clenched in a tight zigzag line. Her eyes peered out from under heavy, knotted brows. She focused upon a spot on her bed, desperately trying to concentrate on who or what was causing the intense discomfort. "Find the pain," she told herself. "Trace it back to your attacker." She breathed deeply through her nostrils and sought to find her inner calm, the still center of her being. It had taken her years to overcome the natural instincts of her species, and in times of stress, when every cell wanted to slash and tear instead of contemplate and respond with careful forethought, the urges were particularly hard to suppress. But she was strong and determined. The force came to her bidding with familiar ease, flooding her with energy that swept the tiredness and confusion away. And with it, too, came the knowledge that what she was feeling was coming through the force itself, as though something very large and powerful had been disturbed nearby. Through the discomfort of such intense feelings, she felt the first glimmerings of excitement. It could be only one thing. Saba hurried forward through the ship. She could tell that the others gathered there shared her excitement. Master Skywalker, Mara, Jason, Techley, Danny. They could all feel it. On a ship full of force sensitives, it was impossible to hide something as powerful as this. Only Soren Hegarty seemed immune, asleep as she was in one of the cabins. R2-D2 tootled as Saba went past. She tapped the droid's shining dome, but didn't stop. The smell of human uncertainty emanating from the fore of the ship was strong, and Saba breathed through her mouth to ensure her thoughts remained clear and focused. "Can't be sure at this range," Mara was saying, addressing the others standing around in the passenger bay. "It could be anything. Massive psychic disturbances occur for all sorts of reasons." Master Skywalker nodded. "She's right, Jason. When Alderaan was destroyed by the Death Star, Obi-Wan felt it from a great distance." "I know, but this is close," Jason insisted, his voice thick with excitement. "I can feel it. What else could it be?" Saba could sense the others wanting to believe, but remaining reluctant to gamble on the young Jedi's hunch. "Jason is right," she said, the words emerging in a rough approximation of basic from her stress-tightened throat. "Zonama Seacoat cries out in the void." The Jedi Master faced her. "But why?" "It feels distressed." The pained looks on the faces before her showed that they felt it too. It was impossible to keep out. "Almost frightened," Danny ventured, hugging herself. "But angry, too." "Okay, suppose it is Zonama Seacoat," Mara said. "What then? Do we attempt to contact it?" "That depends on whether you think you can follow this signal to its source." The red-haired woman frowned. "It's possible, but I'm not sure I like the idea of turning up uninvited. This thing sounds agitated as it is. Barging in there might only antagonize it further." "Maybe," her husband replied. "But I think that turning up and showing it our intentions rather than trying to explain them from a distance is the better option." He turned to the Barabel. "Jason, Saba, you're our life sensitives. What do you think?" Jason looked uncertain. "I can no more read this mind than I could the entire contents of the Chiss library," Saba told Luke, her tail tapping restlessly against her right ankle.
Won't going closer make the situation worse, though? Danny asked. Master Skywalker looked uncertain.
All I'm sure of is that this is our best shot at getting where we want to go. If we ignore it, we might never get another one.
Mara inhaled deeply.
Okay, then let's do it while we still can.
Luke reopened the line to the captain of the Widowmaker.
Arian, I want you to lock onto our navicomputer and prepare for immediate departure. We've got a lead, and if our hunch is right, we'll soon be exactly where we need to be. We don't know what we might be getting into, so be prepared.
Ready when you are, came the immediate reply. Yage out. Luke looked around the cockpit at the nervous faces watching him.
Maybe we should melt, he said. Pooling our concentration might make it easier for Mara to trace the source.
Danny had had only limited experience with the Jedi practice of mind melding, but she nodded along with the others. Saba began the familiar exercises with a series of deep breaths. She felt the life sparks of those around her, glowing like embers in a white-hot furnace. The strength of the signal was such that it almost totally blanketed them. But she concentrated, bringing them steadily into focus, and slowly their thoughts joined in a tight embrace. Mara's mind danced with hyperspace coordinates, instrument panels, and other space flight paraphernalia. Saba added her perceptions of the distant world mind to the mix of thoughts and impressions gathering around Mara. Danny offered the clearest knowledge of astronomical forces. Saba imagined herself on the dark red-lit world of Barab 1, prowling low for Shenbit bone-crushers, every sense keen. Zonama Seacoat wasn't the same thing as a flesh-rending giant lizard, but the principle was the same. They were hunting, and she was a good hunter. Mara took everything she was given and plotted a course. Jade Shadow's hyperdrive roared into life, and Saba felt the familiar sensation of light streaking past them and falling behind as the strange topology of hyperspace enfolded them. Here the territory belonged to Mara. Even with the Force to guide them, the way was tortuous and fraught with danger. Jade Shadow did her best to follow the path laid down for her, with the Widowmaker firmly in tow. But almost immediately she encountered the same barrier she had earlier. With a sickening wrench she was dumped back into real space, only slightly closer to Classa Ephemera than she had been before. Mara didn't give up. The signal from the distant mind was as strong as ever. Saba concentrated on it, feeling out the insubstantial pathways between it and them. There was nothing but vacuum in the way, she told herself. Crossing that vacuum should be as easy as leaping across the room. Her tail quivered with effort as she imagined that hyperspace leap in detail. Jade Shadow jumped again. The hull vibrated as Mara plunged the ship headlong through the strange spaces surrounding their objective. Saba received impressions of incomprehensible shadows sweeping by, bizarre n-dimensional membranes reluctantly unfolding to let them pass. She didn't know what they were or where they came from, but it seemed for a time as though Mara was making progress. They were getting closer. They had to be. Then, rattling like an old freighter, they were dumped back into real space. They stopped long enough to check on the Widowmaker. The frigate limped from hyperspace seconds after Jade Shadow. "Is the Widowmaker holding up?" Mara asked. "It's seen worse," the Imperial captain assured her. "I imagine she'll keep going long after we give up." Satisfied, Luke gathered the Jedi minds around him for another try. "I think we can do it this time," he encouraged them. "Mara was right when she said before that there had to be a way in. All we have to do is find it." Grimly determined, they tightened the meld and tried again. Saba felt herself dissolving in the confusing sensations passing through and around her as hyperspace folded around them. The pull of Zonama Seacoat was stronger than ever, and growing stronger with each passing second. She felt as though she were drowning in the massive outpouring of emotions, a mote of sand caught in a dust storm, swept up on a rising surge, unable to control where it took her. For a timeless moment she completely lost all sense of herself. She was subsumed, absorbed, erased. The hunt consumed her. All her attention was focused on her quarry, on tracking it, finding it, catching it. Then, abruptly, something changed. She didn't know what it was, but the thoughts changed in pitch. It was as if they'd reached the eye of a storm. Energy still swirled around them, but at the center there was a kind of peaceful balance. Saba felt her thoughts regain a sense of normality, joining up again in a single, coherent stream. They had emerged from hyperspace once more, only this time the screens were alive with data. There was a sun blazing on one, a gas giant looming on another, a faint green-blue speck hung in the center of a third screen, and it was to this that her senses clung. Green meant chlorophyll, blue meant water. If a world was ever to live, it had to have both. Zonama Seacoat. But as the view zoomed in closer, she saw yellow and bright red clouds blossoming as energy weapons flashed and flared around the atmosphere. Thin-hulled spaceships burst open under the influence of stupendous forces, casting countless lives into the harsh vacuum of space. And that wasn't all. What Saba saw behind the space battle was completely beyond her experience. Bright feathery ribbons trailed from the planet's poles like liberated coronas. Fleeting sprites danced in the upper atmosphere, sending towering flashes of energy spiking far above. Massive sheets of lightning swept around the equator, gathering speed until they joined in a smooth ring. Then, with a piercing crack, they lashed out and up like a whip of pure energy. Magnetic field fluxes measured by Jade Shadow accompanied what appeared to be tractor beam effects on scales Saba had never imagined possible. Zonama Seacoat's attackers were obviously Yuuzhan Vong vessels, 2 mid-sized cruiser analogs and countless numbers of coral skippers. But they weren't the only ships in the air. Among them darted and wove tiny points of light like no ships Saba had ever seen before. Every one was different. Every one was beautiful. Every one was deadly. Zonama Seacoat was fighting back. Anger blazed, ugly in its ferocity, devastating in its efficacy, and with it came a return of the storm. Saba barely had time to wonder what would happen when the mind they'd been seeking finally noticed them, when a wall of psychic energy struck them, tossing them into oblivion. "Spare me, Master! Spare me!" Supreme Overlord Shimra gazed down with cold contempt at the squirming thing at his feet. The shamed one had been tortured and beaten, but still she hadn't broken. If the godlike ruler of the Yuuzhan Vong found this puzzling, he didn't let it show. "Spare you," he said, slowly pacing around the prostrate figure. "Why, so you can continue to pollute my chambers with your false protestations of innocence?" "Not false, Lord. You must believe me." "You dare to tell me what I must do?" Shimra snarled. The object of his ire quivered piteously. "Forgive my ignorance. If I knew the answers to the questions you ask, I would surely tell you." "But you do know. You are a pawn of the vile sect that dares follow the Jedi." "Master, I swear by—" "Spare me oaths to your infidel gods. I will hear no more of your foul lies." Shimra gestured imperiously, and the shamed one was dragged away. The charnel pits, where the heretics were taken for dishonorable execution, had been working day and night in recent times. A swarm of ravenous Yargon, toothy rodents as long as a shamed one's leg, devoured the victims in swift order. Crippled, their limbs broken prior to being tossed to their doom, those found guilty of heresy were shown no mercy, nor afforded any honor in the manner of their death. "Destroy the Yargon," Shimra ordered of the guards who had stepped forward to do his will. The guards stopped in their tracks, confused by the Supreme One's command. "Master?" "The beasts have been defiled by heretical blood," he said. "Take them from the pit and have them burned." "What shall we do with this one, Master?" The guards indicated the shamed one, quailing between them. "Deal with it as you normally would. Break its legs and throw it into the pit." Shimra ascended his throne, climbing heavily across pulsating how polyps. "It can die slowly of starvation and thirst like an animal. Its body will stay where it lies to serve as an example of what will happen to anyone who dares allow this heresy to propagate. There will be no easy deaths for those who turn their backs on the gods." The guards obeyed Shimra's will with grim determination, ignoring the plaintive cries of the condemned. The cries turned to shrieks as all hope fled, and faded to distant wails as the shamed one was dragged away from the throne room.
Shimra waited until the last echo had passed before speaking again.
You do well, Ngala. Once again your investigations have exposed the enemy within.
The slender priestess bowed deeply. I am honored by your acknowledgement, Supreme One.
You find success where many others have failed.
Shimra's baleful gaze scanned the faces of the priests, shapers, warriors, and intendants who had been assembled for the interrogation.
We must be ever watchful to ensure that the roots of heresy spread no farther than they already have. More than that, we must actively seek out nests of perfidy and find their source.
Assent came loudly and without hesitation. Be assured, Great One, said High Prefect Drothul, senior intendant of Yujantar, that we are making every effort to arrest this terrible tide.
Your will, the will of the gods, is not to be denied,
seconded War Master Naschoka, cutting the air with his ceremonial tsaisi.
We will not rest until the last heretic lies crushed beneath our souls.
Nor would I expect anything less,
the Supreme Overlord said.
In fact, henceforth anything short of enthusiasm for the heresy's eradication will be regarded as collaboration, and collaboration will be punishable in the same fashion as treachery. Is that understood?
The echoes of the Supreme Overlord's pronouncement rumbled around the throne room, and all who heard it bowed solemnly in agreement.
You will continue this work, Ngala,
Shimra intoned.
I cannot personally oversee every interrogation and execution, yet it is my misfortune to be the one responsible for upholding all that the gods have entrusted to us. I am therefore glad to have someone in whom I can place my trust. Go forth and find me more bodies for the Yargon pit. When it is full, I will build another, and another, until the curse of this foul heresy is erased from the galaxy once and for all, and the gods favor us again.
Yes, Supreme One. Ngala's bow was even deeper than her first. The Supreme Overlord shifted in his throne and stared dispassionately over the heads of his minions.
Leave me now. I have much to contemplate.
One by one the members of Shimra's court filed out of the chamber. The priestess Ngala was among the last to leave. She turned to glance back at Shimra, giving the Vilip beacon she carried a final glimpse of the Supreme Overlord, seated atop his throne. To Nome Anor, watching the events on the Vilip choir far away, deep beneath Yujantar's surface, Shimra looked isolated yet undiminished. The Supreme Overlord's power and confidence was evident in his straight-backed posture and the indifference with which he dismissed his court. The ruler of the galaxy had weathered many storms in his time and, judging by the glaring determination of his stare, planned to weather many more. Nome Anor's smile, previously broad and triumphant, slipped at the sight. His gnarled hands curled into fists as he paced back and forth across his audience chamber, the sixth he'd occupied in as many weeks. The transmission from Ngala ended as she crossed the security perimeter of Shimra's throne room. Another success, Kunra murmured. The disgraced warrior, Nome Anor's adviser in all matters non-religious, slouched by the door, to all appearances perfectly relaxed. But Nome Anor knew better. Kunra was alert for trouble, listening intently to everything taking place on either side of the door. We've gained a great deal of valuable intelligence since Ngala joined us. She is instrumental in our growing influence. Nome Anor nodded distractedly, as though his silence were a challenge. Kunra persisted in his enthusiasm. Not only does Shimra find a traitor close to his throne, but then he fails to extricate a confession from her. Did you see the look on his face? He is frightened of us. I find it difficult to watch. Shunmai appeared from the shadows beside the prophet's stately chair with a bowl of water Nome Anor had requested. The shamed one was dressed in a faded priest's robe and wore his scarless face with something akin to pride. His expression, however, was forever glum, and seemed to become increasingly so with each passing day. Nome Anor understood his religious adviser's concern perfectly. In all of us lurks a residual loyalty to the old ways, Shunmai. Sometimes even the truth finds it difficult to erase the programming of a lifetime. That's not what I meant, Master. Shunmai looked almost sullen. I am referring to Ekla of Domain Shulb.
Gnome Anur stared blankly at Shunmai for a few moments before comprehension dawned. Ekla was the shamed one who had just been sentenced to death in Shimra's chamber.
Yes, of course, he said. Her sacrifice was a noble one and did not go unnoticed.
The words flowed smoothly, covering the fact that Ekla of Domain Shulb had ceased being of interest to Gnome Anur as soon as the risk of her betraying him was no longer an issue.
She will be remembered as a martyr to our cause. One of many now.
Gnome Anur's instincts urged him to reprimand the impudent nobody daring to rebuke him, but he forced himself to speak calmly.
The way to liberation is long and hard, Shunmai. We all knew this when we joined, and we would all do the same as Ekla if our time came.
Without hesitation, Master. Shunmai made all the appropriate gestures, but still a hint of defiance remained in his tone. I remind each new novitiate that pain is often the only reward of faithfulness. Few seem deterred.
At least something lies beyond the pain,
Gnome Anur reminded him, feeding his assistant the spiritual fodder he craved.
The Jedi promise a new life, whereas the old brings nothing but death and servitude. Freedom is worth the risk of pain, don't you think?
Yes, Master. With nothing more to add, Shunmai bowed his way out of the audience chamber. Gnome Anur could have used his advice on forthcoming novitiate selections, but he let the shamed one go for now. Had he cared at all about the life of Ekla of Domain Shulb, he too might have needed some time alone to think. He gestured for Kunra to shut the door. He felt restless, unnerved. If Ngala's infiltration of Shimra's court was so successful, why didn't he feel satisfaction? Why couldn't he be like Kunra and blithely accept that Shimra was feeling the full effect of the heresy undermining his authority?
Tell me about the ones you're training in this region, he said tiredly, when he was certain the room was secure. What progress have you made? I have selected 3 of the more adept recruits, without Shunmai's knowledge.
The disgraced warrior moved from his position by the door toward Gnome Anur. The confident ease of his movements revealed that he had grown to enjoy his position as lackey-come-chief lieutenant for the Prophet.
Each shows the right balance of fanaticism and stupidity for the task. I'll let them fight among themselves to see which is successful.
Literally fight? Blood sports didn't fit in with the Jedi heresy, but Gnome Anur knew that Kunra had a dark, rough edge that might go that far.
Kunra shook his head. The successful applicants must be able to meet the stare of Shimra's lackeys unflinchingly, yet without resorting to violence. They will take their first steps toward true defiance against each other. The first to strike a blow will be the first to be dismissed. And by dismissed, you mean, Kunra nodded, eliminated.
Gnome Anur nodded, satisfied. There were many conflicting demands made of an organization such as his. The first was finding ways to spread the heresy through conduits that had never been designed to act efficiently or reliably. The shamed ones had always gossiped, but did so with no concern for accuracy and were safe only under the assumption that no one higher up cared to listen. For the heresy to be effective, distortions had to be kept to a minimum. And now that higher ranks were listening, precautions had to be taken to ensure that the message couldn't be traced. These 2 objectives were frequently contradictory, and Gnome Anur relied on his 2 assistants to balance them, with or without each other's knowledge. So if Shunmai was responsible for ensuring the spread of the word, Kunra then was there to plug the leaks. He and a small hand-picked team of what Gnome Anur thought of as spiritual police worked secretly to tie up any loose threads that threatened to unravel the entire fabric of the scheme. His work was made easier by the fact that disappearances were assumed to be the work of higher echelons getting close to the sources of the heresy. Each surgical elimination had the added effect of heightening paranoia and, arguably, making his role less essential. But as the network expanded, and exponentially more mouths began spouting the Jedi tenets, the risks multiplied. Sometimes Gnome Anur woke in the middle of the night, sweating with panic at the thought that even now, despite all his precautions, Shimra was closing in.
Good work, he said, praising Kunra as he would a trained pet. He didn't need to earn Kunra's loyalty. He had purchased it simply by sparing the ex-warrior's life. But don't bore me with the details. Just make sure you have a candidate ready in 3 days. I wish to move on. This skulking in the dark is not something I care to make a habit of.
Kunra bowed briefly. As with Shunmai, there was a certain amount of defiance in the gesture, but Nom Anor could accept it from Kunra. The ex-warrior needed spirit to carry out his tasks effectively. Shunmai just needed obedience.
Leave me now. I wish to think.
Kunra strode from the room, shutting the door behind him. Tiredly, Nom Anor leaned over to the bowl of water at his side so that he could wash his face. Things were going well, yes. The heresy was spreading, and a constant moving from place to place ensured that Shinra was still no closer to catching him. That wasn't enough, though, and it never would be. The heresy had been from its conception a means of restoring himself to power. Every step he took had to advance that cause, or it was a step backward. The question that ever nagged at him, though, was, power over whom? Was being the leader of a scruffy army of shamed ones and misfits sufficient? He froze, staring down at the reflection in the bowl of water. It was haggard and grimy as a consequence of living in the foul subterranean dwellings of Yuuzhan'tar, and its eyes were full of doubt. It looked like a stranger. With a frustrated snarl, he dashed the bowl of water to the floor. Kunra was wrong. Shinra wasn't frightened at all. Not once had he shown a flicker of fear. Anger, yes, but not fear. The heresy was a hindrance, not a threat. And the prophet? The king of a dungeon might be a king, but he was still living in a dungeon. It was well beyond time, Nom Anor told himself, feeling better even as he came to the conclusion that he started exercising some real power. On the Falcon, tempers were flaring. We can't leave yet, Han insisted. Not until we know Jaina's all right. She's safe, Han. You know that. She's on her way back to the Salonia. Leia felt confined in the tiny cockpit and had to resist the urge to storm out. C-3PO was lurking in the access-way, looking back and forth between Han and herself as he followed the heated exchange. By staying here, you're putting us at risk. Through sensors on the ship's hull, she could hear the baying of the mob that had converged on the Falcon's landing field. Only the half-hearted efforts of dock security had kept them at bay. So what? He argued. We can defend ourselves. It doesn't help the cause if we go around stirring up trouble, Han. We're supposed to be spreading a peaceful message, not unrest. Han rubbed at his temple as though he had a headache. On the screens before him were views of the cordon around the Falcon's dock, along with various patches from local feeds. What about the Rin? He asked more calmly. She didn't have an answer ready for that. Her thoughts had been focused on Jaina, too, but she supposed that was a consideration. Back on Baccara, Gower had sent them to Onidax on the pretext that another Rin would meet them there. Thus far, still, there had been nothing. I don't know, she said. Maybe Gower got it wrong, or perhaps things changed here between the message he received and us arriving. The Rin network is slow, remember? Maybe— Wait. He waved her quiet. Did you hear that? Leia listened, but heard nothing. She put a hand on his shoulder, lightly patting his taut muscles. If her husband wanted to find a reason to delay, he was going to have to do better than that. I really think it's time we went somewhere safer, Han. Captain Todra can look after herself, and Jaina won't be much longer. I can feel her getting closer. He glanced at her, and with a sigh relented. All right, he said, flicking switches, but we're only going to low orbit. If they so much as think about hurting her, I want to be able to— Jaina can handle herself, Leia interrupted, suppressing a smile. A furious pounding from the belly of the ship brought the discussion to a halt. I thought I heard something. Han flicked further switches as Leia dropped into the seat beside him. He scanned through various security cam angles while she brought the retractable repeating blaster to life. Through one of the cams they saw a gangly figure, banging on the belly hatch with a hefty metal rod. The alien's face was obscured by a fogged-up visor, but apart from this there was nothing overtly suspicious or threatening about him or her.
The cheap enviro suit the stranger was wearing was too flimsy to have concealed any weapon.
"I doubt security would send someone looking like that to do their dirty work," Leia said. "Do you?"
Han shook his head dubiously. "Fire a warning shot. That'll fix him."
"That might not be such a good idea, Han. It could be taken as a sign of aggression."
"It's intended to be a sign of aggression, Leia," he shot back. "And if he doesn't stop banging on the Falcon like that, I'm going to get a whole lot more aggressive, too."
"But he just seems to be trying to get our attention, Han."
"Yeah, and look what he's doing to the paint job in the process."
"I'm not firing, Han." She sat back in her chair with her arms folded resolutely across her chest. He looked at her for a moment, then rolled his eyes. With an annoyed grunt, he heaved himself out of the pilot's seat and headed off down the corridor, muttering something about mutiny under his breath. Leia continued with the pre-flight warm-up he'd started, all the while keeping one eye on the belly cam covering the ramp. With a clunk and a whir, it opened wide enough to allow Han to bellow a warning to the insistent alien. Leia watched the animated exchange between the two of them, although she couldn't read lips well enough to work out exactly what was being said. Whatever it was, though, it resulted in the alien briefly lifting his mask, which in turn prompted a look of stunned amazement from Han. She didn't see the alien's face, so it came as a complete surprise when Han lowered the ramp the rest of the way and gestured for the alien to come aboard. He did so, tossing to the ground the metallic rod with which he'd been banging the ship. And as she watched the alien climb the ramp, Leia couldn't quash a rising sense of unease in her stomach. "Jade, Shadow, please respond." Captain Mayne's voice dragged Luke out of what felt like a very deep pit. The world was shaking around him, and a roaring sound filled his ears. Somewhere beyond the haze caused by the intense mental attack, he could feel Saba, Danny, and Tekli nearby, all out cold. Jason's mind was bright and conscious, already reaching out to the others. Farther away, but still in Jade Shadow, he could sense Soren Hegarty sleeping heavily, and beside him his wife wrestling with the controls. "We're kind of busy right now, Captain," she said. Her voice sounded calm, but Luke could tell from her thoughts that she was also suffering the after-effects of the attack. "We'll get back to you the first chance we get, okay?" Before the Widowmaker could respond, Mara switched off the comm unit, so there would be no more interruptions. The normally simple task of landing her ship was clearly taking a lot of concentration. "Where—" Luke started, but his throat was too dry to get the words out. Pulling himself upright in his seat, he cleared his throat with a cough, then tried again. "Where are we?" "Coming in to land," she replied, not taking her eyes from the controls. Through the cockpit's canopy, Luke could see the lush vegetation of the planet below. To the far south, he noticed vast areas of cleared land, possibly the same scarring from the Yuuzhan Vong attacks Vergeer had described, or perhaps lasting after-effects of so many jumps through hyperspace during its flight through the unknown regions. From far above, there was no way to tell. He glanced at his wife. The bags under her eyes were heavy and dark. "Are you all right?" "I guess," she said distractedly. "What happened?" "I'm not sure. It felt like a force punch, only 100 times more powerful. Whatever it was, it managed to knock out everyone on this ship. And keep them unconscious, too." "But not yourself?" Mara shrugged. "One minute I'm out like the rest of you, the next I'm awake and listening to Jason take instructions over the comm." "Jason?" "He woke first. He thinks it was Zonama Seacoat that knocked us out and woke him up later, but it was definitely someone on this surface who gave him coordinates and an approach corridor. He'd just finished explaining that he wasn't the best person to pilot the ship when I woke up. That'd be the planet too, I guess. When I told them I would need to confer with you, the people on the ground said that wasn't an option. Given what the Shadow's recordings show, I didn't think arguing with them was the most sensible thing to do." "What do you mean?" She looked over to him, and this time there was more than just exhaustion in her eyes. There was a hint of nervousness as well. "Take a look for yourself," she said, flipping a switch to begin the playback of the recording. "This was taken just before I was roused, after we came into the system." Luke turned to the monitor and viewed the footage Jade Shadow's instruments had managed to capture while the crew was insensate. It showed the Yuuzhan Vong ships he had glimpsed on their arrival, along with the spectacular pyrotechnic display put on by the planet. He had forgotten about the battle in the confusion of waking up, but seeing it again brought it all back. His surprise at seeing the Yuuzhan Vong in orbit above the living planet was total. He watched with awe as the alien ships fell back under the local defense forces. The battle was intense. Although the Yuuzhan Vong force was small, it almost held its own against the planetary defenses. Almost. But eventually the alien ships broke under the relentless resistance and scattered, so Namasiko's defenders hunted down the fleeing ships and destroyed them one by one. When the recording had finished, Luke turned back to Mara. She was piloting her ship through the last stages of descent. "Are there any left?" He didn't need to elaborate. "All destroyed as far as I can tell. There's a lot of static. We were on the fringes, but still affected." "Why didn't we end up like them?" he asked. Mara glanced at him sidelong as she brought the repulsors online. "I have no idea, Luke." "Perhaps it read our minds and realized we didn't mean it any harm," Luke thought out loud. "And it woke Jason first because of his natural affinity for unusual minds." "There's only one way to know for sure," Mara said. "That's to talk to the natives." "And I guess that's what we're about to do." In the main screen, heavily forested land ballooned up toward them. "Maybe they can tell us what the Yuuzhan Vong were doing here in the first place." "We know they've sent missions into the unknown regions. The Chiss told us that before we left Scylla. This must be one of those missions." "I guess, but I can't believe they just stumbled across Zonamasikote. We had a hard enough time finding it on purpose." "There might be more of them then, and they might have been poking around in here longer." Luke nodded, although his questions were far from answered. "That makes twice they've found it now, that we know of," he said. "It's almost as though they're actively looking for it." Jade Shadow sat down perfectly in a broad, grassy field surrounded on all sides by steep forest walls. Flicking switches, Mara killed the engines and settled back into her seat. "Welcome to Zonamasikote," Jason said from behind them. Luke half turned to study his nephew. Jason's eyes were fixed on the view through the cockpit's massive transparisteel canopy. On the surface of the planet outside, life swirled through the branches of the trees in a variety of colors and forms. "Where exactly are we?" Luke asked. "If you want a name, I can't help you," Jason said. "Whoever I spoke to gave me detailed coordinates for this landing field, then left us alone. But we're somewhere in the southern hemisphere." Mara gestured to a topographic display that indicated their precise location. "If what Vergier told you is true, all of this was destroyed by the Yuuzhan Vong the last time they were here, 60 years ago." Jason nodded. Luke could understand the note of incredulity in Mara's voice. There was no evidence whatsoever of the destruction that had been inflicted upon the planet, apart from the odd, cleared patch visible from orbit. Zonamasikote had managed to heal itself. "Did they say anything else, anything at all?" Jason shook his head. "Only for us to land and to keep the Widowmaker in orbit, where it won't be harmed." "I presume Arian experienced the same thing we did." "Actually, no," Mara said. "They were completely unaffected. Some of the crew suffered headaches and space sickness, but nothing more serious than that. It's almost as though the force punch was aimed solely at us." "Us because Jade Shadow arrived first?" Luke asked. "Or us because we're Jedi?" He could tell that Mara was about to protest that she knew as little as he did when something caught their attention outside. Stepping out from a narrow gap in the trees were two individuals. Both were tall and thin, with icy, pale blue skin and wide, gold-black eyes. The male's hair was a deep black, while the woman's swept back in a wave of pure white. Their jaws looked strong, their expressions stern. They wore robe-like garments consisting of wide sheets of fabric falling from their shoulders in overlapping streams, all in shades of green and gray. They came to a halt a safe distance from Jade Shadow, staring at the yacht with their hands clasped in front of them as though waiting for Luke, Mara, and Jason to step out. "Well," Luke said, glancing at his wife, "here are the natives." "Their expressions don't look too inviting, do they?" Mara said, standing. Jason went to leave the cockpit, but Luke took his arm. "I'd rather you waited here with R2 to keep an eye on the others." Jason looked for a second as though he might argue. The stubby droid tootled encouragingly, and the look passed. "That makes sense, I guess.
Just call if you need help.
Don't worry, Mara said, squeezing his hand as they passed through to the airlock. Together she and Luke made their way past the others, Tekli, Saba, and Danny sprawled unconscious on the floor of the passenger bay, to the rear of the ship and the exit hatch. Mara keyed the airlock open and waved Luke through. He stepped down the egress ramp, stopping at the bottom in the knee-high grass to take lungfuls of Zonama Seacoat's invigorating air. He closed his eyes for a second, enjoying the feel of the cool breeze on his skin.
We're actually here,
he thought. It would take more than a less-than-friendly welcome to dull that sense of achievement. He opened his eyes when Mara came up beside him. Her expression reflected an amazement similar to his own. The sky was a vibrant blue, and a fitful wind stirred the flat, wide-bladed grass about their feet. Small clouds scudded overhead, partially obscuring the broad, reddish face of Mobus, the giant world around which Zonama Seacoat orbited. The system's primary was halfway up the sky and 20 degrees away from the gas giant. Another deep breath swept the last lingering feeling of doubt away. This place was real, and it smelled like life itself. There was a powerful potential in the force trembling behind everything, as though a psychic thunderstorm were about to burst. Was that the mind of Zonama Seacoat? Luke wondered. Was that what Vergere had felt when the living planet had become conscious all those years ago? Even on Ithor, he had never felt fauna and flora blend so effortlessly into such a magnificent whole. He put his ruminations aside when the two strangers approached.
"Who are you?"
the woman demanded.
"My name is Luke Skywalker," he said, "and this is my wife, Mara. We'd like to thank you for welcoming us." "You're not welcome," the male said sharply.
Mara frowned. "But weren't you the ones that gave us the coordinates to—"
"We were ordered to do so,"
the woman cut in.
"Yours is the first vessel to land on Zonama in more than 50 years, the man added. "Seacoat has willed it, and so we obey."
"With poor grace," Luke noted.
"You speak the names Zonama and Seacoat as though they were separate things," he said. "Why is that?" "Seacoat is the mind," the man said. "Zonama is the planet," the woman concluded. "Then you are the Zonamans?" Luke asked.
"We are Pharaohans," said a voice from behind Luke. He turned to find himself facing a blue-skinned woman dressed similarly to the others, except her garments were entirely black. Mara had spun around, surprised, and dropped into a defensive stance. The corners of the woman's mouth turned up into a slight smile. "Forgive me for startling you." Her hands came up in the universal gesture of peace. "I mean you no harm. I am the Magister. I stand between Zonama and Seacoat." Mara relaxed slightly. Luke studied the new arrival with wary fascination. He couldn't tell exactly how old she was. Her pale blue skin was wrinkled, but her hair was thick and black, tied in a tight ponytail that hung to her hips. She radiated an incredible vitality that he would have expected from a much younger person. Her force signature was odd, too, as if he were viewing it through a rain-coated viewport. There was no denying that she was in charge, though. The other Pharaohans backed reverentially away and bowed their heads. "Then I take it that you are the one we need to speak with," Luke said. "If you have anything to say, then yes, your words should be directed to me." Luke nodded as he took a step toward the Magister.
"We need to discuss the aliens you were recently fighting." He indicated the sky with a glance. "We know them as the Yuuzhan Vong, but in the past I believe you have referred to them as the Far Outsiders."
The Magister's face tilted, an expression of fascination spreading across it. "How do you know that?"
"A Jedi Knight who once visited here told her story to my nephew."
"You speak of Vergere, then," the woman said, nodding. "We remember her well, and fondly." Some of Mara's uncertainty ebbed at the open mention of the other Jedi's name.
"You do?"
"Her story is well known to us. She drew the Far Outsiders away, for a time, long enough for us to prepare for a second assault. We are capable of defending ourselves now, as you have seen."
Luke nodded. "The demonstration we witnessed was impressive, to say the least." "A demonstration implies it was put on for your benefit," the male Pharaohan said. His tone made it quite clear that it had not been at all.
"Now roll," the Magister cautioned gently. "These are our guests." "No, Magister," the other woman said.
"These are intruders. They don't belong here." We should send them away immediately and forget about them.
Denial solves nothing, Doric. There was no acrimony in the Magister's words, nor any hint of reproach. We have tried to forget about the universe at large, but have clearly failed in this. In the space of a single day, we have encountered 2 species who sought to find us. Our denial of them did little to deter them.
But, Magister, said the woman, Doric, they bring with them violent changes. We have lived in peace for decades, and suddenly the skies are filled with the fire of war.
That is so, Luke said, and I fear there may be more to come. You bring ill tidings, then, Roel said, glaring balefully at him.
It is always so with these Jedi Knights,
Doric added.
Wait, Luke said, forestalling Mara's defensive rebuttal. Did you say knights? Have you had other Jedi Knights here, apart from Vergere?
We have entertained more than one over the years, yes. The Magister glanced reprovingly at the other Pharaohans. In the past, the Jedi Knights proved to be our friends, our allies. Why should that not be so now?
We should be cautious,
Doric advised.
We are but one world against millions.
No one is immune, Luke said. You cannot hide from what is coming. Today's events prove that. It's a hard truth, but it is truth we bring, not lies.
The regal woman studied the 2 humans before her with a piercing gaze. I would very much like the chance to speak with your nephew, to exchange with him our memories of Vergere.
Send them away, Doric hissed. Don't listen to them.
The Magister laughed loudly at this. Really, my friends, you go too far. To Luke and Mara, she continued, I beg you to forgive their disrespect. Their apprehensions are not unjustified. We have seen unstable times in the past, especially during the crossings, when we searched for a new home. Those times were hard on everyone. There were terrible upheavals, deaths, famine, plagues. A fleeting sadness crossed the Magister's lined face. There have been no visitors to Zonama for many years. We live in peace, and now conflict has returned to us. We are understandably concerned.
Luke nodded. As are we. The presence of the far outsiders here was unexpected and is of grave concern. This is one of the many things we must talk about, and soon.
It shall be so, the Magister said, a stern glance at Doric and Roel, indicating that she would brook no disagreement. The others may attend too, she added. They wake even as we speak.
You will need to come with us, then, the male Pharaohan said.
Where to? Mara asked, eyes narrowing.
To our village, Doric said. That's where the meeting place is.
Okay, Mara said. Tell us where it is and I'll fly us there myself.
That's not possible, Roel said. Your vessel cannot come.
And how do you intend to stop me from—
I don't. Roel pointed to Jade Shadow. Seacoat has already taken care of it.
Mara's protest died on her lips as she glanced at her ship. The grass her yacht was resting on, along with vines that had crept unnoticed from the surrounding undergrowth, had invaded the ship, entwining around its landing struts. Green fronds peeked out of apertures and vents all along the underside, indicating that the intrusion was extensive throughout the ship. Mara reacted defensively, purely on instinct. She took 2 steps toward the ship, activating her lightsaber. The bright energy blade cut a glowing line through the crystal clarity of the day, promising a swift and indiscriminate pruning. Luke caught her by the arm before she could take a swing.
Easy, Mara, he said gently.
He leaned in close to her as he guided the blade down to her side, whispering into the red hair covering her ear.
If Seacoat can do this to the ship, it can certainly do it to us as well. You can't hope to fight a planet, my love.
He was already reaching out for Jason inside the ship, and, seeing that his nephew was unharmed, he sent Mara his reassurance. She relaxed in his grip, removing her thumb from the activation stud of her weapon and killing the blade. Nevertheless, she was clearly not happy with the situation, nor could he blame her. Seacoat had attacked her ship and made her a prisoner on the planet. It didn't sit well with him, either. However, he was prepared to ride it out.
Magister,
he started, but stopped upon realizing she was gone. He hadn't noticed her leaving, but she was nowhere to be seen. Her unusual force presence lingered on the wind, as though part of her were still around. That faded into nothing, even as he clutched at it, trying to follow it. It was almost as though she had literally dissolved into thin air.
If you are going to come with us, Roll said, then we leave now. Thank you, he said, recovering in order to reply as courteously as he could. If the Faroans were trying to provoke them in any way, they would be disappointed. But if we're not permitted to take Jade Shadow, then how are we to get anywhere? The Faroan pointed at a path visible at the edge of the landing field. We walk, of course, Darek said, with a faint smirk. Jaina reached Pride of Salonia's dock seconds before the mob. The journey through the streets of Onydax had been arduous and fraught with danger. Several times she'd had to double back to avoid either fires or a fight with the locals. Whoever had stirred up the city had done a frighteningly thorough job. At the entrance to the dock, 2 guards barred her way.
We have orders to detain anyone attempting to enter this vessel,
said one, a swarthy Salonian. Orders from whom? She responded, acutely conscious of the mob baying at her heels. For what reason?
That's not your concern. If you could just step this way.
This way, his mind revealed, led to a pair of stun cuffs and a blow to the head. You don't need to hold me, she said, taking his will and bending it. I'm exempt from the orders you've been given.
We don't need to hold her, the Salonian told the other guard. She's exempt.
Jaina smiled winningly. Perhaps I should move through now. I'm sure you have better things to do than stand around chatting.
Move on through, please. We can't stand around chatting all day.
The guards parted, allowing her access to the Salonia. She hurried up the ramp to the ship's wide airlock and keyed in the appropriate security code. Before she had finished, however, the panel hissed open. We've been waiting for you, said Selwyn Markota, Captain Maine's second-in-command. He waved her inside. We're ready to lift off. The clamor of the mob behind her rose a notch as it reached the docks. That would be a good idea. Exhaustion rushed through her as Markota hurried through the corridors of the frigate. A solid man with receding hair, he was an excellent administrator, ever dependable in a crisis. That he was walking so briskly confirmed their circumstances were urgent. Gravity shifted minutely beneath her feet as the frigate left Onydax behind. What about my parents? Did they get away okay? They're in orbit, waiting for you to call. Any sign of pursuit? Not so far. My gut feeling is that this was a warning. Someone wanted us out of the way, but didn't necessarily want us dead. She nodded, absorbing the information. The riots were real enough to me. I'm sure they are. Onydax, like most illegal communities, is a tinderbox ready to go up at the slightest spark. Markota cast a baleful glance over his shoulder. We picked up some local news traffic not long ago. Someone posted a bulletin concerning the agent we supposedly sent. Eyewitness accounts describe a person leaving the supposed scene of the incident an hour or 2 ago. That person matches Han's description. Jaina thought of her father's telling of the incident at the Thorny Toe. It certainly hadn't sounded severe enough to start a riot, but Han Solo's capacity for understatement was as legendary as his luck. Markota stepped outside the medical suite that Tahiri had been assigned. They're waiting for you in here. The first thing she saw when she entered the suite was Jag, rising from his seat with an expression of relief on his face. He was across the room in an instant, his big hands first touching her hair, then falling to her shoulder, which he gripped firmly but warmly. When we lifted off and I hadn't heard... He fell into an awkward silence, as though embarrassed. I'm glad you're okay, he finished. Smiling, she touched his cheek lightly with the back of her hand. I'm glad, too, she said. He moved aside then to allow her into the suite properly. With a single glance she took in Tahiri on the bed, pale and comatose, in exactly the same position she'd been in since Baccarat. Numerous tubes and monitors snaked under the sheet covering her, monitoring and meeting all her body's needs. Her eyelids were red, and her lips were cracked and dry. Sorry to interrupt the moment, came her father's voice from the room's comm unit. Dad, she said, surprised. I hadn't realized there was a line open to you. Is Mom there with you? I'm here, Jaina, her mother said. It's great to hear your voices, she said. The feeling's mutual, sweetheart, Han said. Jaina sat on the edge of Tahiri's bed, taking the girl's hand loosely into her own. Sorry things didn't go as planned. That depends, Leia said. On what? She asked. Did you find anything about the Rin? Jaina's father seemed oddly hesitant to answer that question. Not exactly. What does that mean? Well, we heard from someone, but it wasn't who we expected. Jaina sighed, too tired to play games. "Can someone please tell me what's going on?"
"We picked up a passenger as we were leaving Onidax," Han explained. "Someone who said he was trying to escape the riots. We haven't had much chance to talk to him since we took him aboard, but I'm guessing he's not the one we're looking for."
"He's the right species," Leia added, "but doesn't know much about what's going on." "And who is he, exactly?"
"He's Droma," came a distinctly Rin voice over the comm. "It's nice to speak to you again, Jaina."
Jaina's eyes widened in surprise. "It's good to hear your voice," she managed.
"Hey, I told you to wait in the hold," she heard her father say.
"What, you think I'm going to take your secrets and sell them to the Vong or something?"
The Rin blew a rapid lamenting tune from the chitinous flute-like nose sported by the members of his species. Its sound came clearly down the comm.
"Don't be so paranoid."
"This has got nothing to do with paranoia. It's to do with privacy."
Their voices slowly faded into the background, culminating in a tired sigh from Leia, as though having the two of them on board together was already proving too exhausting for her.
"As soon as we're in orbit, I'm coming across, Mom.
Personally, I think you're better off where you are, but if you feel you have to, then I'll let your father know you're coming." Jason helped Danny up from the floor of the passenger bay. He waited a moment as she rubbed a dull fog from her eyes. Nearby, his uncle knelt by Saba and Tekli, gently rousing them.
"Welcome back," Jason said.
"How—" Danny started groggily. "How long was I out?"
"A few hours," he said.
"We're here?"
He smiled broadly. "Yes, we're here, Danny. Come see for yourself."
Seeing that she was still feeling vague and disoriented, he steadied her as she made her way to the rear of the ship to where the exit hatch hung invitingly open. Before he'd taken one step down the egress ramp, he felt his breath taken from his lungs at the sight outside. Knee-high grass swayed in a serene breeze beneath a magnificent deep blue sky. The air was filled with a fine down, possibly pollen from numerous flowering plants scattered about the area. Jason breathed in deeply, savoring the 1,000 exotic scents and enjoying the slight giddiness the fragrances caused in him. "We made it," he thought as he descended the ramp and set foot on the planet's soil. "We're actually on Zonama Seacoast." After a dozen steps through the grass, he stopped to let her look up at the multicolored globe of Mobus suspended in the sky above, resembling a mighty baleful eye bulging down upon them.
"Incredible, isn't it?" he said softly.
"I don't know what impresses me most," she said. "The view or the fact that we're actually standing on a sentient planet."
"Don't worry," he said. "I'm sure the locals will manage to dampen your excitement a little."
"The locals?" For the first time she noticed the two tall figures standing some distance away to their left, quietly conferring with one another. "Why? What's wrong with them?" "Let's just say they're not particularly overjoyed to see us," another voice said. They both turned to see Mara, striding toward them across the grass. "What exactly happened?" Danny asked. "Did they knock us out?" Together, Mara and Jason explained the situation as best they could. They told her of the space battle and the Yuuzhan Vong expedition, Jade Shadow's descent to the surface of Zonama Seacoast, Luke and Mara's encounter with the Pharaohans and the Magister, and the imprisonment of the ship. On hearing this part, Danny went to examine the verdant fronds that had crept up the landing struts of Jade Shadow, confirming Mara's assertion that they weren't going to leave any time soon. There was a ferocious vitality surging through the leaves. Cut one, and 3 more would undoubtedly grow in its wake. "What about the Widowmaker?" Danny asked.
"The other vessel will come to no harm as long as it remains in orbit,"
came the voice of one of the Pharaohans from behind. Jason turned to see the two wading through the tall grass toward them. "But how did you do this?" Jason felt Danny reach out with her growing perception of the Force to taste the world around them. She felt what he did. No mind, no thoughts, just a constant pressure, similar to what a body would feel at great depths in an ocean, only mental rather than physical. "By the Force?"
"Seacoast has many defenses,"
the male Pharaohan said unhelpfully. A groan in the direction of Jade Shadow announced the arrival of Soren Hegarty, assisted by Luke and closely followed by Tekli. Saba wasn't far behind. The Barabel's expression was suitably awestruck as the shock of displacement slowly faded. Saba's hand rested on the lightsaber at her hip while her gaze constantly scanned the tree lines around them. It was clear that the hunter in her was not going to be distracted by the splendor and magnificence of her surroundings.
"It is time," the female Pharaohan said. "We have a long walk ahead of us."
"Why?" Danny asked. "Where are we going?" "We'll explain on the way," Luke said.
"Are the trees of your forest safe?"
Saba asked.
"They are not trees," the woman said. "They're called boras, and they make up the Tampasi. They will harm you only if you attempt to harm them."
Without another word, the two Pharaohans set off across the field, their pace suggesting that either the visitors keep up or they would get left behind. Jason's uncle turned to the Chadrafan. "Tekli, would you mind staying here and keeping an eye on Jade Shadow?" The diminutive Jedi bowed her head in acknowledgement.
"Of course, Master Skywalker."
"We'll keep our comlinks open at all times," Luke assured her. Tekli bowed once more and then returned to Jade Shadow. Luke faced the others. "Is everyone ready?" "I don't think we have much choice," Jason said, gesturing to the two Pharaohans receding into the distance. "They'll be disappearing over the horizon if we don't get after them soon."
"Like I said,"
Mara muttered as she headed off in the wake of their escorts.
"Real friendly."
Jaina listened with interest to Droma's simple story. Her parents had already heard it, but listened again with unflagging interest. Jaina received the distinct impression that Leia was almost hoping for an inconsistency to arise. After rescuing his sister at Fondor, Droma and his family had drifted from place to place, as was their custom. The encroaching front of the Yuuzhan Vong kept them moving at first toward the core, then into the outer regions of the galaxy, seeking safer climes. There they encountered fierce parochialism, anti-Jedi sentiments, civil war, and other signs of collapsing infrastructure. It was all his family could do just to keep their collective heads above water.
"Then we heard about the Rin network."
Droma's tail whipped and coiled as he paced the Falcon's main hold as if it were an extra hand, gesticulating to emphasize certain points of his speech.
"We knew of the Great River, but we weren't qualified as resistance fighters or idealists. We're just travelers with our own unique skills. The thought of using those skills to gather and disseminate information as we traveled seemed so obvious, and I'm not surprised it took one of us to think of it. A great galactic enterprise the Rin could finally be part of. It seemed almost too good to be true."
"We've only met 2 from this network so far," Jaina said. "There was one on Galantos who saved us from a Peace Brigade trap, and Gower on Baccarat who sent us here. He said that
someone would be waiting for you."
Droma interrupted, nodding.
"That sounds like them."
Jaina looked questioningly at her father, who just shrugged.
"He does this. It takes some getting used to."
She looked back at the Rin. "Are you able to tell us anything that might help us find the Rin we were supposed to meet here?" Droma shrugged.
"I can't tell you much more than I already have. I came here to apply on behalf of my family. We wanted to become part of the network ourselves. We want to give something back to the people who helped us on Duro, without compromising what it means to be a Rin. I don't care what people think of us. I don't want to be a hero. I just wanted to try to keep the clan safe, you know? I figure the more friends we have, the safer we are. If the ceiling's about to come down on us all, I'd like to have some company."
"So what happened?" Jaina asked. Droma made a disappointed noise deep in his throat.
"They heard me out, but said they had no vacancies in the organization at this time, at least not where we were stationed. I said we'd be prepared to move to somewhere we were needed, but they weren't interested."
"Would you be able," Leia started,
"to identify the boss Rin?"
Droma finished, shaking his mane of wiry hair doubtfully.
"He's about as shy as they come, and for good reason, too. It certainly sounds like he and his network have been helpful to you and other people in recent times, and the Yuuzhan Vong aren't going to like that very much."
Jaina frowned. "So you can't tell us any more about them?"
"I would if I could, believe me. You helped me out getting me off Onidax like that. It was about to get real ugly down there."
"You don't know anything about that, I suppose," Leia said. Her expression was one of acceptance, as though she finally believed the Rin story, but there were still numerous holes to fill. It looked to us like someone was pulling up stumps and getting rid of the evidence.
"Evidence of what?"
"The network, I presume." Droma shrugged again.
"Sorry, but it's no business of mine. I'm just here for the ride. If you could drop me off somewhere in the Juvex sector, though, I'd be extremely grateful. I can work my way back to the others from there.
If we're going that way, sure, said Han.
What do you mean, if?
Truth is, we don't really know where we're heading next, Han said. Droma was looking at them as though they were speaking Gamorrean.
What about Esfondia?
He asked.
You're going there, right? And Juvex is on the way.
Esfondia? Han repeated, frowning.
Esfondia is one of 2 small communication centers on the other side of the galaxy, Leia said. It services the Outer Rim. There used to be only one, Generis, but another was brought online at the beginning of the war. Why would we go there? Jaina asked.
You don't know what's happened?
Droma appeared genuinely shocked. No, Jaina said. What has happened?
It's only something I overheard while I was being interviewed,
he said, shifting uncomfortably in his seat.
A message came through while I was there. They mentioned something about the head Rin not wanting to do anything about it, though, because he figured you guys would have already heard about it through official channels.
All eyes remained on Roma, waiting for him to explain.
You seriously don't know what I'm talking about?
Jaina took a step toward him. No, we don't. And if you're so good at reading what people are going to say, then you'll know what I'm about to— Jaina, her mother cautioned. Droma chuckled at this, glancing at Han.
I see she's inherited the solo temper.
You can't even begin to imagine, Han said.
The Rin turned from Han back to Jaina.
Generis has been destroyed by the Yuuzhan Vong, and Esfondia is under attack.
When? Jaina asked.
Yesterday, I think.
What has this got to do with us? Han asked. I know these sort of stations. If it's Outer Rim, it's probably automated, maybe staffed by a token crew to keep things maintained. If the Yuuzhan Vong have attacked it, it's already lost.
Leia shook her head. Cal almost beefed up the defenses there before we left. It might still be holding on.
And what if it isn't? Han asked. Does it really matter if we lose contact with part of the Outer Rim?
It's not just any part of the Outer Rim, Leia said. Generis and Esfondia are the only relay centers we have servicing the unknown regions. Every communications signal to and from the Chiss goes through there. Take them out, and you effectively put the unknown regions out of contact. There was a moment's silence as the implications suddenly sank in. They'd been walking for more than 2 standard hours in virtual silence. Doric and Roll, their Pharaohan guides, stayed for the most part ahead of Jason and the others, rarely bothering to check that their guests were keeping up with them. This wasn't necessarily a problem. There was more than enough to see. The Tampasi was vigorous and rich with life. The trunk of each forest was a miniature ecosystem supporting dozens of species of plants and fungi, which in turn provided homes and food for brightly colored insects. These insects became prey for lizards and arachnids, which were eaten by birds or larger animals still. Everywhere Jason looked, he had the feeling that a tiny universe had, just that second, stopped in the middle of furious motion, and would start up again the moment he glanced away. Danny had complained that it didn't make sense that they should have landed Jade Shadow so far away from their destination, but Doric had said that their ship was not permitted in the airspace around any inhabited area. It could interfere with the carefully balanced ecosystem of the planet. That Jason could understand. There was only so much wonder he could take, though. His curiosity piqued by something his uncle had told him, he quickened his pace to bring himself alongside Doric. She didn't turn to acknowledge him in any way, nor slow her pace.
My uncle tells me that you remember Vergere, he said.
Your uncle is mistaken,
she said, keeping her gaze fixed on the path ahead.
I was a child when she and the other Jedi came to Zonama, and my settlement half a world away.
The other Jedi. Jason felt the tug of this revelation like a physical force.
Your people, then, he persisted. You know of her. You've heard stories.
Stories, yes. Bedtime stories for children.
He didn't let the Pharaohan's frosty tone deter him.
I'm not sure whether you know it or not, but the Jedi were almost wiped out about 50 years ago. The ones who came here when you were a child would have been trained in the old ways. If we could learn more about them—
Not all were trained, Roll put in. One was an apprentice, strong in his fashion, but unrefined.
What happened to them here?
We are guides, Darek said sourly, not historians.
I know, but surely— He stopped when a shadow passed over them, glancing up into the upper reaches of the Boris. Jason looked just in time to see something large and dark pass overhead. It didn't stay in view long enough for him to make out exactly what it was. The others had stopped also and were gazing upward. Darek and Roel continued on unconcerned. "What was that?" Jason asked. "A Kaibo," Roel called back. "Their fields are nearby."
Are they dangerous?
Mara asked.
Hardly, the woman said. They're airships.
Moments later they emerged from the dense Tampasi into a clearing that was twice the size of the one in which Jade Shadow had landed. Hovering just above the ground were half a dozen enormous mantis-shaped dirigibles, of roughly the same proportions as Millennium Falcon, but at least 3 times larger. They cast deep shadows across the meadow. Each Kaibo had 5 slender lines anchoring it to gnarled roots that protruded from the ground, holding it taut against the gently tugging winds that blew across the vast grassy area. Beneath each hung a single bullet-shaped gondola with 2 bone-colored fans protruding from the rear. Higher up, drifting over the tops of the enormous boras, Jason could see a further 3 of the airships, as well as another one at the far end of the field, coming in to land. Decorated in long, sweeping stripes of purple and orange across rough white skin, the craft stood out against the lush green backdrop of the Tampasi. Working around the area were 30 or more Pharaohans, some carrying baskets, some working on gondolas, others securing lines. They all looked incredibly industrious.
"Couldn't we have traveled to your village in one of these?" Danny asked.
The 2 Pharaohans were already meters away from her after she'd stopped to take in the sight. Darek stopped to answer her.
"These airships are not transports," she said. "They're harvesters. They are used to collect produce from the tops of the boras."
Luke, Mara, Saba, and Soren emerged from the tree line together, all looking in wonder at the spectacle around and above them. They moved as a group over to where one man was working on repairs to a gondola that was lying on the grass on its side. The accompanying dirigible floated directly overhead, its anchor lines creaking as the great balloon-like structure moved in the wind. Jason felt confident stepping beneath the massive dirigible. From where he stood he could see that it was composed of dozens of smaller bladders full of gas, each separated by thin membranes. For the craft to crash, a majority of those bladders would have to fail simultaneously, an eventuality too unlikely to worry about. Inside the gondola was dark and dank. From the sunlight available he could make out benches for sitting on as well as a number of large baskets woven from vines, obviously for the harvested fruit. The sides were moist and ribbed, and he couldn't help thinking that to sit in one would have been like riding in the belly of a giant whalodon. "Are you the pilot?" Luke asked. "My name is Krajb," the man said. "I am her companion."
"Companion?"
Mara said. The man smiled, revealing an expanse of healthy white teeth. "We have a symbiotic relationship," he explained. "I care for her, and she cares for me." Jason realized only then that the dirigible wasn't just a balloon, it was a living creature. "What do you call her?" he asked. The man smiled. "Her name is Elegance Enshrined," he said, as though pleased to be asked. Jason nodded thoughtfully. "It's a good name. I like it." "Your approval is neither sought nor required," Roel said from nearby. "You must come now. We still have a long way to go, and Darek will not wait." In the distance, the female Pharaohan could be seen nearing the distant line of boras. Roel turned and moved in her direction also, seemingly unconcerned whether the others followed. As much as he would have liked to have stayed and talked some more to this Kaibo's companion, Jason knew that they had to comply with Roel's and Darek's wishes if they were to ever reach their destination. He and the others continued with their trek, with Danny coming up alongside Jason.
"It's all so amazing, isn't it?" she said. "There seems to be life in everything around us, everywhere we look."
Jason nodded, watching one of the Kaibos skimming the tops of distant boras.
"It makes me feel very small,"
he whispered, as they wound their way alongside the massive boras trunks. Strangely, though, that thought didn't bother him at all.
Back on Pride of Salonia, Jaina sat beside Tahiri through the long jump across the galaxy. While Jag stretched his wings at the head of Twin Suns Squadron, she kept an eye on her friend's progress. Although by medical definition Tahiri's condition was supposed to be stable, Jaina wasn't convinced. Outwardly the girl appeared okay, but below the surface Jaina sensed a terrible psychic disturbance that was only getting worse with time. "Can't you feel it?" she asked Dantos Vigos, the Salonia's chief medical officer, a Duros with long solemn features. Tahiri's skin was waxy and pale, and the scars on her forehead continued to burn. The self-inflicted ones on her arms had all but disappeared. "It's as though there's a fire blazing inside her." Vigos shook his head as he studied the girl's vital signs. "She doesn't seem to be running a fever." "I'm not talking about her body. I'm talking about her." Vigos stared at her, his eyes filled with puzzlement. He was a highly trained doctor with at least 2 decades of combat experience under his belt, and he wasn't the type to turn his back on any relevant information that might help a patient. But clearly he was unable to grasp what Jaina was trying to tell him now. "I'm afraid she's going to run out of fuel," Jaina mused softly, not really talking to him anymore. "What happens then?" She wished she had Uncle Luke or Master Silgal with her. They'd know what to do, she was sure. This wasn't her field of expertise. This wasn't an enemy that could be squared up to and beaten down. What tactics was she supposed to use against an enemy that was trying to take over her friend's mind, an enemy that came from within, that thought it had as much right to that mind as Tahiri herself? "Jaina." She looked up, realizing the doctor had asked her something. "I said, is there anything I can get you?" Jaina shook her head. Vigos patted her shoulder sympathetically and returned to his duties, leaving her once more alone in the room with Tahiri. As much as she'd have liked him to stay and do something to help her friend, she knew that in reality there was nothing anyone could do except stand around and watch her decline. No, Jaina thought resolutely, she wasn't about to let that happen. She refused to just sit holding Tahiri's hand while the girl battled futilely against her inner demons. That was as good as giving up, letting Rena win. Jaina had never before abandoned a friend in need, and she wasn't about to start now. The only question was, what could she do about it? Tahiri might be losing a battle, but it was one she'd been fighting for years. Unknown to anyone, she had been maintaining a delicate rearguard action against the Yuuzhan Vong personality thought expunged on Yavin 4. Only now were the cracks beginning to show. If Jaina intervened, the facade might crumble completely, leaving Tahiri exposed. It could be just as dangerous as sitting back and doing nothing. There was no way for Jaina to contact the Falcon or Twin Suns Squadron for advice either. While they were in hyperspace, it was up to her and her alone. She sat for more than an hour weighing up the possibilities, few though they were, all the while holding Tahiri's hand, feeling the force ever so slowly ebb from the young girl. "I don't care what her vital signs say," she thought. "She's slipping away. I can feel it." "What's our ETA?" she asked Captain Maine via the room's comlink. 2 hours until we're within sensor range of Esfondia, came the reply. "We're running on schedule if that's what you're asking." 2 hours, Jaina thought. That could be easily long enough to make a difference. She closed her eyes, concentrating on forming the mind meld that the younger Jedi Knights used to share strength in battle. If Tahiri was losing the fight, perhaps all she needed was a little reinforcement. Tahiri felt something sweep over her, as though a deep ocean wave had just rolled by. She didn't dare look around, though, for fear of giving Rena the advantage in their duel. Her world consisted of nothing but those green eyes and the harsh humming of 2 lightsabers striking at each other in imperfect sync. Fatigue ground painfully at every muscle in her body, but she wasn't about to give in. She was determined not to allow her place in this world to be usurped. Perry. But something had changed, and now primal instincts were whispering to her, warning of the dangers that this change would bring. She couldn't afford to allow herself to let her guard down. Whatever that deep ocean wave had brought with it, she had to regard it as a threat. "Lunge, Perry. Did you feel that?" Although the voice came from her assailant, it reminded her too much of her own voice. "I felt it," she replied, stepping to one side as Rena's lightsaber swung past.
Do you know what it is?
Tahiri sensed Rena's uncertainty, and her hands gripped her pommel a little tighter.
No,
she said, taking the lightsaber in both hands and bringing it down toward Rena's head. Rena blocked it easily, as though she'd been expecting it. The lightsabers remained locked, crackling menacingly in the quiet. Then Rena leaned in closer with a nervous half-smile, and her green eyes fixed Tahiri through the glow of her weapon.
"Something's coming,"
she whispered. Tahiri desperately wanted to look around. She felt as though the small of her back was on fire. A hole burned there from the stare of an unnamed something that was gradually drawing nearer. But how could she fight it if she took her eyes from Rena?
Backpedal, block, sweep.
Rena leapt away, lightsaber poised defensively.
"We could fight it together,"
she said. Tahiri's body went cold as suspicion flushed through her.
"Why should I want to do that? It's either that or stand here while it picks us off. First one, then the other. It would be as easy as hunting Shirkul-La."
Tahiri's mind supplied her with an image of squat, flightless birds bred as a protein source on Yuuzhan Vong world ships. She forced it back down. Such images, such thoughts did not belong here. Stab, deflect. She fought hard, fending off not just the lightsaber, but also her suspicions. Ally herself with Rena? That was tantamount to giving in. She'd been subsumed once by the alien personality, and only Anakin's intervention had saved her. She couldn't count on him a second time since he was— Her mind balked at the word as it rang through her like a funeral bell tolling. Dead. Anakin couldn't help her now or ever. There could be no escaping this simple truth. She was on her own. Slice, duck, swing. A voice called out to her, carried on the dark wind that blew from the shadowed lands around them. It called her name, but stretched out over many agonized and tormented seconds, as though it were coming to her from far, far away.
"Did you hear that?"
she asked Rena, beginning to feel truly frightened.
"I heard it." Rena's voice was colored with relief. "It's calling you. It doesn't want me."
"Why me?" Tahiri demanded angrily, slashing viciously at Rena 3 times in quick succession. "Why not you?"
"I don't know."
Rena's amusement was touched with uncertainty. She retreated with a jump that took her 5 meters away from Tahiri.
"But you know it'll come for you afterward."
"Kick, advance."
"At least I won't have you at my back to worry about when it does."
Again the voice boomed out of the shadows, sounding like the first rumble of a mighty wave crashing along the shore.
"It's not honorable to keep your back turned to an enemy in a fight," Rena said, "nor practical."
"I can only face one enemy at a time," Tahiri responded, forcing Rena away with a series of aggressive blows. She moved like she'd never moved before, dazzling herself with the grace and power of her strokes. She was like Anakin, filled with the Force, burning up in a white and brilliant fire. The image brought with it memories, and the memories in turn brought emotions that she'd rather forget. She attacked again, even more viciously than before, but in the end, all she succeeded in doing was to force her and Rena into another deadlock. Eye to eye, barely centimeters apart, lightsabers crossed between them. They stared at each other, frozen. The voice called her name again, and this time it sounded much closer. So close that she could almost feel breath on her neck. Without thinking, she turned to look. Darkness shrouded the world around her and Rena like fog, but to one side it was parting, and pale light shone through the gap. "No, I won't let you kill us!" Rena flung Tahiri away from her and ran into the fog. Startled, Tahiri fell to the ground, but in one bound was up again, chasing Rena, following her frantic footsteps. Whatever was coming for her out of the darkness, she didn't want to face it without knowing exactly where Rena was, and what she was afraid of. "I won't let you kill us." Rena's words haunted her as she ran through the darkness, her name echoing once more from behind her. Leia literally took a back seat during the flight to Esfandia. Trying to compete with her husband Androma was too exhausting and ultimately pointless. At times it seemed their affinity wasn't entirely amicable, but it was perfectly natural. They'd hardly stopped talking since the Rin had come aboard. Bringing each other up to date on events since they'd parted at Fondor,
They covered everything from sneaky tactics to Anakin's death. After the latter, Droma had left the bridge for a while to sing a plaintive lay in a language Leia didn't understand, but then he'd returned with a story about one of his exploits in the Senex sector. The tale was as tall as a Bolinian hill spinner, but it served its purpose by easing the pall of melancholy that had engulfed the Falcon.
So they started taking apart the tanker module,
Han was saying now, relating one of his own stories to Droma, his mood far removed from the grief that had consumed him earlier.
Which you said was filled with liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, but destroying the tanker didn't stop the hydrogen. If anything, it spread out a little, exactly as planned.
Why?
Droma asked, frowning.
Hydrogen won't burn without oxygen.
That's what Goldenrod said. That's the trouble with droids, no imagination. As our shields failed, I told Leia and Jason to punch holes through the cruiser's hull with our quads. Before I could tell those scarheads to eat ions, there was more than enough oxygen for the hydrogen to react with. The cruiser went up so fast we had a tough time dodging the pieces. After that, it was just a matter of getting out of there. The few skips we left behind weren't putting up much of a fight.
Understandably. I hear Vong skips are useless once they're cut off from their yamists.
Well, they're not completely useless, Han said, but it does give you an advantage.
Droma shrugged.
Speaking of yamists, I've heard some stories about them that would make your tail stand on end.
Leia listened to the banter but offered nothing toward the conversation. Instead, she concentrated on the information Droma had provided them. Communications had indeed been lost with the unknown regions. The destruction of the base on Generis and the attack on Esfondia appeared to be the source of the disruption. A free-floating proto-world, Esfondia had long since cut free from whatever star had given birth to it, but still had enough radioactivity bubbling in its core to sustain a liquid atmosphere. It wasn't the most hospitable of places, but it didn't need to be. A skeleton crew of about a dozen people, mainly technicians, normally inhabited the relay outpost, which had been hastily converted from a scientific station at the beginning of the war with the Yuuzhan Vong. Since Luke's mission had entered the unknown regions, the Galactic Alliance's military presence around Esfondia had been upgraded to 2 squadrons of X-Wings and a frigate by the name of Corellian Way. What had happened to those forces was unknown. The relay staff only had time to broadcast a message alerting their superiors on Mon Calamari that they were under attack by the Yuuzhan Vong before all communications had been lost. That wasn't necessarily a sure sign of disaster. The relay base was designed to resist such attacks. Imperial AT-AT technology had been adapted to the cold soup of Esfondia's environment, creating a giant mechanical crab-like construction capable of moving from place to place at a slow but steady pace. Such mobility was an advantage, given that most of the world was studded with receivers sensitive enough to detect transmissions from deep in the unknown regions. The base was designed to circumnavigate the globe, maintaining the receivers while the technicians remained safely inside. That the ability to move made it easier to hide when attacked was a bonus. The base, therefore, could have simply gone to ground, tucked away in a crevasse or under the thick silt of the atmospheric soup. If it could be found, it could be reactivated, assuming, of course, that the Yuuzhan Vong hadn't found it first and destroyed it for good. Leia sent her thoughts outward, far beyond her location in hyperspace, beyond Esfondia and whatever awaited them there, to her brother, Luke. The last message Cal Omus had received from him suggested he'd found a promising lead and was setting off to investigate. He hadn't specified what that lead consisted of or where he was headed, and now there was no way they would know unless they repaired the communications outage. Leia had no doubt that, were anything terrible to happen to him, then she would know about it. She would feel it, just as she had in the past. Nevertheless, she was concerned. So much was invested in his mission, personally and on a galactic scale, that if something were to go wrong, it would be a disaster of unimaginable proportions. The conversation between her husband and his old friend shifted as the Falcon's console began to beep and flash, announcing that they were nearing their destination.
"Right on the nose,"
Han said proudly.
flipping switches in readiness for the return to real space.
"And we didn't even have to get out and push," Droma said dryly.
"Yeah, that's real amusing," Han returned without smiling. "Now you want to move your funny, fuzzed-up self out of that chair so Leia can come forward and help me?"
"No, that's all right, Han," she said as Droma began to stand. "I'm sure Droma can manage."
She couldn't say that she was enjoying the break from routine, but it was interesting to watch Han's interaction with the Rin. Memories of the terrible time when Han had pulled away from her while grieving for Chewbacca still stung, but only Droma had witnessed how low Han had really sunk back then. If having the Rin aboard did remind Han of those painful times, he certainly wasn't letting it show. "You remember how to operate the co-pilot's board?" Han asked Droma without looking up from what he was doing.
"Follow orders and curse when something goes wrong,"
Droma replied with a smile.
"which it invariably does."
Han affected an indignant expression on behalf of his beloved freighter. "Hey, she may be old, but she's still got it where it counts, right?" Droma said. "What have I told you about doing that?" Han said irritably. Droma laughed.
"Anyway, it's not the age of the ship that worries me,"
he said, flicking a couple of switches of his own.
"It's the age of the pilot I'm more concerned about."
The navicomputer bleeped, cutting off any retort Han might have been about to offer. Both faced the front just as the sweeping streaks of hyperspace dissolved into a cold and distant starscape. There was no primary to dim the stars with its glare. The nearest inhabited system in this section of the mid-rim was more than 10 light-years away, and the nearest star of any kind was half that distance. There was nothing for trillions of kilometers but space dust, and the tiny bauble that was the lonely world of Esfandia. Or so it should have been. As Pride of Salonia, along with Twin Sun Squadron, emerged from hyperspace alongside the Falcon, Droma's eyes checked the sensor console for the orphaned planet. The Falcon's sensor suite was still ahead of standard tech, and it soon acquired the target. It was covered with thick clouds and glowed a burnt orange in artificial colors that looked wrong to Leia's eyes until she realized what was missing. Because Esfandia had no sun, its sole source of heat lay at its core, and with no orbit to follow, that meant it would have no seasons either, which in turn meant no icy poles and no broiling equator. It would be the same temperature all over. Closer scans, however, revealed that not to be entirely the case. There were at least 6 hot spots on the hemisphere facing them, and even as they watched, another blossomed into life. Droma zoomed in closer to examine the cause.
"Aerial bombardment," he said. "Someone's dropping mines from orbit."
"They're taking out the sensors," Leia said. "The Yuuzhan Vong are still here."
Han's eyes darted across the displays in front of him. "I've got a strong presence in close orbit, 7 capital vessels, 9 cruisers, not many skips detached, though, no sign of the local defenses or the reinforcements from Mon Cal."
"I think I can guess why not, too,"
Droma commented. Leia knew exactly what he meant. The Yuuzhan Vong force in orbit over Esfandia was enormous by any standard. Against the 2 squadrons and 1 frigate Esfandia had possessed, plus the 2 squadrons Mon Calamari had dispatched to investigate, it was almost obscene. Overkill didn't cover it.
"I thought the Vong's resources were stretched,"
Droma said. Han just grunted. A crackle of information flowed across newly reopened communications lines. Captain Maine and Jag were looking for instructions. "Tell them to hold off for a moment," Leia ordered. "We can't go in like this. It'd be suicide." Han turned in his seat to face her. "We can't just leave, Leia." She nodded in agreement. "The relay base must still be down there. Otherwise, the Yuuzhan Vong wouldn't be wasting time taking out the sensors. Without the base, none of it would work." "So what are we going to do?" Han asked. "They're going to see us any second." Leia stood to look over Han's shoulder, placing a hand gently on his neck. The Yuuzhan Vong forces were formidable. "If we can get past the capital ships, we might be able to make it down into the atmosphere and find the base before they do."
"Then what?" Droma asked. "We'd be in exactly the same position as the base. It would just be a matter of time before they find us."
She could feel her frustration mounting as a solution to the dilemma failed to present itself. If they had to abandon Espondia, they might still be able to jury-rig another relay base elsewhere that would allow them to re-establish contact with Mon Calamari. She shook her head irritably. It would still mean leaving innocents here on Espondia to die, and the thought of that simply made her feel ill, reminding her as it did of the time back on Gindine, where so many had to be abandoned to a cruel fate. There has to be another way, she thought. Almost in answer to the thought, a bleeping sounded from the sensor suite, announcing hyperspace emissions from the far side of the planet.
"Incoming,"
Droma announced, his tail wrapped around the base of his chair, gently twitching.
That's all we need, Han muttered. Maybe it's time we bid a hasty retreat after all.
Hold on. Leia switched vantage points to look over Droma's shoulder. I don't think they're Yuuzhan Vong. Broadcast an emergency on the Imperial codes.
Imperial,
Han started, but clammed up at a glance at the scanner display. The corner of his mouth curled up into a grin as he sent off the coded transmission.
Well, I never thought I'd be glad to see a Star Destroyer.
Not just one of them, Leia noted. 2 of the massive vessels were lumbering out of hyperspace over Espondia, fully equipped with support vessels and TIE fighters already streaming from launching bays. The way they swooped in to engage the Yuuzhan Vong filled her with an immediate sense of optimism and kinship. She didn't immediately recognize the markings on the Star Destroyers, but judging by the blast scoring and other minor damage, it looked like they'd both recently seen combat. The Falcon's comm bleeped, and Han quickly answered it. It was Grand Admiral Pellaeon.
I should have known I'd find the Millennium Falcon here, he said. You're always at the heart of trouble.
Leia felt a smile creep across her face. It's good to hear from you, Gilad.
As it is you, Princess,
he said.
That's not the Chimera you're flying, Han put in. It looks too old. It's right to rule, Pellaeon said. One of the oldest in the fleet. We've been chasing this sorry bunch halfway across the galaxy, trying to restrict the amount of damage they inflict. We lost them at the last jump, which is why we've only just arrived. Our intelligence data on your remote stations is sadly out of date.
Not as good as theirs, obviously, Leia said.
We're here to try to turn our luck around now.
I'm glad to hear it.
Are you joining us?
We're at your command, Admiral, Leia said.
I'll have targets for you shortly. Commander Ansween will relay them to you.
Then, almost as an afterthought, the Grand Admiral added,
Nice to be fighting beside you finally, Captain Solo.
Han looked up at Leia when the line closed a moment later.
We're taking orders from an Imperial now?
Things have changed, she said. Her heart was telling her that Pellaeon could be trusted, and the Force was telling her the same thing. He's defending a Galactic Alliance asset. Think how strange that must feel to him. Han chuckled ruefully.
I guess. It's just that I've never been one for taking orders. From anyone. I hope this newfound camaraderie between us isn't going to make him think that's about to change.
Leia smiled at her husband. One hand fondly massaged his neck. I'm sure Pellaeon's fully aware of that, Han. The comm unit crackled back to life, this time with a female voice, obviously the commander whom the Grand Admiral had mentioned. Your primary target is the destroyer Kur-Hashin, she said. A flood of charts and other data accompanied the message on the Falcon's monitors. This is a Yamsk-bearing vessel. Secondary targets are support vessels. Engage at will. Right to rule out. Han punched a course into the navicomputer.
You got that, Salonia?
Loud and clear, came back the voice of Captain Mayne.
Jag? Twin Suns awaits your orders, Captain,
Jag said. He sounded calm and controlled, but underneath the cool exterior, Leia knew he was primed and ready for combat.
Are we about to do what I think we're about to do?
Droma asked, somewhat nervously.
You're the one always second-guessing everyone, Han replied. You tell us.
It doesn't take much foresight to know we're still outnumbered. While it's nice that we have company and all, it still only makes 2 Star Destroyers against 16 of the big uglies.
I know,
Han said, a wide, familiar grin settling onto his face.
It makes it so much more interesting when the odds are stacked against you, don't you think?
Part 2. Confrontation. Blood. That was the first thing Nom Anor noticed as he emerged from the warrens under Yujantar. Not the sudden sharpness of light, or the wind, or even the towering remains of the planet's previous rulers. It was the smell of blood, thick and heavy on the air. He breathed in deeply and smiled to himself. The Prophet and his entourage were on the move again. Nom Anor, Shun Mai, and Kunra all accompanied Ingala as she supposedly spearheaded an investigation into religious corruption in the renamed Vishtu sector of Yujantar. Officials at all levels eased her passage. Her sudden notoriety had preceded her. Who better than a priestess of the deception sect to uncover deception among the higher ranks? Ngala brought with her an extensive entourage of her own, all unaware that she was in fact the servant of the corruptor, and that the corruptor himself moved among them. It was the perfect cover. Nom Anor, under heavy disguise, had taken the persona of a lowly worker, the next rung up from a shamed one. It was his job to supervise the care of the baggage vrips, massive six-legged bovine creatures bred purely to haul heavy loads from place to place. The goods in Ngala's case consisted solely of records, plus 5 prisoners for interrogation. Nom Anor had overseen the selection of these prisoners. They consisted of would-be heretics, a handful who had proven too unreliable or mentally unstable to be of any use to him or the cause. Nom Anor, in his guise as the prophet Yusha, had fed them very specific lies. Allowed to think that the prophet had accepted them, these 5 had been sent out to spread a perverted version of the word of Yusha. Ngala's spies, still faithful to Shimra, and believing they were doing the will of the Supreme Commander, had caught them in due course. Interrogation would reveal terrible secrets about Vishtu sector and the various officials who oversaw it. Thus they did the work of Nom Anor by unwittingly spreading misinformation. "Halt!" Nom Anor whipped his vrips into line as Ngala's caravan approached the entrance to Vishtu's command enclave. The clumsy entourage staggered to a halt in a cloud of dust. Bugs swarmed around them, getting under hoods and into clothes, driven mad by the smell of blood. 2 warriors guarded the entrance, grotesquely armored and scarred in imaginative ways. One of them growled for authorization, and Ngala's chief underling presented it for inspection. Security was tight. Ngala watched from an ornate seat on the back of the largest vrip as one of the guards checked and double-checked her authenticity. Her expression was one of weariness, appropriate for the moment, thought Nom Anor, and probably quite genuine, too. The journey had been long and tiring, even from the comfort of Ngala's seat. The guard expressed dissatisfaction with the authorization, much to Nom Anor's surprise. It was the one thing about the entourage that was unquestionably genuine. An argument broke out between the underling and the guard, and Nom Anor craned to overhear what was being said. Had the guards somehow learned of the prophet's imminent arrival and stepped up their vigilance? Nom Anor caught the eye of Kunra, in the disguise of the caravan's junior vrip handler. He was unrecognizable beneath a mask of blasted tissue, heavily scarred as though from extensive non-ritual burns. The ex-warrior nodded and tightened his grip on the long, rigid whip that all vrip handlers carried. Before Nom Anor could edge closer, a mailed, thorny hand struck him across the face. "This does not concern you, worker," snarled the second guard, whom Nom Anor had not noticed circling the caravan. "Do not interfere in the matters of your superiors." Nom Anor kept his head low, partly as an act of obeisance, but also to hide any damage that might have occurred to the masker hiding his real face. He also didn't want the guards to see the anger he could feel burning in his chest, an anger and loathing that would have surely given him away as something other than a lackey from the worker caste. He had to contain his emotions. For all intents and purposes, he was a lackey, and given that station, he could expect to be kicked and beaten at the whim of those above him. He gritted his teeth and mumbled something suitably obsequious. The warrior guard grunted and walked away. "Are you all right?" Kunra whispered when the guards were out of earshot. Nom Anor straightened and checked his features. His masker was intact.
I've had worse,
he said, staring balefully after the guards. That was true enough. Working up the ranks of executors had been a long and painful process. He had received as many beatings as he'd given. Working closely with the pain-loving Shimra and his coterie of sadomasochistic warlords had kept him treading a tightrope between influence and agony, never knowing when he might find himself tipping onto the wrong side. The thought warmed him that he would one day return every single one of those indignities on those who had administered them. None would be spared. Every slight along that path to revenge only fueled his determination, from the lowliest guard to the High Prefect himself. Finally the guards called out for the gates to be opened, pacified by their brief exercise of authority. Massive muscles strained under the effort of opening the way ahead of Ngala. The once artificial door had long since been replaced by a square brick, a sturdy organism that, if attacked, could excrete a highly toxic gas and regenerate its tissues at a heightened rate. It groaned as its keepers poked and prodded it into activity, slowly obeying their commands and allowing the caravan through. Gnome Anur cracked his long whip, and the rips grumbled into life. Their giant haunches rocked from side to side, and Gnome Anur forced himself to concentrate on his hefty charges. He didn't have time to appreciate the moment as the giant arch crept over him, and the road's dusty scent subtly changed to give way to more exotic spices. For a minute or more, his concerns were focused solely on the rips and his job. It was important, he knew, not to arouse any further suspicions. To those observing him, he was a worker, nothing more. No one should suspect for a second that he was anything more than a lowly vrip handler, shamed into submission. And Ngala's expression didn't change once, not even as they passed a wide, dark pool where it seemed the square brick itself was bleeding. The creature was sick, weeping from a dozen breaches in its thickened hide. Gnome Anur could see no obvious cause of the illness. It was just another of the many small ways in which the world brain was still malfunctioning on the surface of Yuuzhan'tar. His smile returned beneath the masker. Perhaps, he thought, there were advantages to living underground, after all. Jag didn't waste time questioning his orders. He was just glad to be out of hyperspace. While Pelion forced a wedge between the planet and the Yuuzhan Vong to prevent further bombardment, Jag drove the squadron he shared with Jaina like an arrow at the warship Kurhashin.
Twin 2 take 6 and 8 around the left flank. 3 take the right with 5 and 7. The rest of you with me.
Twins 4 and 9 pirouetted neatly to create a V-shape with Jag in the middle, moving in perfect synchronicity. He was beginning to forget which pilots were Chiss and which were Galactic Alliance in origin. They'd spent enough time fighting together to have become one. To a casual observer, the Clawcraft and X-Wings may have looked different, but the ships in their crosshairs were the same. The Yuuzhan Vong were just waking up to the fact they were under attack from two sides. Kurhashin's coral arms seemed to erupt, dispensing coral skippers like seeds to the galactic winds. The flat ovoid Yorick-Vec assault cruisers, fast but low in firepower, swept around the grotesquely organic capital vessel to engage the attackers. Pride of Salonia powered in to meet them, laser cannons blazing. The normally dark environment of Esfondia was soon shattered by the almost stroboscopic effect of all the ship's weapons firing, while screaming engines cast comet-like sprays of energy across the starscape, bringing a false dawn to all sides of the planet. Faster, furious specks darted by the thousands between the artificial and organic behemoths turning to battle, with his sensors turned to maximum just to enable him to see the planet. The light flashing around him soon overwhelmed Jag. It was as if he were seeing the universe from a completely different scale, with the larger ships appearing as quasars and the smaller vessels swirling around them taking the role of galactic clusters, all sped up so that trillions of years of motion was compressed into seconds. A skip erupted into fire off to Jag's starboard, dragging him from his reverie. He silently chided himself. Idle thoughts like that were dangerous in combat. "You want to watch yourself there, boss?" The voice belonged to the Y-Wing pilot whom Twin Sun's squadron had recruited from Baccara.
She'd proven more than capable in combat in the fight against the Cyruk, and had volunteered to help fill some of the empty spots created since the mission had begun. The pilot had jumped at the opportunity, and with the skip that had been about to attack him now a boiling mass in his wake, Jag was glad she had.
"Thanks, 9," he said, swinging his reticle around to target another coral skipper. "That one must have crept up on me. There's another on your tail, 1," said 4, retroing heavily to pass under the Yuzhanvong fighter that Jag hadn't noticed coming in from behind. He pulled himself into a tight spiral and came out on a completely different heading, seeing spots from acceleration. He ramped his inertial dampener up a notch and fired at a skip that flashed by with alarming suddenness. His shot was casually soaked up by a Dovan basil. The coral skipper tailing him, however, wasn't so fortunate. It disappeared in a stuttering flash from his rear screen. He felt his clawcraft shudder slightly from the shock wave of the nearby explosion. "Much appreciated, 4. You'd do the same for me," the Chiss pilot returned. "Count on it," he said. Ordinarily, Jag would never have permitted such casual banter among his pilots. The Chiss were taught discipline before they could crawl, but he'd found that, in this instance, with the squadron's mix of Galactic Alliance and Chiss pilots, a small amount of informality helped everyone come together and function effectively as a team in the most trying of circumstances, such as now, at 3/4 strength, and grossly outnumbered besides. "Don't take any chances," he ordered his pilots. "We're here to protect the Salonia. Besides the Falcon, we're all that stands between it and Kur-Hashin." "Copy, 1," came back 3, currently harassing a blast boat analog many times its size. "Where is the Falcon, anyway?" Jag scanned the displays before him, looking for the distinctive disc-shaped freighter. It wasn't immediately visible, and he didn't have time to look for it, as the Yuzhanvong resistance suddenly stiffened and he found himself in the middle of what seemed like 3 firefights at once. A grin formed on his face as he put aside thoughts of the squadron in favor of his own survival. To Jag, there was nothing quite as satisfying as confronting a worthy adversary. Until now, the Yuzhanvong fleet had seemed disorganized, almost dispirited, and his pilots had managed to pick them out of the sky with relative ease. But there seemed to be some spirit returning to their attack. The advantage of surprise was well and truly gone. His mind instinctively probed at his enemy's weaknesses as he flew, juking and firing whenever a target appeared before him. If Pelion had been following the Yuzhanvong force before them, then that suggested it was the remains of the fleet that attacked Bastion and Borosk in Imperial space. Partial or total, it didn't matter. The Yuzhanvong had suffered heavy losses, and if Jag had learned anything from watching the Galactic Alliance fight, there would have been a significant reduction in the Yamsk per-fighter ratio. Alliance pilots seemed to have an instinct instilled in them to go for the head whenever possible. Destroy the decision-making part of an organism, and victory will soon follow. Well, he thought, wherever the head was in this particular battle, it had obviously decided to fight back. Coral skippers flew in sheets like rain upon the attacking forces, delivering through sheer numbers what tactics alone could not. Galactic Alliance versatility beat Yuzhanvong methods most times in a 1-to-1 fight, and Esfandia was no different. The longer it stayed, 10-to-1 though, the less confident Jag was inclined to feel. Yet the shift in emphasis on behalf of the Yamisks had one beneficial side effect. While the focus of the Yuzhanvong was on the skies above Esfandia, little or no attention was paid to what was happening below. And it was only then, as Jag turned his attention briefly downward to note that the Yuzhanvong bombardment of the planet had ceased, that he located Millennium Falcon. She was slipping unnoticed into the turgid, roiled-up mess that was Esfandia's atmosphere. Jag had just enough time to wonder what Han and Leia were doing before the warship Kur-Hashin cut off his view of the planet, blinding him with violent splashes of energy. Whatever they're up to, he thought as he rolled his craft away from the incoming fire, I'm sure I'll find out soon enough. When Ngala was settled in her rooms, Gnome Anur and his entourage slipped away. Their places were taken by 3 shamed ones who served the Prophet, so their absence would not be noticed. That their appearances differed from Nome Anur and his advisers didn't matter. Shamed ones were rarely looked upon with any scrutiny. Deep under the priestess's quarters, accessible only by a secret passageway and passwords, were a series of basements that had been transformed from the infidels' boxy tastes to something more organic. Not even the Jedi philosophy could convince a Yuuzhan Vong to live in a lifeless coffin. Nome Anur inspected the new audience chambers and found them satisfactory. They were austere and secure, the only ostentatious element being the chair he insisted upon, placed on a podium, so that during his sermons he would be visible to all. The prophet's role at the center of the heresy was crucial, and it was important to play it convincingly. Or so he told Shun Mai. His enjoyment of the sense of power it gave him he kept carefully hidden. After a hasty meal of raw hawkbat, Nome Anur retired to a private chamber to work on the heresy. The Jedi philosophy spreading among his minions was an evolving thing, requiring constant fine-tuning, especially with the Jedi Knights' continued resistance to Shimra's attempts to have them purged from the galaxy. But it was important that the faithful be restrained from acting too precipitously when things appeared to be going well, just as it was for them to be given encouragement following any setback. There was a constant need to balance conflicting factions and agendas, needs and objectives. The minions he left in his wake played a key role in translating his will into action. Some had been chosen by Shun Mai for their fanatical dedication to the Prophet, others by Kunra for their clear-headedness. Others Nome Anur himself had selected, seeing in them a keen understanding of the philosophy itself. These subordinate prophets served as direct substitutes for the Prophet Yusha, for it simply wasn't possible to be everywhere at once, and there were so many questions, so many things the heretics wanted to know. What were the movement's goals, beyond obtaining freedom for the shamed ones? Was displacing Shimra atop the Supreme Overlord's throne a goal of the movement if Shimra refused to accept their demands? Would the Jedi heresy replace the great doctrine as blueprint for the destiny of the Yuuzhan Vong? Where did the old gods and ways fit in? Nome Anur was wearying of such questions, but he knew that in them lay his only chance of survival, let alone advancement. Spurned by Shimra, he had no other way to attain power than through the tenets of the Jedi heresy. That he didn't believe in them himself didn't matter in the slightest. That those below him did, with the assistance of the subordinate prophets, was all that mattered, wherever those beliefs took them. He wasn't certain if the work he ordered would result in freedom for the shamed ones, even as a sideline. He was simply using the movement to hurt those who had hurt him via terrorism, political assassination, theft, and other means. He had been trained in covert activism. Although his skills had mainly been used to attack the infidels, they could just as easily be turned against those of his own kind. Sometimes, late at night, he wondered what the future held for him. What lay in store for the skulking yet all-pervasive figure of Nome Anur? Would the Jedi heresy succeed in returning him to an honored place in society along with the shamed ones? Would he become lost behind the mask of Yusha the Prophet, trapped by the very robes he had adopted as a means of escape? Ngala joined him when she was able to discuss recent developments on the surface. The priestess was clean and smelled of incense, but she was clearly exhausted by a busy day, by maintaining her pretense with flawless diligence. "I hear word from Shimra's court," she said, sinking into a chair opposite Nome Anur with a weary sigh. "High Priest Jakan has assured His dire Majesty that the fall of the heresy is imminent." "Either he is overly confident or he is a fool, then," Nome Anur said, unmasked. Ngala knew who Yusha really was, but that didn't assail her belief in the Prophet. Her faith in the heresy was so complete that she had no difficulties believing it could seduce even an old scoundrel like the ex-executor. Ngala nodded. "He is a fool. The heresy is too entrenched to be crushed solely by optimism and good intentions. But he has plans." Nome Anur smiled at this. He toyed with a kufi while they talked, slicing thin wafers off a twig of waxwood and popping them one by one into his mouth. "How does Jakan intend to do away with me this time?" "He is petitioning for a total ban on access to the lower levels. Once all authorized personnel have been evacuated, He proposes to release a plague of wild spine rays into the tunnels. Shapers will increase their mobility, fecundity, and appetite, so they will breed and kill, breed and kill. Jakan predicts that anything living down here will be destroyed within a matter of weeks. Gnome Anur laughed out loud at the naivete of the plan.
And who does he think will destroy the spine rays when this is accomplished? Who will stop them from escaping to the upper levels? The fool would throw the egg out with the afterbirth if Shimra let him.
Another plan concerned pumping corrosive gas into the tunnels, Ngala said. This failed on the grounds that the gas could eat into the foundations and bring the planet's surface down around us.
Gnome Anur laughed again. I dare say some would have found this an acceptable risk nonetheless.
He nodded thoughtfully as he slipped another slice of waxwood into his mouth.
It is good they are desperate. It shows we must be worrying them.
I believe so, Master. The strength and rightness of our convictions undermines every move they attempt against us. They cannot destroy us.
But that doesn't mean they won't continue to try.
Ngala bowed her head. This is true, Master, and I will stop them as best I can.
How goes our plan?
Gnome Anur asked, taking the opportunity to change the subject to one of immediate concern.
Have you inveigled yourself within the corridors of the Intendant Ashet?
I have. She nodded, sending shadows across her angular features. He is exactly as you said he was, greedy and self-serving. He mouths platitudes to the old gods and curses the Jedi, but would follow neither given the choice. He is his own creature.
His own creature,
Gnome Anur echoed to himself. They were well-chosen words and would have served as a good description of himself, too, had she but known the truth.
You agree, then, that he must fall?
She nodded. With him out of the way, there will be room for someone sympathetic to our cause. I will place the ones we have prepared in his staff, and guarantee his destruction.
Excellent.
He nodded sagely, inwardly crowing with delight. Prefect Ashet was an old rival, someone who had shown no compunction when it came to squashing those around him in order to advance himself. Gnome Anur among them. Like many of his old rivals, Ashet had risen to power on Yuuzhan'tar, taking territory and glory as the opportunities arose during the fall of the Infidel Empire. Such power should have been Gnome Anur's. Ashet's time of reckoning was long overdue, and would come with interest.
I have identified another unworthy, Gnome Anur said. When we are done here, we will move to Gil'eng, where a certain Drosh Kali has grown fat on the profits of war for too long.
Ngala nodded again, her eyes gleaming in the yellow lichen torch. If she was daunted by the thought of having another target to consider before this one had been eliminated, she didn't say.
The hard work of revolution goes ever on,
Gnome Anur said. We are making progress, Master.
Indeed.
He resisted the urge to ask, where to?
Do you have anything else to report?
Yes, Master.
Tell me then,
he said, offering Ngala a slice of waxwood. The priestess accepted it, but didn't place it in her mouth straight away. I hear whispers in the court, Master, she said.
That is not uncommon. At any given time there might be hundreds of rumors crossing the galaxy.
The name of the unknown regions, as the Jedi call them, recurs in these rumors. The missions they speak of, however, seem unrelated to the Jis. Their focus is on something entirely different.
Which is?
I'm not sure, Master. There are few details beyond what I have told you.
Gossip,
Gnome Anur said, dismissing the news with a wave of his hand.
Idle chatter among the ruling classes as they seek to deflect blame from themselves. I've seen it 1,000 times before.
As have I, Master. But these whispers persist. Something is afoot. The enemies of Shimra are restless.
Well, if so, perhaps we can use them to our advantage.
Anything distracting Shimra from the heretics was a potential boon. Ngala slipped a piece of the waxwood between her tattooed lips. There is a rumor I heard from a very reliable source of a mission newly returned from the unknown regions. The mission had been gone an extremely long time, and its commander was surprised on his return to find that many of his commanding officers had been replaced. Not surprising, Gnome Anur thought. The life expectancy of the warriors decreased the closer one got to the top.
Go on, he said, hoping the story would soon get interesting. The commander, one Ekamval, sought an audience with the Supreme Overlord himself. He boasted of finding the lost world of Zonama Seacoast. Zonama Seacoast? Gnome Anur frowned. But the living planet is nothing more than a legend. Not if this Ekamval is to be believed. What happened when he spoke to Shimra? I don't know, Ngala said, leaning in close, her eyes glittering. That I haven't heard. Commander Vol appears to have disappeared. Really? Gnome Anur was mildly intrigued now. He couldn't tell why Ngala was telling him this, but the story was an interesting diversion. Perhaps he was lying and paid the price for it. Perhaps, she conceded, but the rumor persists. There may be truth behind it. Do you think it is important? My instincts tell me to listen. The Jedi teach that we should trust those instincts. Gnome Anur almost rolled his eye. By all means listen, then, and report back to me if you learn anything of importance. Of course, Master. I am your obedient servant. Ngala smoothed her robe and waited for him to speak. He took pity on her and tossed her a compliment, as Shimra might have tossed the Yargon a heretic for a snack. You're doing excellent work, Ngala. Your skill at deception is admirable. Ngala snorted. It's all I can do to not cry out my rage against the atrocities that Shimra commits upon the truth. Your perseverance does us all proud. The priestess paused, turning the remaining waxwood between her calloused fingers. It is hard at times, she said. You should rest, Gnome Anur said. Ngala looked exhausted, physically as well as spiritually. He too felt the need for stillness. While nights per se might not have technically existed in the depths of Yuuzhan, he still had to listen to his biological rhythms. Go back to your chambers before you're missed and get some sleep. Ngala nodded and rose painfully to her feet. Our struggle goes well. I have hope that we will achieve our goals soon. He only nodded encouragingly, hiding his weariness behind a careworn smile. Go now, my friend. Ngala bowed again and left the room. Barely had she gone when a soft knocking issued from the door. He sighed. Yes, he called, expecting it to be Kunra to advise him of the successful deployment of the fake heretics. The guard outside opened the door to admit Shunmai. The shamed one peered cautiously into the room. Forgive me, Master, for visiting you at this late hour. Gnome Anur irritably waved away his lackey's concern. What is it? I was wondering if there was anything I can get you, Master. If there was, don't you think I would have called you? Shunmai nodded as he took a step into the room. It's just that you didn't call for your evening meal. I thought that I wasn't hungry, Shunmai. It's as simple as that. I had work to attend to. Shunmai executed a pious bow. Forgive me, Master. I had only your well-being at heart. It's appreciated, he said, but now I really must rest. As you wish, Master. Shunmai bowed a third time and went to leave. As he was approaching the door, he turned back as though he had forgotten something. I have taken the liberty of taking your masker to have it refreshed. My masker? Gnome Anur looked around at where it normally hung with the others on stalks by his bed. Sure enough, the skin and features of the prophet were missing. Very well. It was starting to look a little shabby. Good thinking, Shunmai. I shall have it returned to you in the morning, Master, in time for your first audience. Fatigue rushed through Gnome Anur at the thought of resuming his usual routine so soon. Being outside had reminded him of how far he had fallen. He may have risen on the back of the rising tide of heretics, but there was still a long way to go before he could walk freely in the natural world. I'm sorry, Master, Shunmai said. I am babbling while you should be resting. Are you certain that there is nothing I can assist you with before you retire? Gnome Anur shook his head, waving his religious adviser away. I promise you that I will call should I need anything, Shunmai. With that, the shamed one bowed one last time and left. The door clicked shut again, and Gnome Anur threw the heavy bolt across to ensure he had no more interruptions. Outside, he thought he could hear voices whispering, Shunmai and Kunra, rapid and emphatic, as though arguing, but he didn't have the energy to listen in to the conversation.
Let them fight among themselves,
he thought, reclining on the bed with a chorus of creaking sinews.
At least it keeps them occupied.
Exhaustion carried him quickly into sleep, and once there he dreamed of a man with a face more scarred than any he'd seen before, flayed and salted and left to fester. The nose was an open wound, and the mouth a jagged and lipless mess. Incongruously, 2 red macaquet implants stared out at him from where eyes should have been, giving the visage an air of authority. The image snarled at him, and Gnome Anor awoke to the realization that the face was his own reflection. But the eyes belonged to Shimra. He shuddered on his narrow bed and pulled the covers tighter around him. Sleep, however, had fled, and he lay huddled in silence until dawn broke, far above, and duty once more called.
Almost there,
Han said, dipping the falcon's nose a little deeper into the turbulent soup that was Esfandia's atmosphere. The freighter's chassis shuddered under the extra forces she was being asked to bear. She was riding the dense, frigid gases she encountered with all the grace of a Ronto. Leia clutched the sides of her rattling seat to prevent herself from being thrown to the floor, mentally keeping her fingers crossed the whole time. In the co-pilot's position, she did what she could to assist Han in the splashdown, as he'd called it. She'd never entered such a dense atmosphere before, outside a gas giant. The situation was compounded by the fact that the heat of the Falcon alone tended to make the bitterly cold liquid air explode in new and turbulent ways around them as they plummeted groundward, not to mention the various hot spots left by the Yuuzhan Vong bombardment. She doubted Esfandia had experienced such an input of energy for millennia.
We're almost there.
Han kept up the litany of small encouragements, although Leia suspected he was talking to the ship herself rather than her passengers. They had made it past the Yuuzhan Vong fleet easily enough. In the heat of the moment, one battered old freighter feigning a death roll would never warrant too much attention. From there, it was just a matter of getting under cover without displaying too many course changes.
"This is definitely one of your crazier ideas,"
Droma said from behind them, clutching both their seats for safety's sake.
"If it's at all possible, you've actually become more reckless since last I saw you."
I'm getting us through this, aren't I?
Han said, returning his attention to the task at hand.
"This far, yes,"
Droma said. He pointed to the viewport.
"But that's a whole lot of murk to be lost in."
"We have a radar survey of the surface of the planet," Han said calmly. "It's not as if we're going to run into a mountain or anything."
"So all we have to do is find the station, is that it?"
Han looked back at the Rin, obviously detecting his friend's sarcasm.
"Something like that, yeah."
"Before someone sees the Falcon on their scanners and drops a bomb on us,"
Droma said. "Or we lead them to the station ourselves," Leia added, following up on the Rin's point. The Millennium Falcon's engines would stand out like a nova in the planet's cold atmosphere. Han dismissed their concerns with a brief snort.
"Look, all we have to do is release a couple of concussion missiles along the way. Their heat signatures will confuse the readings from orbit, right? Besides, the Vong mines have already stirred things up down here. Hot air rises, remember? Get us deep enough, and the upper layers will cover us quite nicely."
"Are you sure?"
Droma asked. "I'd bet my life on it."
"And mine," the Rin tooted mournfully. "That's the problem."
"Hey, trust me, okay?"
The ship glided forward in silence for a few seconds before he added,
"I know what I'm doing."
Leia clutched her seat even tighter, having heard those words from her husband all too often in the past. Han usually did know what he was doing, but the ride was rarely an easy one.
"Now," Han muttered, "where do you suppose we should start looking?"
Leia peered ahead and saw nothing but blackness. Through a low-light enhancement algorithm on the displays, she saw a featureless orange fog. The radar map, taken on a quick pass before dropping into the soup, suggested they were crossing what resembled a vast arterial basin. But that wasn't possible. Water had never flowed on Esfandia, except within the communications base. These icy depths knew no life, and should the bubble of hospitality within the Falcon be breached, it would kill them as soon as— Leia jumped as something loomed out of the darkness, visible only as a bright orange splotch on the enhanced display and shaped like a large quivering flower. It was gone before she had a chance to make out exactly what it was.
What was that?
Droma asked, sounding as startled as Leia had been.
I don't know,
Han said.
and I'm not about to go back to find out.
He arbitrarily set a reference grid over the barren landscape, steering the freighter across it.
There's a series of deep channels just east of here. I'm cutting our velocity and altitude to take a closer look. When we reach the edge, Leia, I want you to send out a missile to cover our tracks, okay?
How many concussion missiles do we have?
Droma asked.
It could take us forever to find this thing.
Han shrugged.
It's a small world.
It's not that small. And remember, what makes it easier for us to find them makes it easier for the Yuuzhan Vong to find us.
Then we'd better get started, hadn't we?
Han said. He swung the Falcon over a steep rise, then flattened out.
Ready with that missile, sweetheart?
Leia was. On the radar map ahead, she saw a sharp drop approaching. Targeting the orange void behind her and putting the missile on a timer fuse, she let it fly just as the Falcon dipped her nose and dived deeper into the frigid atmosphere. The missile shot off into the distance, its boiling wake a gently curving arc leading nowhere. Han hugged the canyon wall as closely as he could while they fell. Leia caught sight of two more of the odd flower-shaped objects whipping by and wondered what they might be. Pockets of gas? Crystal agglomerates? Clumps of the local equivalent of amoebas, perhaps? Whatever they were exceedingly delicate. In the rear view she saw nothing but wisps left after the Falcon had passed, and the fierce burn of the freighter's engines soon evaporated even those. The bottom of the canyon came with surprising suddenness. One moment they were diving nose first, the next Han had swung the Falcon around level. There was little change to the forward view.
Cutting main drive,
Han announced. His voice seemed unnecessarily loud in the almost deathly quiet of the cockpit.
Dropping back to repulsors.
Leia kept her eyes on the sensors as the Falcon cruised through the depths, but there was little to see. The canyon floor was darker and more barren than before. The ambient temperature had risen, although it was still very cold. The surface of Esfandia was a strange and alien place that was unlikely to ever see the stars. Its stony ground could have been composed of frozen carbon dioxide and was twisted into peculiar shapes that were so fragile that they would have probably been disturbed by a single ray of sunlight.
Can anyone see anything out there?
Han made a show of peering out the forward viewport, squinting as though this would somehow make the blackness outside easier to penetrate.
Nothing,
Droma said softly.
How big is this base meant to be, anyway?
50 meters across, Leia said, not counting its legs.
So if it was here, it'd certainly stand out. We might not be able to see it, but we'd definitely get a solid ping off its hull.
Leia nodded. Even if it was buried, we'd spot it from up close.
Then I guess it's not here.
Han scrolled through the radar map.
At least not in this canyon.
His finger indicated a much larger network south of their present position.
I propose we surface and try this one here, unless anyone has any better ideas.
A sense of futility welled up inside Leia. She couldn't begin to imagine the number of possible hiding places there could be on Esfandia for something like a communications base. There were hundreds of canyons and probably 1,000 times more fissures it could have slipped into. They could search for months and not find it. Maybe we'll get lucky, she said, more for her own sake than anyone else's.
Hold it,
Droma said. She looked around to the Rin, waiting for him to continue. His head was cocked in a manner suggesting that he was intently listening to some faint and far-off sound.
There's something...
What is it? Leia pressed.
Are we scanning comm frequencies?
Across the dial, Han said. Why?
Turn up the gain. Listen.
When Han did as he was instructed, a faint whistling became audible. At first Leia thought it was just random noise, but a closer inspection revealed it to be chopped up into discrete fragments, almost like a...
That sounds like a digital transmission,
Han said, finishing the thought for her. Could it be the base? Leia asked, mystified.
I'm not sure, Han said. I can't get a fix on it. The signal seems to be coming from several places at once. We must be getting echoes off the canyon walls.
It is a signal, though, right?
Droma asked. Leia listened for a few seconds longer, then shrugged. I don't recognize the protocol. Han?
Han shook his head. It's all Kubazian to me. Where's Goldenrod? He might be able to translate.
He shut himself down during the trip, Droma said. He's sitting there in the main hold with those no-gree bodyguards of yours. The three of them aren't really much for conversation, are they?
Well, don't just stand there jabbering, Han said. Make yourself useful and go wake him up. And don't feel the need to be too gentle, either. He should know better than to be snoozing at a time like this.
On the contrary, Leia thought, the droid knew only too well that trouble would be awaiting them when they arrived at Esfandia. It invariably was. She couldn't blame him for wanting to opt out every now and then. Alone for a second, she turned to Han. Do you really think this is going to work?
It's worth a try. While everyone is distracted upstairs, it might be the only chance we get. All it will take is for us to get lucky once, and if those signals are from them, then—
He was interrupted by a tap on his shoulder. Droma leaned past Leia and Han to point at a telemetry display.
I think you should see this,
the Rin whistled. The display contained an image of the flickering, furious web of the space battle above, followed as much as was possible from the Falcon's viewpoint. The view showed two wedge-shaped fighter groups darting in different directions away from the Yuuzhan Vong fleet. Imperial forces engaged with one of them, but couldn't prevent them from reaching the atmosphere. Both groups of Yuuzhan Vong fighters dipped under the fog and disappeared.
Looks like we've got company, Han said.
Leia wasn't surprised. It was only a matter of time before the Yuuzhan Vong tried the same tactic as they had.
Why can't things ever be easy, Leia? Just for once it would be nice if things went the way they're supposed to.
Leia smiled. Even if they did, Han, I'm sure it would just make you all the more suspicious. Everything around Saba burned with a bright, potent vitality. With each lungful of air she took, she could feel the life force of the planet diffuse into her blood and spread to all the cells in her body. The cycle of life and death was in constant play in the Tampasi all around her. Iridescent insects glided from branch to branch overhead, seeking pollen from the giant drooping flowers that grew there. Every now and then she would see gangly six-legged creatures leap out from the cover of the fat leaves to snatch at these insects with unnaturally long and glistening tongues. These in turn were eaten by translucent, long-feathered birds that appeared and disappeared in bright flashes among the boras, their shrill calls echoing throughout the Tampasi whenever they successfully managed to catch one of their prey. She couldn't get enough of it, no matter how deeply she inhaled. She wanted to ingest the whole world and become one with it. Soren Hegarty walked alongside her, talking about the Scyther, a Saurian race the biologist had studied many years ago. But Saba barely heard a word. Only as a strange darkness fell over them did she stir from her reverent daze. She looked up, expecting to see another airship passing overhead, but even as she did so she knew that this couldn't be the explanation. This darkness was too complete, as though night had abruptly fallen across the world. "What is it?" Saba asked. The others were all gazing up in obvious concern.
"It's Mobus," Soren Hegarty said. "We've fallen into its shadow."
Saba understood. She didn't need to see the gas giant in the sky above to know that the sun had slipped behind it as Zonama Seacoast continued on its orbit around the giant world. The animal life on the living world, however, didn't know the difference between sunset and eclipse.
"We call it sanctuary," Roel said.
His gold-black gaze was on Luke, glittering in the sudden twilight. Again Saba nodded, understanding the Pharaoh's misgivings. The people of Zonama Seacoast had searched long and hard for somewhere to feel safe. They had found it, finally, and now it had been invaded again. How would that feel? They walked on through the Tampasi, chilled by the unnatural darkness, as hushed as the world around them. Despite the gloom, their progress wasn't impeded in any way. The lower branches of the boras sprang to life with a million flickering lights cast by insects nesting there. The greenish bioluminescence illuminated the Tampasi floor with a soft, pale light that allowed them to see where they were going. New creatures stirred as ones accustomed to daylight retired for the duration of the eclipse. Saba held her breath as an entirely new ecosystem woke around her. The sun returned as the ground party approached a Pharaohan village an hour later.
Voices rose around her, and it was with no small sense of sadness that Saba realized that they had reached the end of their journey through the Tampasi.
It's hard to imagine that Boris could grow as tall as they have in such a short time,
Jason was saying to one of their Faroan guides as they entered the village.
Where I come from, trees like this would take thousands of years to grow.
Roel glanced at him, his brow pressed down in confusion. Why would your world take so long to yield its treasures? He asked. What is the point in holding back from your inhabitants, if it means that most would never get the chance to appreciate your beauty? Jason smiled at this, and Saba hissed softly to herself. To Roel, worlds were thinking, living things, not just places to live. What most people would consider normal might seem odd to him. Darek led them to a ring of brown, mushroom-like habitats clustered around the base of a nearby Boris. Each habitat had a central pillar that rose 2 stories high and was capped with a roof that bulged out and then down until it touched ground. The texture of the walls was rough and flexible, almost rubbery, and the doorways and windows were rounded as though grown rather than cut. Grown, Saba thought, with the faintest of misgivings. After so long dealing with the organic technology of the Yuuzhan Vong, anything that worked on a similar principle automatically triggered a negative reaction. Darek led them to the largest habitat and waved them inside.
We will meet in 1 hour, she said, at sunset.
Without another word, Darek and Roel withdrew, leaving the visitors to make themselves at home. The ground floor contained a number of seating mats scattered about in casual orderliness, along with several tables containing bowls and plates piled high with foodstuffs. The second floor grew out of the central stalk and was accessible by a spiny spiral staircase.
Fascinating,
Hegarty said, marveling at the habitat's architecture. Saba's stomach growled. She stepped over to one of the tables and dipped a claw into a bowl of an off-white paste. She cautiously sniffed at it before tasting.
Well?
Danny asked, coming up beside her.
What's it like?
Not obviously poisoned, she said.
I think if any harm was intended for us, Mara said, then it would have happened before now.
Mara's right, Luke said. They could have killed us while we slept on Jade Shadow if they'd wanted to. Danny reached into another bowl, this one containing green nut-like pellets. She tasted one, nodding with surprised satisfaction to the others.
It's good, she said, trying some of the other foods.
Jason, Mara, and Hegarty joined them at the table. Only Luke stood to one side, looking out the window.
It's clear that things have changed since Vergere was last here, the Jedi Master said after a moment. We'll need to be on our toes. I suggest we use this time to prepare ourselves for the meeting.
While she agreed with Luke, Saba found it difficult to emulate the Jedi Master's calm. They were on Zonama's seacoast. How could she just push that fact to the back of her mind and ignore it? She could feel the living world around her. Incomprehensible thoughts washed over her like ocean currents. They had reached the place Vergere had sent them to find, a planet that could well prove to be the key to ending the war with the Yuuzhan Vong. That the Yuuzhan Vong had also located the living planet, however, didn't bode well. They had successfully achieved their goal, only to find not solace from their concerns, but rather more problems. At least she thought they weren't prisoners. The door hung invitingly open, and there were no guards outside. This seemed strangely at odds with the distrust the Faroans had displayed since the Jedi Knights had arrived. Then again, perhaps security wasn't that much of an issue when you were on a planet that could keep a watch on everything for you. Jason was about to try some more of the food when he noticed 3 childlike faces with wide eyes peering around the entrance to the habitat at him. They disappeared with a giggle as soon as they saw him looking back at them.
Nice to see that not all of the Faroans hold us in contempt, Mara said at his shoulder.
He was about to agree with her when Saba uttered a low, perplexed growl. She was standing off to one side, staring out of one of the windows.
Saba, Mara said, what is it?
The Barabel shook her head uncertainly.
This one feels seacoast not just on the surface of this world, but beneath it, too.
I've been wondering about that also, Jason said. I'm sensing life below us as well as around and above us. You mean in subterranean chambers?
Mara asked. Jason shook his head.
In the rock itself.
That's not as crazy as it might sound, Danny said around a mouthful of berries. Some species of bacteria can survive a long way underground, kilometers even. If Seacode arises out of the biological matrix covering the planet, then it seems reasonable that the life inside it contributes too.
Which might explain the planetary defense systems we saw in action, Jason said.
How exactly? Hegarty asked.
Well, Vergere talked about biological factories making spaceships and other things, he said. Seacode clearly found ways to use the technology the Pharaohans brought with them when they colonized this world, before it became conscious. Since then, it's gone even farther. If life has spread down into the crust, and perhaps even deeper, then Seacode could conceivably manipulate the planet on a grand scale.
You mean like building a couple of immense hyperdrives? Hegarty said.
That, Jason said, but also holding the surface together during long jumps, or bending magnetic field lines at will. Jumping in and out of systems must have been fairly traumatic. Without something to keep heavy radiation and gravitational effects at bay, the surface of the planet could have been totally sterilized.
What I want to know, Mara said, is where Seacode actually came from. If life on this scale can evolve naturally, then why isn't every planet talking back? There was no easy answer to that question. Perhaps there's something special about the Pharaohans, Hegarty suggested.
I'm not picking up anything radically different about them, Luke said.
The Jedi Master opened his eyes, looking at each of them in turn.
They're naturally attuned to the life fields around them, but not symbiotically. That would happen to anyone born and raised in an environment as strong in the Force as Zonama Seacode.
Perhaps it was just a random mutation, Danny said. If the odds are against something like this happening, then that might explain why it's only happened the once.
Luke nodded thoughtfully. It's possible. I'm sure the Magister will be able to tell us more.
Jason hoped so. When it came to Zonama Seacode, there were too many unknown factors for his liking. Looks like you've made a friend, Mara said, her voice whispering close to his ear.
What do you mean?
He asked. She indicated the entrance with a nod. Turning, he saw that one of the little girls had returned and was staring at him again. When she saw him look at her, she waved shyly and then quickly ducked out of sight with another giggle. Smiling, he went over to the doorway and looked around outside for her. The girl was standing near the base of a boros, ready to flee if she had to.
What happened to your friends? He asked.
They're scared, she said.
There's no need to be, he said.
He extended his open hands in a no-weapons gesture.
See? She pointed at his belt.
What about your lightsaber? Jason was surprised by the girl's knowledge of the weapon, but he tried not to let it show.
You know about these? The girl nodded. And do you also know that I'm a Jedi?
Another nod.
The older ones tell stories about the Jedi.
What do these stories say?
She hesitated, looking around in a manner that suggested she was worried she might be seen talking to him.
What color is yours?
She asked.
Color? Then, realizing, oh, my lightsaber? Would you like to see it? She shook her head in a definite no.
They're dangerous.
Not in the right hands, he said. I would never hurt you or anyone here.
She wasn't convinced.
Jedi Knights have other ways to hurt.
What do you mean?
Anakin killed the Bloodcarver without a lightsaber.
That pulled Jason up with a start, and for a few seconds he didn't know what to say.
Anakin killed the Bloodcarver without a lightsaber. The words sounded strange, no matter how many times he rolled them about in his head.
How could his brother have ever come to Zonama Seacode without Jason knowing? There was only one possible answer, and for a joyous moment, Jason entertained the hope that Anakin had somehow managed to manifest himself here in ghostly form, as had his uncle's teachers, Master Kenobi, and— Then the hope died as a cold feeling blossomed in his gut.
Anakin killed the Bloodcarver. Tell me, he said, trying to keep the urgency out of his voice, the fear of what the truth might be. What was the name of the other Jedi who came here with Anakin?
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
The child looked at Jason as though he were an idiot.
and he wondered if that was exactly how he should feel.
"Tesha!"
A woman's voice rang out, and the girl jumped back with a guilty start.
"Tesha, what are you doing? I told you to stay away from there."
With a fearful look, the girl fled, leaving Jason standing alone in the doorway. He watched as the girl disappeared into one of the habitats with her mother urging her on. Then, with a heavy heart and a sense of foreboding, he returned inside to relate to the others what he'd just heard. Gilad Pellaeon surveyed the battle from the bridge of right to rule. It was going as well as could be expected. The chunk of the retreating Yuuzhan Vong fleet that he'd been chasing from Imperial space had stumbled across Generis with eager destructiveness. He had been unsure what their intentions were until he consulted old intelligence reports and learned that Generis was a relay base for communications between the unknown regions and the core. Given the Chiss's isolationist stance, it had never been targeted for sabotage by the Empire. Taken by surprise, there had been little the Imperial forces could do for the relay base. Generis had fallen, and the Yuuzhan Vong had moved immediately on to Esfandia, to repeat the insult. Pellaeon didn't consider it anything more than that. The commander in charge of the retreat, Bishith Vorik, wasn't a sophisticated strategist. There was little chance of a trap, or of there being a higher purpose to his strategy. The fact that Luke Skywalker had disappeared into the unknown regions on a secret mission just weeks earlier couldn't possibly be connected to the attack. How could Vorik possibly know of the mission? And if someone higher up did know about it, why should they even care? Pellaeon smiled to himself as the battle ebbed and flowed around him. The answer to the last question was probably the key to the mystery, if indeed there was one. Whatever Skywalker was up to, it was either totally irrelevant or absolutely integral to everything. There was no chance of anything in between, he was sure. And in the meantime lay the opportunity to return the insult. "Watch the northern flank," he instructed one of his senior officers, indicating a section of the battlefield where the Yuuzhan Vong were managing to regroup. "Get a Yamist jammer in there now. I want that entire side as chaotic as possible." He was under no illusions that they would win. All they had to do was hurt Vorik long enough to make him reconsider his attack, and/or rescue the hardware and crew aboard the relay station. If they were alive down there, then he would make sure they were found. He wasn't about to pull back until he knew for certain, one way or the other. Pellaeon frowned, still concerned by the northern flank. Despite a large injection of TIE fighters and energy fire, the Yuuzhan Vong persisted in gathering there. He didn't know what it was they were up to, but he did know he wanted it stopped. "Put me through to Leia Organa Solo." "I'm afraid Millennium Falcon has dropped off our screen, sir." "Destroyed?" He wasn't sure what he disbelieved more, that such a thing could happen or that he'd failed to notice it. "Gone to ground in the atmosphere, sir, or so we suspect. It was last seen descending toward the southern pole." This would have placed the Falcon on the side of the planet farthest from where the fighting was most intense, and therefore in the best position to be overlooked. He nodded, satisfied with the assumption that the princess and her rough-and-ready husband had plans of their own. "Get me the commander of the Galactic Alliance frigate instead." Within seconds, a flickering, colorless hologram of Captain Toad-Remain stood before him. "Your orders, Admiral?" A certain stiffness to the woman's voice assured him that past enmities between the New Republic and the Empire hadn't been completely forgotten, but she wasn't obstructing him, and that was the main thing. "I have a mission for your strike group," he said. "Can you spare 3 fighters?" She looked reluctantly at the displays before her. "We will if required to, sir." "But you don't wish to?" he asked. A flicker of uncertainty passed across her face. "To be honest, sir, we're doing some damage on that warship. With just half a squadron to watch our back, I'm not sure we'd be able to effectively keep up the attack." "Don't worry," he said. "I'll make sure you get back up." Pellaeon gestured to an aide and instructed her to assign a full TIE squadron to Pride of Salonia. Then he returned his attention to Maine. "So, Captain, do you think Galactic Alliance, Chiss, and Empire can work together?" "I guess we'll find out soon enough, sir," she said. "I'll instruct Colonel Fell to take his orders directly from you." "Very good. Carry on, Captain." The woman nodded a little less stiffly than before, and the transmission ended. Pellaeon turned back to the fighting.
"Connect me to Colonel Fell," he instructed his aide. "Twin 1, came the almost instantaneous reply. "Colonel, I have a mission for 3 of your best pilots," he said. "The northern flank is proving resistant to our tactics. I'd like you to reinforce the message we're trying to deliver." "Yes, sir. There's a Yamsk in there somewhere. We haven't been able to get close enough to find it yet, but we're working on it. When we do locate it, I'd like you to keep it distracted. I want it out of the picture." "Understood, sir." There was a slight pause. "Any further instructions, Admiral?" "Such as?" "Approach vectors, rendezvous coordinates, attack runs." Pelion smiled. "Why don't you just surprise me, Colonel?" Jag frowned behind the controls of his clawcraft. "Surprise you, sir?" For a moment Jag swore the Admiral was chuckling, but that simply couldn't be possible. Grand Admiral Pelion, who had served under Thrawn, and who had almost single-handedly prevented the Imperial remnant from flying apart in 1,000 fragments, was not renowned for his sense of humor. "Do you have a problem with that, Colonel?" "No, sir, I just—" "Then carry out your orders. We don't have time to debate the matter." The line fell silent, and Jag was left shaking his head. "Surprise me." Those 2 words were anathema to everything he'd been taught at the Chiss Academy, and that the Imperials, to a lesser degree, espoused. Not only was it dangerous to identify personally with one's role in a battle, but an orderly, coordinated offensive was the only way to ensure that such a large operation could work effectively. Let every pilot go rogue and follow his instincts, and the battle would quickly degenerate into chaos. But it wasn't every pilot, he told himself. Surprise me. It was a challenge. His response wouldn't prove just his own worth, but the worth of the Alliance and the Chiss forces as well. The legendary Grand Admiral Pelion had asked him for a surprise. He had an idea where to start. What would Jaina do? He pondered this while he got the basics out of the way, informing Captain Main of his decision to leave Twin Suns in Twin Seven's capable hands. She confirmed her new role with a simple affirmative. With Twins 4 and 8 trailing him, Jag swept away from the dogfights taking place in the vicinity of the Salonia. Telemetry flowed in from the Imperial forces. They were fighting on numerous fronts simultaneously, doing their best to keep the Yuuzhan Vong distracted from the relay base below. A large amount of wreckage, ranging from microscopic dust fragments in boiling clouds to drifting hulks, their biological systems spewing fluids and sweeping the space around them with strange gravitational storms as their Dovin basals expired, had accumulated in the space around Esfandia. Some of it was already falling into the atmosphere, slashing the dark, icy sky with brilliant streaks. Jag only hoped the Falcon knew well enough to keep its head down. Surprise me. A Yuuzhan Vong corvette and a cruiser analog, hugging the planet jealously in a low orbit, dominated the northern flank. Presumably, the Yamsk was in one of those 2 ships. Swarms of coral skippers were gathering to them like nanja flies to a thawing corpse. Outnumbered 4 to 1, Imperial TIE fighters did their best to keep the alien warriors from gaining a foothold. Once they got themselves organized, Pelion's second Star Destroyer, Relentless, would become vulnerable on that side, as would the planet itself and the relay base with it. As it was, Pelion was only just managing to hang on and avoid the Yuuzhan Vong pinning him down and ending the battle once and for all. And if the relay base was taken out, the battle itself would become altogether meaningless. Jag could see the importance of securing that section of the battleground, but sending 3 fighters against a cruiser, a corvette, and countless fighters was madness of the first order. What was he supposed to do? Ram the cruiser? He'd be lucky to get past the Dovin basals. And even if he did, what would the momentum of 1 small starfighter do against a ship of that size? What would Jaina do? He asked himself again, forcing himself to think laterally. Then, unexpectedly, a creeping sense of unreality spread over him. An idea had formed in his mind, a crazy and reckless idea that seemed perfectly fitting. It certainly wasn't the sort of tactic he'd have normally employed. It was, for all intents and purposes, surprising. "Josel," he called to Twin 4, deliberately dropping the formalities now that it was just the 3 of them. "You in the mood to pick a fight?"
Not sure exactly what you mean by that, sir, she replied uneasily. But I'm always ready.
Not just any fight.
He scanned the region around the northern flank. There, a dead gunship drifting like a lost asteroid, its biological systems slowly dying. Half the ship was black with fire, the other half radiated heat by the terawatt out into the sunless vacuum, chilling rapidly in the process. It was moving in an elliptical orbit that would take it in the direction he wanted. He nudged his vector minutely closer to it, and his wingmates obediently and unquestioningly followed.
Now all we need are some skips. I take it you have something in mind, sir?
Asked Ensign Adelmaj in Twin 8.
I do,
he replied. He couldn't quite believe it himself, so there was no point in attempting to explain it to them just yet.
Behave as normal and don't be surprised if I go into a spin for no reason. Just cover me, okay? Make sure nothing picks me off while I'm playing dead. What if you are dead? How will we tell the difference? In the long run, I think you'll know.
He quickly double-checked the calculations. Yes, this could work. He wasn't used to relying on chance, but he was prepared to make an exception here, and the idea of that gave him an unaccountable thrill, not just because he would be surprising Pelion either. It was also because he was surprising himself. As he angled his flight toward a knot of coral skippers, harrying a nearby Imperial squadron, he sent his thoughts out to Jaina. He wasn't force-sensitive, and he doubted she could hear him, but he was sure she'd understand.
Wish me luck, Jaina. Then, gunning his engines, he swooped in to attack.
Jaina struggled through blackness. She had never experienced a mind melt like this before. It was as though she were trying to swim through mud. The normally bright center of Tahiri's mind was muffled and distant, buried. Tahiri, she called her friend's name as she searched for that bright center. Occasional flashes of memory and emotions lunged out of the blackness, startling her. She saw two figures dueling in a place that looked disturbingly familiar, glimpsed as though on a fogged screen. Then she saw those figures running, possibly hunting, lightsabers slicing bright swaths through the fetid air. The light they cast confirmed her first impressions. Even with the prominence of shadows around them, she could tell where they were. It was the worldship around Mirker. It was the place where Anakin was killed. Vast statues loomed over them, offering razor-tipped tentacles in return for devotion. Deep shadows hid hints of Voxen-like monsters, and the air stank of death and grief. The moment she'd melded with Tahiri's mind and stepped into the young Jedi's private torment, Jaina had been inundated with memories of the pain she'd felt when Anakin had died, and the grief she had endured afterward. The inner landscape reflected all of these dark emotions back at her. Every craggy shadow seemed to emanate all manner of negative emotion: grief, anger, fear, betrayal, loneliness. These were all things she couldn't allow herself to be distracted by, though. She had to stay focused, to help as she could. She could play no role in whatever fantasy Tahiri was embroiled in, but she could offer strength. As another image flashed through the darkness, though, she wondered whom exactly she was giving strength to. Tahiri's scarred, grim-faced mirror image had murder in her eyes. Although Jaina knew it to be Rena, whom Tahiri was fighting, or hunting, she kept seeing Tahiri. The only way to separate them was by the hand that held the lightsaber. In the real world, Tahiri was left-handed, while Rena held hers in her right hand. "Tahiri, can you hear me?" Jaina wanted Tahiri to know that she wasn't alone, that help was at hand if she needed it. "Grishna Barak Ukulhai," a voice snarled in her mind. "Hurl Asam ga Akran hu Akri Vushta." "I don't understand," Jaina said into the void. An image came of Tahiri's face lunging out of the darkness, eyes glaring with hate. She flinched. Not for the first time, Jaina wondered if she was out of her depth. Psychic healing was Master Silgal's field, not hers. Her intentions were good, but that wasn't enough. "I think it's time to get out of here," she thought.
When she attempted to break the meld, however, she found that she couldn't. The illusion of the world ship seemed to close in around her like the walls of a cage, and she realized with alarm that she was trapped.
Ashnag, Rakul, Uruk,
mocked the voice of Rena from the shadows.
Eshtiri, Anak.
Jaina saw an image of Tahiri hunting her shadow flashing out of the void. Jaina quelled a sense of dread and frustration rising in her. There had to be something she could do. She just hoped she could find it in time. Luke's thoughts should have been clear when the time came for the meeting with the Magister, but instead they were an untidy tangle. Ever since Jason had told him about his encounter with the young Pharaohan girl, that was all he'd been able to think about. Anakin killed the blood carver without a lightsaber. He could understand Jason's initial confusion. At first he too had assumed that Tesha had meant Anakin Solo, but he knew that wasn't possible. Luke's youngest nephew had never come to the unknown regions, and he certainly couldn't have kept his encounter with a living planet a secret if he had. No, the girl had clearly been referring to Luke's father. Before Zonama Seacoat had vanished into the unknown regions, Anakin Skywalker must have come here, and he'd come with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Why they had done so, though, Luke couldn't imagine. To look for Vergere, perhaps? In search of the same thing she'd been after, the planet's biological technology? And what had happened to them here? What did it mean that the boy had killed a blood carver without using a lightsaber? That he had used the power of the dark side? Without more information, it was all just speculation. Nevertheless, he found it difficult to turn his thoughts away from the matter. His mind was still spinning with possibilities when Darak and Roll finally came to inform them all that it was time. Luke took a deep, calming breath and let himself be led with the others from the habitat. Night had fallen, turning the Tampasi into a vast, starless space that chattered with half-heard rustlings and strange calls from unseen animals. The only light came from balls of bioluminescence balancing atop slender stalks. Standing a meter taller than Luke, they cast a bright greenish glow across the undergrowth. A double row of these light stalks led a path around the bulk of a nearby tree, a path that Darak and Roll took them along without ceremony or conversation. Far above, where they'd been tethered for the night, the massive shapes of the Kaibos shifted restlessly in their sleep. The light stalk path wound through the trees for several hundred meters before culminating in a large bowl-shaped depression. There, gathered in a circle, a dozen Pharaohans awaited them. Standing in the center of these was the black-robed figure of the Magister. She bowed her black-maned head respectfully as they entered the natural amphitheater. The Pharaohans, 4 men and 8 women, offered no such gesture. They just stared at the visitors with undisguised suspicion and hostility. Darak and Roll guided the group to the center of the depression, then stepped back to stand symbolically at the end of the path that had brought them there. The Pharaohans now surrounded them. To leave the meeting place, they would have to break the circle. When all was still, the Magister spoke. "Once again, the Jedi come to us," she said. Her voice was soft, like a cool breeze on a hot night, but it carried clearly to those gathered around her. "As always, you bring more questions than answers." "We are here to answer those questions," Luke said, wondering why the Magister looked different. Her presence in the Force was strong, but much more muted than it had been on the landing field. The impression nagged at him, even as he put it aside to concentrate on the conversation. "There are many we would ask of you, too." She inclined her head slightly, then straightened. "There are some among the Council who would have me ask Seacoat to send you away immediately. You come to us, by your own admission, as harbingers of doom. I have heard it said that you are more than that you bring a direct and deliberate threat to us and to our way of life." "What do you mean?" Jason asked. "We haven't made any threats. We mean no harm." 3 times now we have had to defend ourselves, the Magister explained, and each time Jedi were present. You cannot blame us for wondering. Is it the circumstances that attract you, or are the circumstances a result of your visits?" "Magister," Luke said, "if these attacks upon you are in any way connected to our being here, then I assure you it is unintentional on our part.
The far outsiders arrived before us. We had no idea why they would be here until we arrived. Their presence here is a mystery to us. Perhaps we can solve it together if you allow us to."
"How would you have us do that?"
"We begin by talking. As I have said before, we are here to discuss our common enemy, the ones we refer to as Yuuzhan Vong. It is a long story, but perhaps in its telling, you will come to see the truth of what I say, and the sincerity of our intentions."
The Magister pondered this for a long moment. Again, Luke sensed a fundamental difference between their first meeting and the present. Where before she had been curious about the Jedi, welcoming them cheerfully and openly, now she seemed wary and protective. He wondered what had changed her mind. Her gaze swept the visitors gathered before her. With a slight nod, she seemed to come to a decision. Her legs folded beneath her, and she sank gracefully to the ground. Her robe pooled around her on the soft undergrowth. "My name is Jibitha," she said. "We shall hear your story." She indicated for Luke and the others to likewise sit upon the grass. The other Pharaohans, perhaps pointedly, remained standing. "Seacoat invites you to talk freely."
Luke took a deep breath and began. He started from the time the Yuuzhan Vong had first come to the attention of the New Republic on Belkaden. When Danny Kui had witnessed the launch of their invasion, the grim progression of the war was burned in his mind. From Cern Padal, where Chewbacca died, to Helska IV, Dubrillion, Destrillion, Dantooine, Bimial, Garki, Ithor, Ebroa-Sky, Ord Mantell, Gindine, Tinna, Fondor and its shipyards, Kalarba, Nal Hutta, Nar Shaddaa, Srilur, Druckenwell, Rhodia, Baleen, Kubindi, Duro. The Jedi Academy lost with Yavin 4, Ando, Mirkr, where Anakin Solo fell, and Coruscant, the capital, where for a while all hope seemed lost. He talked about the hundreds of billions of deaths across the galaxy, trying to capture in words how it felt to watch everything he had loved slip away. Not just the government he'd helped form from the ashes of the Empire, but also the principles on which it had been based. As the Senate had dissolved into bureaucracy and corruption during the last days on Coruscant, he had seen former allies turn against each other, driven by fear and self-preservation, but in the end only hastening the Yuuzhan Vong's steady march. He talked about biological technologies and the Yuuzhan Vong's philosophy of pain and sacrifice. He described worlds succumbing to insidious growths, free people plucked from their homes and turned into blaster fodder, spies sent to disrupt the peace by spreading lies about those encouraging the survivors to band together against the enemy. He talked of desperation and of genocide, of plans to end the oppression that were rooted in the very same evils, of the Jedi's hope to find a middle ground to keep the people of the Galactic Alliance free of the stain of mass murder. He spoke of his love for Ben and his hope that his son might one day grow to know a peaceful life in a galaxy in which war was not the norm.
"What does this have to do with Zonama Seacoat?" the Magister Jibitha asked when Luke had finished. "What is it that brings you here so far from your home, from your war?"
Jason took up the thread of the story to answer her question. "We have come here because my teacher, Vergere, advised that the answer to our problems might lie on Zonama Seacoat."
He described their mission to find the living planet through the unknown regions, not omitting the defense of the Empire or the tense internal conflict in the Chiss territories. He followed their path through the Chiss library, tracing legends and folk tales of the wandering planet. He successfully evoked the despair they'd felt when it seemed that the living world might slip through their fingers despite their best efforts. The realization that Zonama Seacoat might be masquerading as a moon rather than an independent planet, he told Jibitha, had been the key to resolving the mystery. The location finally found, they'd set off immediately from Scylla to find their objective. At the conclusion of his speech, Jibitha frowned, confused, and shook her head. But this still does not explain why you are here. In what way did Verger expect us to be able to help you?"
"That's what we're here to find out," Mara said. Luke could feel her impatience, kept carefully in check. The attitude of the Faroans had rankled her from the start, but he trusted her not to say anything precipitous.
"We are but one world with a small population," Jabitha said. "What can we do against this invading horde you have described? Our strength lies in defense, not offense."
"That may be so," Danny said. "But if we'd had your defenses at our disposal in the first place, we may have stood a better chance of repelling the Yuuzhan Vong at the borders of the galaxy."
The Magister's frown deepened. "Your words make it sound as though Zonama Seacoat is all-powerful, but this is not so. Although it did once manage to repel the Far Outsiders, it was not without suffering major damage to itself. The attack traumatized it greatly. Our defenses are not impenetrable." She looked down at her feet, then back at Luke. "You should know that the conflict you witnessed has also scarred Seacoat deeply, mentally if not physically. The appearance of the Far Outsiders came as a terrible shock. Seacoat was not anticipating them. There was no reason to suspect that they were nearby. They tried to study us without being noticed, but our sensors are acute. Seacoat's defenses were activated, and the Far Outsiders took that as an aggressive reaction. They too reacted defensively. It is not clear who struck the first blow. The conflict was sparked by fear and uncertainty, as many conflicts are. We do not wish to be party to another such conflict."
"I understand," Luke said, although there was much about the situation that remained mysterious. He had assumed that the Yuuzhan Vong had opened fire on the living planet, as they had once before. "We would not want to place Seacoat in any more peril than it already faces, but you must be aware that you are in peril already. The Yuuzhan Vong have stumbled across Zonama Seacoat twice now, on different sides of the galaxy. They are not so many that this could have happened by chance." Although he lacked hard evidence to back up the claim, Luke pressed on with the point. "They must be looking for you, and they will keep looking until they find you again. If so much as one ship survived the fleet that found you this time, they will descend upon you en masse, and you won't be able to defend yourselves." The Faroans shifted restlessly, unnerved by the image, but Jabitha didn't flinch from it.
"And what would you have us do?" the Magister asked Luke. "You speak of consciences, of right and wrong, and of the horrors perpetrated upon you and the galaxy by the Far Outsiders. You speak of their wish for genocide, and yet, do you not wish the same for them? Do you not wish them removed from the galaxy as they wish you?"
"Absolutely not," Luke said. "We have, in fact, fought hard to prevent just such an outcome," he added, the horror of the Alpha Red virus still fresh in his mind. "The Yuuzhan Vong aren't all warriors," Jason said. "They are women and children, too. They are slaves and outcasts and scientists and workers. They have as much right to life as we do. There is no question about that."
"Then why have you come here? What possible help can we give you?"
"We must work together to find that out," Luke said.
"Must," Jabitha echoed. "It is true that all have a right to life. It is also true that everyone must decide what to do with it. Seacoat chose to distance itself from the rest of the galaxy when our attempts to trade peacefully were met by aggression and suspicion. We have suffered greatly to find peace. Why must we suffer again on behalf of those who do not have the fortitude to free themselves?"
"Because the living force requires it,"
Jason said. Jabitha's eyes flashed at Jason. "What is that? You dare presume to speak for the Force?" Silence fell around the amphitheater. The air was thick with tension.
Luke could feel the situation rapidly slipping from their control. In the hope of rekindling the welcome they had first received from the Magister, he decided to try another tack. "You say that you have been attacked 3 times, he said. "We know of 2 instances, both perpetrated by the Yuuzhan Vong. Were they behind the third, too?"
"No," the Magister said. That force consisted of forces of the Republic led by a commander, Tarkin. Luke's eyebrows raised slightly. That was a name from the past he recognized only too well. "Is that when you fled? When you went into hiding?" "Yes." "And that was the same time the Jedi were last here?" he persisted. "After Vergier's visit?" "Yes." Luke detected a slight softening of Jabitha's expression. That was the encouragement he had been hoping for. "Tell me about them," he said. "Tell me about Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi." The silence seemed to stretch forever. It felt to Luke as though everyone had stopped breathing. Even the soft night breeze rustling through the branches above seemed to stop. "They came looking for Vergier," Jabitha said eventually. "And they came out of curiosity, wondering at the living ships we once sold to a select few. Under the guise of clienthood, they passed a testing ritual designed to see if they were suitable for partnership with one of our ships. The youngest, Anakin, was a mystery to us all. Normally, during the ritual, 3 or so seed partners would bond with the client to form the basis of a new ship. Anakin drew 12 to him. His ship was a thing of beauty." Jabitha paused, her gaze distant as though recalling long-forgotten times. The Force shone brightly in Anakin. He was, briefly, my friend. A strange feeling crawled into Luke's stomach. "You met him?" "He saved my life," she answered, "and he revealed to me the truth about my father." The words that Jason had told him about the bloodcarver once again echoed in Luke's mind. "There was a bloodcarver," he prompted. "An assassin sent to kill Anakin," Jabitha explained, nodding. "He used me to gain leverage over Anakin, and Anakin became very angry. He killed with the strength of his mind. Until that moment, we had not known that such things were possible." "They are possible," Luke said, ignoring the emotions pouring through him at the revelations concerning his father. "But killing out of anger is wrong. The power of the dark side is seductive and dangerous. The Jedi have never countenanced its use." "Yet Anakin used it." Luke tried to find the words that might easiest convey Anakin Skywalker's fate. "It came at a cost," he said after some reflection. Her gaze focused on him, sharp as a Tusken Raider's Gatterfee. "You are his son, aren't you? And I don't just mean that because you share the same name. He is in you." She faced Jason. "And you, too." "He was my grandfather," Jason said. Luke just nodded. "Seacoach recognized the echoes of my friend in you both when you came here. That is in part why you were allowed to land. But you dismiss Anakin's actions as though they were an aberration, a mistake. We do not remember them that way. He loved our world, and we will not allow anything you say to damn his memory." "The dark side is the dark side," Mara pronounced. "If you'd met Luke's father when he was older, you wouldn't be so quick to defend him." "That Anakin did what he did out of good is more important to us than the means he chose. He was a child, and you will not damn him for that here. He saved me." Luke countered her defensiveness with a calming gesture. "It is true that I once abhorred all my father stood for, but I have not held such thoughts in a long time. You see, he saved me too. When the Emperor, his Sith master, tried to kill me, I no longer wish his spirit ill will. His name lived on through my family, who found no shame in it. I would count a friend of Anakin Skywalker a friend of mine, were I permitted to." He held Jabitha's gaze without flinching. "But the shadow of Darth Vader, the man he became when he embraced the dark side, still hangs heavily over us. We have fought long and hard to free ourselves from his oppression, and we will not succumb to the same mistake he made in order to fight the Yuuzhan Vong. That would make a mockery of everything my father stood for,
at the beginning and end of his life. Jabitha bowed her head in acknowledgment of his short speech, but whether he'd convinced her or not was uncertain. "It is late," she said. "You have had a long journey and must be tired. If you will allow us, we will provide you with shelter for the night." Luke felt disheartened. "Does that mean our discussions are at an end?" "I need time to talk with the council." Jabitha indicated the ring of stony-faced Pharaohs standing around them. "We will take into consideration all that has been said here this night and decide whether or not there is anything more to discuss." "Then I advise you to consider very carefully," Mara said. "The Yuuzhan Vong don't keep treaties, and they don't take prisoners. If they do overrun this galaxy, then they will ultimately destroy you too. No matter how powerful Seacoast thinks it is, no matter how far it runs, it won't be able to hold them off forever, and it'll be too late then to look for allies, because we'll all be dead." "My wife's words are blunt but truthful," Luke said. "If you have any doubts about the Yuuzhan Vong's motives, we can show you the history of the war in more detail." "That won't be necessary," Jabitha said. "We feel that we understand the nature of your foe well enough." The Magister's expression was one of great weariness, and again Luke was struck by how different she seemed from their first meeting. Then she had been vital and energetic. Now she looked tired and drained. "We will talk again in the morning," she said, standing and indicating that they should too. With a gesture, Darak and Roel stepped back, offering an exit from the circle. Luke would have liked to say more, but he knew that to push now would be to jeopardize their chances with the Magister. So he inclined his head slightly in a tight, polite bow and led the way from the natural amphitheater. The others followed suit. Once they were clear of the circle, the Pharaohs silently closed up behind them. Looking back, Luke saw Jabitha standing again in the middle, her eyes seeing worlds he doubted he could even hope to comprehend. Tahiri rocked back on her heels as her mirror image abruptly spun around and confronted her. "It's here."
"What is?"
"The shadow." Tahiri looked around her, but could see nothing. She and Rena were momentarily united by their mutual fear of the thing that had come for them. Tahiri felt her strength leach out of her at the thought of coming face to face with it. She was tired of fighting. If she let go now, she might finally join Anakin in another world, another life, and perhaps in that other life he could find a way to forgive her.
"You could help me fight it," Rena whispered close to her ear. "Stand and help me kill it."
"How?" Tahiri started, but didn't know how to finish the question.
"You fought before," Rena said. "You held your own against me. You are strong."
Tahiri shook her head. She wasn't a warrior at heart. She'd tried to be one once, but it had cost her the one thing she'd truly loved. It had cost her Anakin. It had cost her a family. "I was never strong enough to destroy you," she said. "I could only bury you."
"You weren't trying to destroy me," Rena said. "You were trying to destroy yourself."
Tahiri wanted to deny the accusation, but the scars on her arm burned in support of Rena's argument.
"And you know I can never let you do that," Rena said.
"Why not?" Tahiri asked, her face flushing with shame.
"Because I don't want to die with you."
"But you're already dead. You are a cold and cruel death that constantly sits inside me."
"And you are the cold death that envelops me,"
Rena responded, her words in Tahiri's ear as rough as a sandstorm.
"We are bound together, you and I. This is a fate we must accept."
"I accept nothing." Rena stepped up to Tahiri, her footsteps sounding loud in the hollow silence that had descended around them.
"Don't you think I would give you the death you desire if I could?" Rena said. "But we are bound together. You must see that. I could no more live in this body without you than you could without me. I cannot give you death without embracing it myself, and I am not ready to do that."
Tahiri felt her world shifting around her. She wanted the words to refute Rena's claim, but in the end there were none. "This can't be happening," was all she could manage in way of a defense.
"It is," Rena said, "and you must accept it."
Tahiri shook her head. "I can't."
"Then you leave me no choice."
Rena took 2 steps back and raised her lightsaber horizontally in front of her. Tahiri tensed in anticipation of a blow that never came. Instead, Rina's blade flashed upward, spinning high into the blackness and casting a bright blue light across the surrounding ruins, causing shadows to dance around them. Open-mouthed, Tahiri followed the lightsaber's flight in fearful silence. As the blade came down again, Rina reached out to catch it. Tahiri could tell straight away that the Yuuzhan Vong girl had misjudged the descent, but she seemed incapable of calling out to warn her. She just stood mutely watching on as the bright blue blade slashed Rina's hand and then clattered to the floor. Then, from somewhere far away, almost smothered by a terrible blinding pain, Tahiri heard herself scream. C-3PO cocked his golden head.
"You hear that?"
Han asked.
"Of course, sir," the droid said. "The signal is quite clear."
"We haven't been able to locate a source yet. The atmosphere appears to be carrying it a long way and spreading it out in the process. But the important thing is, can you translate it? And don't bother telling me how many languages you speak. The only person in the room who hasn't already heard that spiel 1,000 times is Droma, and he's not easily impressed."
"As you wish, sir."
Leia suppressed a half-smile as C-3PO nodded stiffly. The warbling transmission issued from the cockpit speakers with liquid clarity. Millennium Falcon's audio scrubbers had managed to remove much of the background hiss, along with the increasing electromagnetic noise from the battle taking place above the planet. If C-3PO couldn't translate it, no one could. While the droid was busy with this task, Han angled the Falcon up and over a ridge, diving deep into another trench. Droma, in the co-pilot's seat, fired a concussion missile at a distant mountain, in the hope that the resulting explosion would cover their tracks. Thus far, there had been no attempt to interfere with their progress across the surface of Esfandia, so they had to assume that the tactic had thus far worked. But there had been no sign of the relay base either. Wherever it was, it had dug in deep and wasn't moving.
"The transmission appears to be in a very strange form of trinary machine language," C-3PO said, his glowing photoreceptors gazing off into distant semantic landscapes. "The grammar is inconsistent, and the vocabulary quite peculiar. I am quite certain, though, that this is the source language."
"Is it coming from the relay base?" Han asked over his shoulder.
"I don't think that's terribly likely, sir," the droid said, "not unless it has taken to talking to itself."
"There's more than one signal?" Leia asked.
"I have identified at least 17.
17? Han repeated. "That's impossible."
"They could be decoys," Droma suggested, "laid out across the surface to misdirect the search."
"What's the point of that if you can't find a single decoy? The way the atmosphere spreads these frequencies, we'd be lucky to bump into one by accident."
Droma shrugged.
"It'd keep us busy, though, and the Yuuzhan Vong."
Leia thought of the strange flower-like formations the Falcon had passed through earlier, and an uneasy thought suddenly occurred to her. "These transmissions," she said, "are they all using an identical variation on that trinary code?"
"No, mistress. Each transmission source has its own unique variation."
"What's the point of that?"
Han said. Leia waved him silent. "And what are they talking about exactly?"
"It's difficult to say with any precision. Some of the nouns are unfamiliar to me, and the modifiers have mutated in ways that defy—"
"Your best guess will do,"
Han interrupted. "There seems to be a lot of talk about the battle," the droid returned after listening to the signals for a few seconds.
"The atmospheric disturbances are severe in some areas, and it would appear that the local flora has suffered catastrophic damage."
"Did you say flora?"
"Indeed, sir. The ecosystem of this world is another major topic of conversation, particularly among those whose food supplies have been threatened."
"Food supplies?"
Han glanced at the forward viewport. It was black and lifeless outside. Even using enhanced vision, the surface showed no obvious signs of any biological activity.
"Are you saying that the things making these signals are alive?"
"Why, yes, sir. I had assumed you already suspected this."
"But how is that possible in an environment like this?"
"Life has been found before in atmospheres of similar constitution, sir," C-3PO lectured. "It could have evolved here in the planet's early days, when the heat from the core was much more intense. Single-celled life forms could easily have evolved, perhaps larger organisms also."
"But you're talking intelligent life,"
Han protested.
Things that can talk. Indeed, sir. It is also possible that these life forms are not indigenous to Asphandia. They could have been imported here? Leia asked. Where from? From wherever it was they evolved, Princess. Han raised his hands in frustration. He looked at Droma, as though for support.
I guess it makes sense, the Rin said. If life was going to exist here, it would have to be scattered. A low-energy world couldn't support too dense a population. They would have to use a form of communication that could reach long distances, and comm frequencies give them that.
But trinary code? I think someone taught them to speak that way, Leia said. Han's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Someone on the relay team? Past, if not present. The language has had time to change, after all. She turned to C-3PO. Do you think we could communicate with these creatures? I can see no reason why not, Princess. We know the frequencies upon which they communicate, and I am fluent in an approximate version of their language. He leaned forward to speak into the communicator. Low power only, Han said, letting the droid through. And if they can't tell us anything about the relay base, we're not going to sit here and chat. We're not the only ones listening. C-3PO performed the droid equivalent of clearing his throat, then warbled a series of strange fluting tones into Asphandia's dense atmosphere. Leia tried to discern a pattern to it, but it was pointless. To her ears it sounded like three deranged flutists bickering over which melody to play. When it was done, C-3PO straightened in satisfaction. I have broadcast a request for information on the location of the Verger Merle. Verger what? Han said. Verger Merle, the relay base. C-3PO repeated casually, the burbling phrase rolling effortlessly from his vocal box. If they reply, we will know— He paused as a stronger signal from the comm filled the cabin. Oh my, the droid said, looking almost anxiously to the others around him. I fear something got lost in translation. They misunderstood my request for information as an invitation. An invitation to what? Han asked. I'm not sure. But if I may try again, sir, I might— Spare us the details, Han said. Just get them talking. C-3PO burbled out another string of nonsensical sounds. The reply was immediate, although this time it was as if multiple voices had joined the conversation. And if before it had sounded like three flutists bickering, now it sounded like the entire orchestra had gotten involved in the argument. Droma had his hands over his ears in a vain attempt to keep the cacophony out.
I haven't heard anything like this since I attended a benefit for a tone-deaf Palawic, and boy, those guys could wail.
Are you getting anything useful? Han asked, rapping on C-3PO's bronzed casing. The droid broke off his conversation. Indeed, sir. For the most part, the Burl, as they call themselves, are a sociable species and are happy to talk. They are familiar with the relay base, but will not reveal its location until they are certain we mean it no harm. Well then, what are you waiting for? Reassure them already. I have already done so, sir, but I'm afraid it will take more than that to convince them. C-3PO hesitated, looking to each person in the cockpit. What is it, 3PO? Leia asked. Well, Princess, it seems that in the eyes of the Burp, we are murderers and therefore untrustworthy. Murderers? Han rasped. We're not the ones bombarding their planet. We're trying to stop it. It's not the bombardment that concerns them, sir. They claim that we have killed 15 of their people since we arrived. What? When are we supposed to have done that? They say that the voices of their friends were silenced when we crossed their paths. With a sickening sensation, Leia thought again of the strange flower shapes that had brushed by the Falcon, dissolving in the freighter's turbulent, superheated wake. Stop the engines, she told her husband. What? Leia, you can't be— Do it, Han, she insisted. Switch off the repulsors, everything. Do it now before we kill someone else. Han complied, although it was clear from the expression on his face he didn't understand why. The Falcon settled slowly to the bottom of the trench, and when a quiet had washed over the ship, Leia explained her theory of what these aliens were. We didn't know, Han said, pale-faced at the idea of having inadvertently killed so many intelligent beings. Tell them that, 3PO. Explain to them that there was no way we could have known. I will try, sir, but I don't think it will make much difference to their feelings toward us. There has to be something we can say to change their minds. Leia put a hand on her husband's shoulder as, out of the darkness, one of the flower shapes drifted toward them. Now that she could see it properly, she saw how its edges rippled to provide motion, moving it through the atmosphere. A ring of photosensors studded its interior, along with radial lines of swirling cilia. Behind the cilia, through the creature's semi-transparent flesh, she could see a complicated skeleton keeping the alien's petals rigid, as well as gently pulsing darker patches that might have been internal organs. And behind all that, tapering off into the distance, was a long whip-like tail. There was no sense of up or down, or of a face, and yet she knew it was watching them.
"Can they hurt us?"
Droma whispered, as though worried the creature might overhear him.
"I doubt it,"
Han said, but he didn't sound confident. Leia felt a faint rippling through the Force as a second alien joined the first. It was in turn quickly joined by a third. There was no doubt now that they were alive. More came, wafting in on the heavy currents of Esfandia's atmosphere, until the ship was surrounded by a ring of mysterious flowers.
"We killed their friends," she thought bitterly to herself. "We killed their family."
Somehow she didn't think that sorry was about to make up for that. Saba smelled the thunderstorm long before she heard it. Her sensitive nostrils twitched at the moisture on the air, filtered through the Tampasi and redolent with spores and sap. Within minutes she could hear rain sweeping across the treetops, driven at a sharp angle by powerful gusting winds. Before long she could hear the sound of the water escaping the borus leaves high above and trickling down in streams to the ground. The Faroans had provided their guests with rolled-up sleeping pads and thick, coarse blankets. Following a light supper, Jason, Danny, and Mara had decided to take advantage of the situation and rest, while Master Skywalker and Dr. Hegarty stayed up to talk. Saba stayed awake also, despite being tired. She still didn't completely trust their hosts, and wanted to keep watch for the others. She remained on her pad the entire time, with eyes closed and ears opened, listening to everything happening around her, including the conversation between Master Skywalker and Hegarty.
"Mentioned the potentium to Jason,"
Master Skywalker was saying.
"She didn't give him many details, though, and I've never heard of it, have you?"
"No," the elderly human scholar replied. "But mind you, the study of the Force isn't really my field."
"What about the Faroans, then? Is there anything about them you think I should know?"
"Well, I'm sure you've noticed their intolerance toward us," the doctor said. "Not that I can blame their suspicion. They've been contacted by strangers 6 times that we know of. 3 times by Jedi, including us, 2 by the Yuuzhan Vong, and once by Tarkin and his Old Republic forces. 3 times they've been attacked, and each time it happened the Jedi were there. Once you could forget, 2 you could forgive. But 3 times?
"I know what you mean," Luke said. "I can't blame them either for thinking that way, but it's our job to change their minds. Otherwise this whole quest will have been a waste of time."
Rain crackled gently on the roof of the mushroom-like habitat, although inside was warm and dry. Saba could feel faint tendrils of life trickling through its capillaries. It seemed to like the rain, and much of the warmth was generated as a result of the pleasure it felt. They talked further, but Saba was finding herself more and more seduced by exhaustion and the notion of sleep. Nearby she could make out the restive breathing of those sleeping around her, and she found herself soothed by the rhythm along with the rain on the rooftop. She fought the sleep for a moment longer, feeling that perhaps she should continue to keep alert for the others, but then Master Skywalker was still awake, and he was more than able to keep an eye out for everyone's well-being. There really was no reason to stay alert. Jag took the shot on his port shields and stuttered his engines as though he'd been hit. His clawcraft went into a wild tumble, careening dangerously across the battlefield. Stars slewed around him in a disorienting tangle, and he had to rely on his instincts in ways rarely called upon to make sure he was heading in the right direction. Only when the scarred bulk of the dead gunship loomed vertiginously over him did he kill the illusion, and then just for a split second. Everything depended on him being able to convince those that saw him that his death roll was genuine, while at the same time maintaining enough control over his ship to ensure he wasn't actually killed. A fraction of a second before colliding with the gunship, he fired his laser cannons. The resulting explosion boiled Yorick coral in a great plume from the gunship, enveloping him in fire and debris. For a brief moment he was actually cushioned by the blast, a situation he had initially feared might be untenable, until he checked the rating on his shields and found that they could take it. Inertial dampeners soaked up his residual momentum and brought him and his clawcraft to a creaking halt deep within the hull of the ruined gunship. It had been a rough ride, and it took him a minute to get himself back together and make sure everything was still in one piece. His shields were recharging, the body of his starfighter was still rigid, and his weapons systems were still working. So far, so good. The view through his forward canopy was like something he'd expect to find at the heart of a sun. The impact had unleashed a lot of energy on the dying gunship's interior, energy it wasn't designed ever to see. Molten decking bubbled against his shields, burning in what little atmosphere remained in the leaky hulk. Organic components released noxious fumes as they decomposed in the extraordinary heat. Jag imagined a plume of debris and particles spewing from the hole he'd left in the gunship's side. At least he hoped there was. That had been the plan, anyway. He clicked his communicator. Unwilling to risk revealing his survival until the time was right, he had explained his proposal to Josel and Adelmaj, and told them how to respond should the first stage work out. His one click would tell them he'd survived. Thankfully, he immediately received 2 clicks in return, which meant that everything had gone according to plan on the outside, too. The Yuuzhan Vong had bought the illusion of his destruction. He exhaled heavily in relief and instantly felt one knot of tension dissolve in his gut. It was time to work on the others. He searched the wreckage with radar and other instruments. As far as he could tell, it was empty of life, but not completely dead yet. The spine of the ship was still transmitting data, although the brain of the living craft was dead, and the various limbs it had once coordinated were disconnected. Patches of the Yorick coral that comprised the hull would live for some time yet, even if, as a whole, it was beyond hope. And in places, surviving off scraps of nutrients and energy sources circulating irregularly through the infrastructure, were 5 clusters of Dovin basils, the miniature black hole generators that the Yuuzhan Vong used for propulsion, defense, and attack. Jag nodded to himself, pleased with the situation. He fired up his engines again. The clawcraft shifted in the wreckage, then settled as his shields got a better grip. He slowly upped the power, relying on the fighter's instruments, possibly scrambled by the impact, to tell him where he was going. No further clicks came from his wingmates, so he had to assume everything was still going according to plan. He pushed the engines to their maximum power before, gradually, creakingly, the ruined gunship began to accelerate. Another 2 clicks from the outside confirmed that his reaction wake was being camouflaged by the vapor plume. Anyone studying the gunship's wreckage would simply assume that its interior was aflame and disregard it. Hopefully there were too many other things to worry about. The Star Destroyers, the Imperial squadrons, and the 2 pesky Galactic Alliance fighters nipping at anything that seemed to be paying too close attention. And while they were busy with that, Jag could get started on the next stage of his plan. Using the laser cannon as a surgeon would wield a vibroscalpel, he began to sculpt the interior of the gunship, taking great care to avoid the weight-bearing stanchions against which his starfighter pressed. He cut great chunks out of the spaces around him and let them fall back into the exhaust plume. Relatively speaking, the thrust his starfighter could apply to the gunship was small, since the gunship massed many times more than his engine was used to propelling. He couldn't do anything about thrust, but he could affect the mass he was pushing against. By eating away at the gunship from the inside and letting the pieces tumble back into the wake, he could gradually increase the effect his clawcraft's engine was having. And that this inert wreck was suddenly accelerating across the skies of Esfandia wouldn't necessarily arouse the Yuuzhan Vong's suspicions. In large space battles, active debris was a common and occasionally dangerous hazard. Another 2 clicks confirmed that he was on course and as yet unnoticed. His engines were redlining, but he figured they could sustain the effort for the 10 minutes required of them. While the battle swirled around him, he moved the hulk slowly but surely to the northern flank. The attention of his cutting lasers encroached, meter by meter, to the hull. Red-hot wreckage boiled and burned around him, and every now and then he would come across a lifeless body that he had to force himself to ignore and carry on. Each one he came across reminded him just how crazy this plan of his really was. If it caught the Yuuzhan Vong off guard, he told himself, if only for a second, then it would all be worthwhile.
Admiral Twin One appears to be intending to ram that ruined gunship.
Pelion's gaze didn't shift from the display to look at the officer standing beside him.
I can see what he's doing, Commander.
But, sir, the Yuuzhan Vong have collision avoidance systems at least as good as ours. They're not about to let wreckage drift into their ships. If they suspect the gunship is to be used as a ram, they'll simply blow it out of the sky. What could he possibly hope to achieve by doing this?
He hopes to surprise me, of course, and them in the process.
Despite his belief in the young Jagged Fell's abilities, Pelion couldn't help but feel some apprehension. He'd wanted something solid and disconcerting from the Chiss pilot, certainly, but he hadn't expected quite so dramatic a response as this. Meanwhile, the disposition of the battle hadn't changed. The Yuuzhan Vong still outnumbered the Imperial and Galactic Alliance forces, and they were still amassing their forces in the northern flank. The alien corvette and cruiser had managed to repel all attempts to place a Yamask jammer between them. That remained a potential flashpoint. If ignited, Esfandia might return to Yuuzhan Vong control. But he was determined not to let that happen on his watch. He'd sooner ram the Yuuzhan Vong warships himself than allow that.
Any sign of the Falcon yet?
He asked his aide.
No, sir. It must still be down in the atmosphere.
He wondered whether he should send reinforcements down to the surface. The Galactic Alliance forces hadn't done so, but that was probably because they simply didn't have the resources to spare. His last conversation with Captain Mayne had ended on a notably cool note. Perhaps an offer to assist would help bridge the gap. His aide soon had her on the line, and he explained the situation as clearly as he could without spelling out every detail. He never entrusted confidential information to any sort of broadcast medium, no matter how secure the line was thought to be.
So if you need any assistance in that regard, he concluded, I'd be only too happy to offer.
Mayne was shaking her head before he'd finished. Thanks, Admiral, but that won't be necessary. We received a low-power coded transmission from the Falcon a short time ago, ordering us to deter any further incursions into the planet's atmosphere as a matter of some urgency. I was about to pass it on to you, in fact, when you called.
Pelion absorbed this. It didn't sound like a simple everything's under control, no help required instruction. One didn't normally issue orders requesting urgent inaction without good reason.
"Do they know about the Vong patrols scouting the planet?"
he asked. I advised them of that myself.
"And they still don't want anyone to watch their back while they're down there?"
They were quite specific about that.
"Did they offer any explanation as to why?"
No, sir. The message was brief. They simply said they would explain in due course, when their location was less sensitive.
"What is their location?"
That I don't know, sir," Captain Mayne replied expressionlessly. The signal was too diffuse and brief to obtain a precise lock-on, which I assume was the intention. Pelion frowned. Did Captain Mayne really not know, or was she holding out on the information, per instructions from her superiors? It seemed reasonable to assume that the Falcon was looking for the relay team. That wasn't a problem in itself. He simply hated being left in the dark.
"Thank you, Captain,"
he said, no longer caring to soften his tone in the interest of public relations.
"In future, please keep me promptly informed of any such developments."
Understood, sir. The Galactic Alliance captain signed off, and Pelion turned away from the screen to consider what she had and hadn't told him. Part of him wondered if he was naive in assuming that he could trust this group of Galactic Alliance forces in the same way that Luke Skywalker and his associates had proved that they could be trusted. Yes, Leia Organa Solo was Luke's twin sister, but she'd been trained in the art of politics, and politicians had too many fingers in too many pies to be taken at face value. Admiral. At the sound of his aide's voice, he turned from his disquieting thoughts.
"What is it?"
"I have a text message from Colonel Fell, sir, relayed through Twin 9.
"What does he say?"
"He says, 'Get ready.'"
Pelion glanced at the display showing the northern flank. The gutted gunship's path was a dotted line passing between the two major targets in that region. The Chiss pilot was clearly going to miss both ships by a healthy margin. Any reply Pelion might have sent went untransmitted as, on the screen before them, the gutted gunship suddenly exploded.
"That was risky, Leia,"
Han said when the message to Pride of Salonia had been dispatched.
"The transmission could be traced."
Leia folded her arms and shivered, unable to take her eyes off the screen in which the alien's C-3PO called Burp had gathered. I know, but we can't take the risk that any more of them will die. It's not acceptable.
There are Yuuzhan Vong down here, don't forget, Droma put in.
His tail twitched restlessly where it dangled over the edge of his chair. I haven't forgotten, she said tightly. I just haven't decided what to do about them yet. A strange new warbling came over the comm. The Burp say that there are many hot bodies on Espondia now, C-3PO translated. They're doing what they can to protect their people, but without knowing where the next target will be, it's impossible to keep them all safe. Leia could appreciate the problem all too well. There was only one possible solution, but she didn't particularly like it. It all boiled down to the question of what was more important, the relay base and communications with the unknown regions, or the lives of an alien species that got caught in the middle of a war.
We can't stay down here indefinitely, Han pointed out.
But we can't go anywhere either,
Droma said. Not while those aliens are out there. He indicated the ring of flower-like aliens floating around the ship in mute appeal. The moment they engaged the Falcon's drives, they would be swept away like Geonosians in a hurricane. I'm aware of all this, Leia said irritably. She tried not to take her frustration out on her companions, but it was hard not to when all her thoughts kept coming back to the same conclusion.
Telemetry, Han said.
Screens in front of the co-pilot's station flickered with data coming down from the Salonia.
Increased traffic in this area. The Scarheads must have picked up the edges of our transmission.
If we keep low, they won't see us, right?
Droma looked at both of them hopefully. Yes, but we're not about to do that, Leia said. We have to send another message. Han didn't look happy with her suggestion.
I don't think that's a good idea.
If we do that, Leia, they'll spot us for sure.
That's partly the idea. Understanding dawned behind her husband's eyes.
Okay, but what about them?
He indicated the waiting aliens. How far can we extend the shields?
A fair distance. Why?
Can we create a separate pocket?
Not without serious modifications.
But you could do it. Leia felt disappointment mounting on top of her frustration.
I guess.
Good. She was only marginally reassured. Her plan would save the Burp in the short term, but might end up killing them all in the long run. I don't think we have an alternative, she said. Han nodded as he turned away to begin hitting switches.
Then let's get started.
Droma was looking from Han to Leia with increasing puzzlement.
I don't suppose either of you would care to let me in on what's going on?
It's simple, Leia said. We're going to draw the Yuuzhan Vong here by sending another transmission. Droma's bushy gray eyebrows shot up.
Not before dropping me at the nearest thing that passes for a bar on this planet, I trust.
Leia ignored the glib remark. It's the only thing we can do. They know something's in the area since they picked up the fringes of our last message, but they'll assume it came from the relay base. That's all they're aware is down here. They'll instantly converge on us, wanting to take us out.
And that's a good thing. Why?
Droma looked to Han for support, but didn't get it.
Listen, Han said, we tell the Salonia to look for a convergence in our location, right? When the Yuuzhan Vong are all in one spot, they'll make the perfect target. The big beam weapons on one of those Star Destroyers should be able to make quite a mess out of them.
Not to mention us, of course.
Not if they aim right. We'll be cold, presenting as small a target as possible.
What about the locals?
Hopefully they'll be tucked nice and safe under our shields, Han said. Look, just relax, Droma, and stop your whining. Leia knows what she's doing.
She married you, didn't she?
The Rin muttered with a shake of his head.
That's not what I'd call a particularly good track record.
Leia turned away from the two and faced C-3PO, not interested in her husband's response to the Rin.
3PO, advise the...
She stopped, unable to get her tongue around the pronunciation of the alien's name. Just tell them that they should come as close as possible to the Falcon, and that they're to stay there until we tell them otherwise. As you wish, Princess. Tell them also to get anyone in the area as far away as possible. Things are about to get extremely messy around here, and I don't want anyone else getting hurt. C-3PO relayed the message in burbling, sing-song tones, A reply came in several stages, with the droid explaining key features of the plan that were beyond the aliens' experiences. "They will do as you instruct," he said eventually. "Although there are some concerns that they might be taken hostage, they ask us to be particularly careful of the nesting planes nearby."
Nesting planes? Han rolled his eyes. That's just terrific. As if we don't have enough to worry about.
"What does it look like?" Leia asked. "It consists of a series of caves and tunnels beneath the surface, in which the female Burburp lay their eggs for the males to fertilize. They are private places, warmed from the heat of the core." "And the fact that one of them is so near to us might explain why there are so many of those aliens around here," Leia mused aloud. "Exactly, mistress. If we had come down in the open plains, there would have been almost no one around."
"Well, we can't move now," Han said.
"Tell them we'll be as careful as possible," Leia said. "That's the best we can do." C-3PO relayed her reassurance while Leia came to terms with the difficulty of what she'd set out for herself. As things stood, the Falcon was a stationary object that the Yuuzhan Vong, looking for the relay base, could easily use for target practice. It could neither flee nor return fire, for fear of hurting the fragile locals. Add to that the nearby nesting area, and the fact they still had no idea where the relay base was, and it was beginning to look like they'd taken on more than they could handle.
"The message is on its way," Han said. "I've adjusted the shields."
Leia glanced at the screen and noted that the ring of brr had contracted around the old freighter. "Then all we can do now is wait, I guess."
"And hope they're not too busy up there to rescue us,"
Droma said, his eyes drifting nervously to the ceiling.
"For this one's home."
Saba's eyes snapped open. She sat bolt upright, heart racing and scales shifting in anticipation. She took a couple of deep and calming breaths, but the residue of the dream still troubled her. The burning planet, the anger, the slave ship, the torpedoes. She had relived the terrible images of Barab One's destruction too many times over the last few months, as well as the guilt that accompanied the dream. For this one's people, she shook her head to lose the dream and the emotions it brought. It was unlikely that she'd ever lose the dream completely. What had happened that day would haunt her for the rest of her life. She sighed heavily to herself and looked idly about the dark room. It was still nighttime, and everyone was asleep. The only sounds she could hear were breathing and the rain's continued pitter-patter on the rooftop. For all intents and purposes, everything seemed normal, and yet... Her scales stiffened again, this time in apprehension. Something was wrong. She reached out around her with the Force, trying to isolate the unease she was feeling. She could sense her fellow Jedi Knights, could feel the mixed life signals of the airships and various Pharaohans nearby, could feel... She stopped, realizing what it was that troubled her. Something so subtle that a human might have missed it. It wasn't what was there, but rather what wasn't. There was no longer the faint touch of the habitat's life force. It was dead. With her senses tingling, she threw back her blanket and made to stand. Halfway to her feet, however, something heavy and suffocating dropped down on her from above and pushed her back to the ground. She roared to wake the others. Her lightsaber flared into life beneath the confines of whatever it was that was holding her down. She slashed once, twice, and felt the weight fall away. She forced her arms and head through the hole she'd sliced, just as something hard and heavy swung at her out of the shadows, cracking her across the skull. She fell back with a grunt. Pain from the blow seared down one side of her face. She fought back, feverishly willing herself to move. Someone had obviously killed the habitat and brought it down upon them. Then, as each of them struggled to climb out, the attackers would strike them as they emerged. It was almost too easy, but clearly these assailants didn't know what they were dealing with. A Jedi Knight wasn't so easily overcome, and 4 Jedi Knights was a force to be reckoned with.
"Saba!"
The voice belonged to Soren Hegarty, and from the doctor's tone, Saba knew she was in trouble. She tried to break free to help the doctor, and was struck again by the blunt weapon. This time she was ready, though, and managed to deflect the blow so that it only struck her shoulder. Her attacker let out a yelp of fright as Saba pulled herself to her feet and raised her lightsaber to strike back. From the glow of her blade, as well as the reflected light from the gas giant Mobus, she was finally able to make him out.
He was a Pharaohan male of medium height and build, and his expression was one of determination undercut with panic, a panic she knew she could use to her advantage. She faced her attacker squarely, roaring as loud as she could and raising her lightsaber as though to strike. He took one look at her sharp teeth and claws, dropped his weapon, and fled. She turned to where Hegarty struggled with 3 other black-clad Pharaohans. There were more of them scurrying around on the folds of the collapsed habitat, but Saba ignored them. Master Skywalker and the others could look after themselves. It was Dr. Hegarty who needed her help the most right then. The Jedi Master was weaving through the rain, cutting the others free while staving off his attackers. Hegarty, her cries now muffled, was being dragged rapidly away. Saba took off at a run, her tail pointing behind her in an arrow-straight counterbalance to the lightsaber in her hand. One of the kidnappers tripped just as Saba reached them, lightsaber cutting a hissing swath through the rain. The one who'd fallen scrambled backward through the mud, while the others turned to face her. There was fear in their eyes, but they held their ground. 2 held heavy clubs like the one that had almost knocked her out before. The third pointed something at her that looked like a thin, twisted tree root, with a startlingly acute crystal point at its tip. Before she had time to wonder at its purpose, a miniature bolt of lightning arced toward her. It grounded safely in her lightsaber, which she'd swung to intercept it with liquid ease. "This one will not allow a friend to be harmed," she said, revealing her teeth in a menacing snarl. The one with the tree root weapon lowered his aim, uncertainty overtaking his resolve, while the one on the ground scrabbled for purchase in the mud. The third kidnapper, the one actually holding the doctor, unceremoniously dropped his hostage. She fell into the mud with a grunt of both pain and indignation. Then all 3 were gone, running in different directions into the shadows. Saba resisted the urge to chase after them. Instead, she reached down with one clawed hand to help the doctor to her feet. "Thank you," the scholar gasped, wiping water and dirt from her face. Her grey hair hung limply and was streaked with mud. "As soon as the roof came down on us, they were right there, ready to cut me free. I thought they'd come to rescue me at first, until they clubbed me." She rubbed at her head. "Why should they want me, though?" Saba knew. Go for the weakest of the herd. It was the first rule of predation, and in this case the weakest would have been those who weren't fighters, and that meant, "We must get back to the others," she said, hurriedly leading the way. They returned to find Luke and Mara arguing with a group of Pharaohans who had come out to see what all the commotion was about. They seemed genuinely surprised, but not above taking affront at Mara's suggestion that they'd been in any way negligent. "Are you suggesting we would sanction such behavior?" Roll protested. "All I know is that we were attacked," Mara said, "and you assured us we'd be safe."
"I thought Jedi could look after themselves,"
Daruk sneered.
"The fact that we're standing here now shows that we can," Mara defended quickly. "Despite the cowardly attack by your people, they waited for the habitat to collapse before doing anything."
"Habitats don't just collapse," Daruk said.
"Whoever planned this attack," Master Skywalker said, "obviously rigged it earlier." Roll looked exasperated. "But I still don't see who would do such a thing."
"I don't care who," Mara said. "I just want them found."
"In this rain," Roll said. "They could have gone in a dozen different directions. You'll never find them now." "We have to try," Jason said, stepping into the conversation with a grim expression. To Master Skywalker and Mara he said, "She's gone."
"Who is gone?"
Daruk asked. "Go for the weakest of the herd."
"Danny Kui,"
Saba said.
"They took Danny."
Jason looked at her and nodded. "And I intend to find her before they get too far."
"Jason, wait."
Mara tried to catch her nephew's shoulder as he started off into the darkness, but he shrugged her hand aside and continued on his way without further comment.
"This one will keep him safe,"
Saba reassured Mara. With a 2-legged leap, she took after Jason, hunting the moment. Pelian's aide gasped as the decoy gunship blew up with Jag Fell inside it. The Admiral noted other signs of surprise and distress across the wide bridge of Right to Rule. The fortunes of Suntir's son had captured more attention than he'd expected. To see them so suddenly dashed was a shock even to him.
He turned to his aide, opening his mouth to issue an order and recall all fighters from the northern flank. Before any words had passed his lips, however, something strange happened. The destroyed gunship had broken into several large chunks, with numerous smaller fragments boiling into vacuum. 2 of the larger chunks were heading for the cruiser. Another, the largest, was tumbling toward the corvette. The fragments were large enough and had enough relative velocity to inflict considerable damage if they hit. But as Pelion watched, the equivalent of collision avoidance systems came into play around the 2 ships. A gout of plasma fire lashed out at the first of the fragments to approach the cruiser. Instead of blowing the wreckage into even smaller fragments, however, the vicious bolt of plasma was sucked away into nothing. What? Pelion stared at the screen in disbelief. Even when another plasma burst failed to destroy the rapidly approaching wreckage, he still didn't understand what was happening. Only as the corvette began firing on the piece tumbling toward it did he finally realize it. The plasma fire was being absorbed by Dovin Basil's lingering on the fragments of the gunship's hull. And with that realization, the rest of Jagfell's plan fell into place for him. "All fighters in the northern flank," he ordered his aide. "Concentrate on those 2 targets. Divert all firepower to the weak spots." The aide frowned. "What weak spots, sir?" "Those weak spots." He indicated the sudden blossoming of energy as the first gunship fragment hit the Yuuzhan Vong cruiser. He leaned back in satisfaction as his orders were relayed, and fighters converged on the damaged ship, intending to add not just insult to injury, but violent destruction as well. Jag rode the wild tumbling of the 3rd fragment as it arrowed toward the Yuuzhan Vong corvette, hanging alongside the damaged cruiser. The Yuuzhan Vong were quick, he had to give them that. They were already concentrating their fire on his ride, hoping to overload the lingering Dovin Basils and blow the threat into a million pieces. When their shots cut through the debris enough to impact on his shields, he retaliated, knowing that the move would take them by surprise. A lethal piece of debris was bad enough. That it would return fire would have been completely unexpected. His shots had the required effect. The Yuuzhan Vong gunners were distracted long enough for the gunship fragment to hit the corvette's hull. Just before the collision, Jag made sure the fragment was between him and the corvette. Nevertheless, the impact was intense enough to almost buckle his shields. The shock wave from the resulting explosion caused him to black out for a moment, and when he came to again, he found himself immersed in a white-hot ball of gas and debris. Repeating the tactic he'd employed in the gunship, he fired his way out of the impact point, tunneling deep into the heart of the corvette. He didn't know how far he would get before his shields overloaded, but he was determined to do as much damage as he could before then. Since Yuuzhan Vong warriors were trained to fight to the death, opportunities to explore the interiors of their ships came rarely, and he had no idea where the equivalents of power generators or drives might be situated. He simply angled inward and backward along the craft's major axes, figuring that the most sensitive material would probably be kept there. He knew that it would be impossible to trigger an explosion like the one that had torn the gunship apart, but he figured it was worth trying. Burning debris roiled around him, enclosing him in an extended fiery bubble. The plasma effectively cut him off from the universe outside, stopping even the clicks from his wingmates getting through. Whether his maneuver had been sufficient for Pelion to turn the tide in the northern flank, he wouldn't know until he was out. He only hoped he wouldn't be met with a wall of coral skippers when he emerged. That would certainly bring an ignominious end to his daring plan. "Is this what you would have done, Jaina?" he wondered. "Would you have gone this far?" He kept on firing until his laser cannons threatened to melt and his shields were on the verge of collapse. In case he needed those systems on the way out, he rested them while he rotated his fighter around its center of gravity and prepared to retrace his steps. The view behind was the same as in front. Nothing but boiling debris and the red-hot outlines of load-bearing structures, now deformed and sagging. A shudder rolled through the corvette, but he couldn't tell if it was a result of his actions or from elsewhere. For all he knew, the ship might have been on the brink of exploding, or it could have simply been changing course. Gunning his engines and keeping a close eye on the instruments, he powered his way back through the burning ship. Occasionally, great clumps of anti-reactant foam clogged his path, and he was forced to burn his way through, starting new fires in the process. As he neared the outer hull, he picked up the speed. The impact sight of the gunship wreckage gave him more room to maneuver, and a greater feeling of exposure, too. Inside, he'd been relatively safe. Once outside again, he would come under the targeting system of every weapon on the corvette's hull, along with the targeting reticles of every skip within firing distance. The faster he came out, the better. White heat faded to blue streaked with yellow, then orange, and finally red. Then abruptly there was nothing ahead of him but stars. He put his shields to maximum behind him and pushed the throttle as far as it would go. Burned black from nose to stern, his starfighter shot out of the burning ship like a particle discharged from the business end of a chariot. He fought to keep his damaged stabilizers under control and ignored a blast of noise from his comm. Until he was certain he had his clawcraft under control, he didn't have time to look around. When he did, he was amazed to find that his plan appeared to have worked. The corvette was in serious trouble, burning in too many places to count, and looking like it could break up at any moment. Dozens of Imperial fighters were pounding it without relief. Nearby, the cruiser was coming under similar attack. The places where the gunship fragments had hit were targets for repeated combat runs, leaving them gaping and vulnerable. The holes vented gases and bodies in huge clouds, making navigation dangerous for Yuzhanbong and Imperial alike. Any chance of the northern flank becoming a focus for resistance now seemed very remote. "Jag, you made it!" The greeting burst out of his comm like a miniature explosion, closely followed by an X-wing swooping in from his right. "Nice to hear your voice, Anton," he replied. "How's everything out here?" "Much improved now, sir." This came from Twin Sun 4, settling into position off his port side. "I think you've shown those imps a thing or two." "I certainly hope so," he thought as he continued to guide his battered starfighter out of the thick of things. "Congratulations on a job well done, Colonel Fell." The voice of the Grand Admiral from the comm broke across his thoughts. "Consider me surprised. I hope I managed to make a difference, sir." "Oh, that you did," the Grand Admiral said. "It's becoming obvious that neither we nor the Yuzhanbong are going to control the planet. I'd expect a stalemate to form any time now. Us on one side, them on the other. I doubt that anyone will be getting any closer than low orbit. That should allow the ground crew time to find the base, at least." "Have we heard anything from them, sir?" "Not that I'm aware," Pelion said. "Although you might want to check with Captain Main. Tell her that if there's anything I need to hear, she knows where to find me." Jag frowned, sensing something in Pelion's tone, but not sure what it was, and certain it wasn't any of his business. "I'll contact her immediately, sir." "I'd consider doing more than that," the Admiral said. "You're going to need more than just a wire brush to get rid of that scoring." Jag smiled as he turned his clawcraft around for Pride of Salonia. He had no idea how badly crisped he'd gotten inside the gunship and the cruiser, but if the Admiral had taken time to comment on it, it must be bad. He checked in with Captain Main, who ordered him back in no uncertain terms. There was a heavy strain in her voice, as though she was deeply worried about something. "We haven't heard from the Falcon," she explained when he asked. "A garbled transmission came through a short time ago, but we couldn't decipher it. We suspect the Yuzhanbong are jamming transmissions from the surface." "That's not good," Jag said. "They could be calling for help. Is there any way we can get down there?" "No, and don't even think about trying, Colonel. You're not going anywhere until we check out your ship." "Don't worry, Captain," he said. "I think one crazy stunt is enough for one day." As he arced around the Salonia and moved into position to dock, he asked the question that had been on his mind since he'd emerged from the belly of the alien corvette. "Captain, is Jaina there?" There was a long pause. When Main returned, her voice was more strained than ever, and Jag knew that this was the source of the woman's anxiety. "It might be easier to talk about that when you dock," Main said. Jag felt an icy nausea squeeze his stomach. "Is something wrong?" "To be honest, Colonel, we don't know. None of us here is a Jedi, so we have no idea if her condition is normal or not." "What condition?" Even over the crackling calm, he heard Captain Mayne take a deep breath. "She's unconscious, possibly in a coma. Dantos says we don't know exactly when it happened, and we don't know when she's likely to snap out of it, if she snaps out of it at all. I'm sorry, Colonel. I wish I could offer you better news, but the fact is we just can't reach her." "We can't reach her." Captain Mayne's words seemed to echo in Jagg's ears. As he jockeyed his clawcraft around to the docking bays, he asked, "When did this happen? Where did you find her?" "In Tahiri's room," Mayne answered. "She's been like that since we arrived." Jag nodded, his jaw tightening. He'd known the answer before asking the question. That didn't make hearing it any better, though. He gripped the controls of his clawcraft tightly as he carefully brought it in to dock, even though his every instinct urged him to hurry. "Are you still there, Colonel?" he heard Mayne ask after a few seconds. But he didn't have time to reply. He was too busy clambering from his cockpit. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he was running through the corridors, heading for Tahiri's room. The area surrounding Shimra's palace had undergone considerable change since Nome Anor's expulsion. Bioengineered life forms extruded from the walls, floors, and ceilings of buildings as they slowly ate their way through the lifeless constructs of the planet's previous occupants, fashioning them into immense new extensions to house the Supreme Overlord's vast number of servants, executors, and other support staff. There was no mistaking the palace itself. A world ship standing on one end, it rose like a majestic mountain from the ruins of the old world. It was a thing of awesome beauty and intimidating splendor, with its mighty rainbow-edged wings stretching out across Yuuzhan for all to see. The exterior of the inner sanctum, Shimra's private chambers, had been heavily decorated with slender, curving spikes that reached for the sky as though to snatch at the clouds. The number of entrances had been reduced, possibly in response to failed attempts by the heresy to get inside, and each one was now protected by heavy security. Still, the priestess Ngala had no difficulty smuggling a Vilip inside, with which to spy on proceedings. Cleverly incorporated into elaborate robes and ornamentation, it saw what was taking place with perfect clarity. Nome Anor, on the receiving end of its transmissions, saw too. A full court had gathered to hear the priestess's report on the Vishtu region. Nome Anor recognized many of the faces gathered before the Supreme Overlord. Many were ones he had himself served with. The others were recent additions, replacements for those lost in action or killed for failing their master. They watched proceedings with keen, cautious eyes, knowing that opportunities for advancement would be frequent in such an environment, but that risks were concomitantly high. Then, of course, there was Lord Shimra himself. Nome Anor felt an immediate adrenaline rush the moment his eyes fell upon the Supreme Overlord. It was easy to forget, when bathed in the rhetoric of the heresy, how striking Shimra was, how gloriously wrathful. Every fiber of Shimra's being screamed out in torment, tortured by the very garments he wore. He radiated psychic distress on every frequency, yet beneath that there burned a cold, implacable surety of purpose. He was like a natural force whose very presence demanded attention, and it took all of Nome Anor's will just to lower his gaze. Resources provided by Prefect Ashet proved barely adequate for my investigation, Ngala's report droned on, giving details in abundance but offering no real information. I was forced to procure my own means, and what I found was disturbing to an extreme. Numerous cells of heretic movements have formed in the consul's staff at all levels of seniority. It is clear, Great Lord, that the situation warrants serious scrutiny. A flurry of whispers circulated around the throne room. High Prefect Drothul looked particularly concerned. As head of the intendant cast on Yuuzhan, Prefect Ashet fell under his governance. Any stain on Vishtu would inevitably reflect on him. "I find this disturbing," Shimra rumbled from on high. His grotesquely magnificent throne towered over the penitents gathered before him. Yet he did not seem dwarfed by it. Darkness and power radiated from him in waves.
Once again, Ngala, you display unflinching bravery in bringing such news to my attention.
Another whisper. The Supreme Overlord had killed many underlings for delivering better news. The priestess bowed low, unfazed. It is my duty, Great One. I do not shirk from it.
You have evidence, I presume?
Ngala snapped her fingers. Guards brought forth 5 prisoners in cages made of coral and sinew that formed a natural shell, through which numerous perforations admitted air. The cages unfolded with a gentle pressure in the outer spinal ridge, and the 5 prisoners tumbled out. They whimpered and cried as they struggled awkwardly to their knees, but none of them pleaded for mercy. These were apprehended in the act of spreading the word of the Prophet, Ngala explained, perfectly truthfully. They all work for Prefect Ashet. The prisoners were pushed face down onto the floor by Shimra's swarthy bodyguards. They squirmed and wriggled, but were unable to escape. Bound by blorash jelly at wrists and ankles, the deformed creatures looked hideous in the face of Shimra's imperial perfection. Everything the Supreme Overlord had, the prisoners lacked. There was beauty in pain and ugliness. Nome Anor had forgotten just how splendid it could be. "You," Shimra said, gesturing at one of the prisoners at random with a single long, clawed finger. "Are you a servant of the Jedi?"
"With every breath," the prisoner gasped,
knowing he was sealing his death sentence with those words. His eyes were wild with hatred and rebellion, but trembling limbs betrayed his fear.
"You do not fear the gods, then?"
"No."
"Do you fear me?"
"No."
"What do you want?"
"Our freedom and our honor."
The court hissed to hear the heresy spoken so brazenly in the very heart of the Yuzhanvong Empire. All, including Nome Anor, expected Shimra to enact an immediate and terrible revenge on the source of such a foul challenge, but the Supreme Overlord, as he so often did, surprised them all.
"Interesting."
Shimra's voice was measured, almost bored, as though they were discussing nothing more than fleet movements in a distant part of the galaxy.
"It is as you have stated it, Ngala. Tell me, do the Jedi instruct these heretics personally, or do they direct them through another?"
The prisoner interrupted before Ngala could answer.
"I obey my conscience. I obey the Prophet."
Nome Anor cursed. That wasn't what the fool was supposed to say.
"My personal opinion is that Ashet is involved," the priestess said, recovering quickly and getting the correct message across. "But you have no direct evidence. In time, I will provide it." "That won't be necessary."
Shimra turned his attention back to the prisoners.
"Throw them to the Argon pit. Their screams of torment will provide a pleasing ambience during my communion with the gods. And while you're about it, bring me Prefect Ashet."
"It would be good to hear his side of the story, Lord,"
High Prefect Drothul said as the heretics were dragged away.
"I am certain that he can prove his innocence. He is a loyal and faithful servant."
Shimra silenced him with a gesture.
"Whether Prefect Ashet is corrupt or not," he said, "the fact is that he has allowed the heresy a foothold in his affairs. That is not acceptable. He must be reminded of the consequences of laxity, as must everyone in a position of responsibility. I want every member of his immediate family executed in the Argon pit. If they offer resistance, execute everyone in his entire domain, and install another in Vishtu sector. A confession will not be required. Suspicion alone is enough. This is the price of laxity that all will suffer if the heresy is not wiped out."
The orders provoked gasps from the audience. Its severity was extreme, even for Shimra. Prefect Drothul's face went a sickly shade of grey. War Master Nos Choka grinned a predator smile at the fate of the intendants he despised, and Nome Anor, far away, cackled gleefully.
"I am weary of this pointless aggravation,"
Shimra said. His every word and act was calculated to antagonize, to bludgeon those beneath into obedience. Not just the acts of gross violence, but the sweeping red gaze, the glistening teeth, the lazy pacing of a predator at the top of the food chain.
If there were a chance that these worthless animals could achieve their goal, then I might admire their determination, their loyalty to a cause. That their cause is utterly farcical wouldn't detract from the respect they would deserve, simply for attempting to rise above their station.
Shimra sneered mightily, triumphantly, at the terrified faces of those watching him.
But they are inevitably doomed. Their cause is hopeless, and their deaths will bring them no honor. The gods spurn them as abominations. I will not suffer them, or anyone tainted by them, to live.
Nom Anur was delighted. His betrayal of Ashet had reaped unexpected rewards. Shimra was obviously hoping to send a clear warning to all caste members, while at the same time weeding out suspicious domains. From now on, suspicion alone was enough, and failure to fight the heretics couldn't be blamed on underlings. What that meant for the heretics, though, wasn't disaster. It gave Nom Anur an even more potent weapon. With just a word from Ngala, Shimra could be made to destroy whole swaths of his loyal supporters. It was perfect. Ngala, glorious queen of deception, was the first to recover from the Supreme Overlord's pronouncement.
"Your will, Great One, is the will of the gods," she said, bowing low. "We obey you utterly and without question."
The others in Shimra's court had no choice but to follow suit, echoing her bow and her words with murmured praises of their own. High Prefect Drathul had looked for a moment as though he might protest, but Shimra's warning was clear. Those who spoke out against punishment for heresy risked being labeled heretical themselves. Drathul's eye sacs were inflamed and black as he stooped to offer his loyalty to the Supreme Overlord. Yet when he looked at Ngala, his expression was free of hatred. Nom Anur looked for any sign of resentment at how Ashet, and by association all of the intendants, had been implicated in the heresy, but he saw nothing but resignation. That surprised him. It wasn't like Drathul to simply roll over and accept his fate. The moment passed, and Ngala moved back to allow other penitents to speak. The conversation moved on to other troubles on the surface. A field of lambents had overheated and caught fire, disturbing harvesting on the far side of the planet. Lungworms from the district of Blue Dawn had developed the noxious habit of emitting hydrogen sulfide instead of life-giving oxygen. 2 flocks of massive transport envelopers had gone wild on separate occasions, sending local communities into a panic until the beasts were contained. All could be traced to the ongoing malfunctions of the Duryam controlling the transformation of Yuuzhan. The new master shaper, Yal Thoth, had yet to find a solution to the problem. Meanwhile, 2,000 kilometers away, a cell of heretics had successfully infiltrated a coral skipper farming crew and slipped parasites into the feeding lines. Half-grown pods had exploded all over the shipyard, setting off others and creating a chain reaction that undid an entire year's work. The damage couldn't be hidden. Even from orbit, the destruction was obvious. It was the pro-Jedi movement's 3rd major strike in a week. Nom Anur rubbed his hands together. While he wasn't responsible for the disruption of the world brain, that didn't stop him taking credit for it. Word was quickly spreading. Anywhere could be next. His power was growing by the day. Nothing could stop him now.